Nice to have your company. I love this time of the morning, don't you? 4 o'clock in the morning, people go, too early, it's too early. You go, no, it's not too early. Listen, everybody's getting ready to drive the... Oh, there's no trains. Everybody's getting ready to drive the... But, no buses. Perhaps there might be some buses. We're not too sure, actually. We're hoping there's going to be something. What about the school children? How are they supposed to get to school? Walk? As we said before, Mr. Lynch needs to open his eyes, expand everything and go, I tell you what, even though this is against the government policy, open all the barriers on the train stations, let everybody travel for free. And somebody said, well, don't worry, it's illegal. Well, if the whole country are doing it, let them take us to court. Go on, push it. Go on, say to yourself, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to drive all the trains out of the stations and we're going to open all the barriers. You won't have to pay for a single train ride. And then, Rishi, what are they going to do? Issue an arrest warrant for every single person? I think not. I think not. Let's do it, shall we? Come on. It's ridiculous. How much longer? And at the moment, you know, people are losing money and this. There was a very interesting discussion on the television the other night with somebody from one of the unions, and somebody was saying exactly that same thing. Open all the barriers, all the shops remain open, everything else. And they went, but Rishi Sunak has said it's illegal. Well, stuff Rishi Sunak. I'm sorry to say this. How much longer can this go on? People losing all this money? You know, people are going to lose their jobs. Businesses are going to collapse. Why not do it the other way around? Why are we the ones being hurt? I'm sick to death of it. Sick to death of it. I appreciate where people are coming from, and I appreciate the fact they want the money, but hit them where it hurts, in the pocket, if that's what you want to do. Still wearing that same coat again, honestly. Ever since he saw King Charles wearing it, we've had to suffer with it every blooming day. It's lovely, dear. It's very nice. It's obviously an old favourite in the wardrobe, isn't it? I should imagine, as it sort of, you open the door. I remember Adina Menzel was doing it, and she had one of those divining sticks. She opened the wardrobe and was going, do you remember that? I think I'm facing the wrong way. I can always tell, actually. Yeah, you know what a divining stick is. What's it for? Come on, what's it for? Not necessarily water. It can find all sorts of things. They make, precious metals, things like that, gold, silver, jewellery. I mean, to be honest with you, you stand in the middle of Knightsbridge, it just heads for Harrods, and then you just go in there, and there is all this stuff available to you. I don't know why people think that's very odd. Tom Cairns died at the age of 96. You don't know who he is, do you? Not a clue. I said that to the producer. I said, you know, Tom? He went, no. I said, he was the man who invented the chopper bike. The chopper bike. As kids, we had the chopper bikes. You didn't have a chopper bike. Deprived family? Didn't have anything like that? Did you have a yo-yo and a piece of chalk or something like that? Yeah? We didn't even have the piece of chalk. We used to go and watch next door's kids playing with a piece of chalk and go, that one day could be us, you know. And they'd say, do you want to come and play, Steve? No, we haven't got any clothes for playing in. Me and my brother had identical tracksuits, green, there you go, chopper bikes. Now, collector's items now, they really were. And I think did they use them in E.T.? Were they on chopper bikes or something like that? Was it not a chopper or was it something very similar? Because when they all took off over the police cars, I'm imagining that was the same kind of thing. But that was nice. We liked E.T. There you go. Bike from E.T. goes on sale this year. It's a Kuwahara bike from Steven Spielberg. This is $800. And it's actually used. Oh, it's a replica. Still nice though, isn't it? When we were kids, we used to, in my case, we used to go over Wanstead Flats, which is in Wanstead. And that was quite nice. And then you go up and down the thing because you were kids. You know, kids don't play nowadays as we used to play when we were younger. We were happy to go outside and play, but nowadays they're on their computers, on their telephones, they're playing computer games. You know, they're doing all sorts of stuff that we only dreamt about. I used to have a computer game, and it was red plastic, and it had a little screen on it, and all of a sudden you turn it on, it would go, and you would then go, and then it would go, you go, and it would keep building up and building. And we had the most fun with something like that. It was just a little handheld computer game, but it was in red plastic, I remember. And I can't remember what it was called. No doubt you, because you're ever mindful of these things that we ask you on the programme. And most of the time you know the answer, which always impresses me. I'm very impressed. And I had another one as well that was a round one. And you'd go, just to keep going on. They always had the most tinny sort of noise. And Tetris we used to play. And that was the forerunner of all these sort of things. I mean, we never had a coloured television for years. We used to sit there with a pot of paint colouring in people's faces on the television. That was the way we did it. We had it, and it was lovely, and we all sat there, and the man came round from Rediffusion, or Radio Rentals, or one of the people who sold televisions or rented. Nobody could afford to buy colour televisions. Now they're so cheap. Everybody's got, even kids have got colour televisions in their bedroom. But in the early days, nobody had the money. Steve, did you hire a bus to come to work? Was it cheaper? Says Jane. Well, it would have been cheaper to sort of go and buy a Rolls Royce and be chauffeur driven in as opposed to 177 quid. But no, today we're sort of back to normality. I say back to normality as much as it can go, because we've got the train strikes still on. Why can't they just sort this out? The government say there is a new thing on the table. Mick Lynch is saying, the government won't talk to us. Somebody's telling porkies. Somebody's not being truthful with us. Wish I knew who it was. He's saying, the government don't want to sit down with us. That's right. It was called Merlin and a Simon. A Merlin. I think that was the red one, wasn't it? I think you might be right, actually, Johnny, on that one. I think so. There it was. Look at that. Merlin, the electronic wizard. Can you still buy them, I wonder? I thought it was really good. You'd have loved it, actually. Be right up your street, Elliot. That would be a nice sort of thing. We're still finding out if you can get the blue. You can. You can buy them. There's one on eBay for 240 quid, or there's a vintage electronic game, a Myro model Merlin 6 different games, 48 quid, or another one, 132. Don't you wish you'd bought these when they were cheap and you'd kept them? Because you'd be sitting on a small fortune. And the Simon, do you remember a Simon? Put in Simon. You ever look at the Simon electronic game? That was round, and that had coloured lights in it. We liked that. That was very nice. There you go. Simon. Simon Says, yeah, the game. And can you still buy it? Is it still available? I bet it is, It's one of those sort of things. You can buy it on 540. Oh, no, it's not quite the same. It's a copy. They've got to be round for it to be a Simon. My God, we were easily pleased, weren't we? When you think for Christmas time, our parents used to fob us off with these things. I liked Fuzzy Felt Farm. That was one of my favourites, which was very good. We didn't have huge presents at Christmas, but we had enough. We always had enough. We never went short of anything. We always had turkey for Christmas. We always had, as much food as we wanted. Mind you, when I look back on it, there wasn't as much food as we wanted. It was a case of we were given lunch, and pudding for us was a yoghurt. A yoghurt would be considered pudding. And my mother would go and buy ski yoghurts. Ski yoghurts. I mean, I'm not even sure if they make ski yoghurts anymore. And we thought it was the best thing we'd ever eaten in our lives. Nowadays, kids have everything. They really do. They all have coloured televisions. They have mobile telephones. All got their own radios. They've all got their own, computers. We never had anything like that at all. We were happy with a little train set and, just go and play in the garden. Yeah, a hoop and a stick we were happy with. We used to have a thing in Hong Kong, and I don't know what it was, but it was a piece of pink, like chalk, but when you scraped it along the ground, you got sparks out of it. And I always remember getting this and you get little tiny pieces of it, and you go, and you'd scrape it along the ground, and it would go crackle and everything else. It was really good stuff. And I've got those things, the little paper things, you throw them on the ground and they go bang. I've got loads of those because I got a bit drunk one night and I over-ordered on Amazon. And I could throw them at the producer. That would be good, wouldn't it? That'd be good to frighten him. Just to make him sort of go, ooh, like that. Just to make him jump a little bit, which is good. Chopper bikes came out in Germany a couple of weeks before here. My dad went to pick one up for my 9th birthday, says Roger from Hamburg. Oh, God, you were rich. Fancy flying. People were flying over to America to buy Cabbage Patch dolls. They couldn't get them in this country. They sold out, and Furbies sold out, and all sorts of other bits and pieces. But when you're little, you don't know what things cost. We have no idea, so if you saw something on the television and it said it was $29.99, we didn't know what $29.99 was, or, £30 or £60. Now you see them and they go, so-and-so, £99. And children see it and they go, that's what I want. They don't see the price. They don't understand that you have to work to earn that money to go and buy things. So you become a little bit self-obsessed with stuff at Christmas. I mean, we used to open our presents and then you would take the present upstairs that you wanted to save and then you'd play with the other ones, be it colouring. I mean, even colouring pencils were quite something. Nowadays, I've seen parents spending a fortune. They stagger out of these toy shops and, and Amazon deliveries, and they've just loaded down with sort of presents. We've become terribly spoilt. And so it makes you not appreciative of the things. We were made to appreciate everything we had. I remember my dad saying to us, we never had new bikes. We always had second-hand bikes, which my father would find in the local paper. And then he would go and collect it, bring it back, and then he would do it all up. He would either paint it or spray it or something. So we had a bicycle. But we never had new bikes. I think there was only one time we had a new bike, and we went into the bicycle shop and we saw all these. And I remember thinking, wow, they had bells, lights. And we were a bit naughty. We wanted our bike to make a noise. And so we used to buy a peg. We'd go and get a peg from your mother's bathroom with a playing card, and you'd fix it onto the back wheel so it would go. That was the bee's knees. We thought we'd arrived. And people would say, wow, that's really cool. And you'd either if you didn't have a playing card, you had a piece of cardboard and you clipped it on the back with the It was fab. And we had different bells. You either had the ding-ding bell that you dinged yourself, or the electronic version, which looked like something out of Star Trek, and it was grey plastic. Like that. Oh, we used to love all that kind of stuff. And nowadays, what do we get? Face cream. Anything for piles. Just about anything you can think of. All those sort of things that somebody goes, what do you want for Christmas? And you go, I don't know, just grateful to be here. Just grateful to be enjoying life, and grateful to be having Christmas lunch, and just grateful for everything. Grateful for the television, grateful for the radio, grateful for just so many things that we take for granted. Grateful for the people you work with, grateful for your parents. Appreciate everybody. I remember talking to somebody ages and ages ago, and their father died, and they said, well, thank God for that. And I said, did you not like your dad? He said, no, couldn't stand him. The idea of having to spend money on his funeral absolutely abhorred them. And I remember thinking, I said, what do you want to do? He said, just put him out with the rubbish. They said they hated him that much. And I thought, I could never do that. That's why, the argument between Harry and Wills, I can't imagine how you would have an argument with your brother. But then again, you're brought up in a family which is not really a family as such. You've got the father who's been playing away for years. Then there's nothing the matter with Camilla. Don't get me wrong. But it was quite normal, even in the Victorian times, everything else, for the master of the house to have affairs. They all had affairs. Not uncommon for the scullery maid to get pregnant. And so you've got a father who's been playing around, doesn't really have time for the children. The mother looks after the children, but knows that the father is having an affair. Mother all of a sudden disappears in a tunnel in Paris through no fault of her own, and still, mysteries. Still people think there is a conspiracy theory. So the two children are brought up basically by nannies. Father hardly ever sees them because they're all busy. They've all got things to do. They don't have to. Can I see the children? I don't know, probably Friday, I think, but only for about half an hour as I'm passing through because I've got to go and do something else. Small wonder the whole thing is in a complete, utter disarray. And so they don't have anything in common. Harry has got nothing in common with Wills, and Wills has got nothing in common with Harry. They're both completely separate entities. And that's why it's going to go down the plug hole, down the Swanee, as quick as possible. Somebody said standard pudding, tinned mandarins and evaporated milk. Tinned mandarins. I tell you. Oh, and evaporated milk. I never understood why you took the lid off and it was still there. It said evaporated milk on it, but it certainly wasn't. Look, just gone 4:15.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 18 minutes past 4. It doesn't matter whether you're half asleep, half awake. We don't really mind whether you're... Are the schools back yet? I don't think they are they? I think they might be off for all of this week and they might go back the next week. I don't know. They seem to go all at different times. I just know it's a train strike today, but there again, when is it not? Oh, look, it's January. Must be a train strike. And it is. Steve, I remember the chopper bikes. Couldn't afford one. The only toy I got as a kid was a wheel and a stick. Yeah, whatever. You had a hoop, didn't you? Hoopla, and your stick as well. That was quite impressive. Quite impressive. Shane says, I think Australia was the last country in the world to get colour television. We didn't get it until 1975. We rented a set of radio rentals. Everybody did. Nobody could afford to buy them. They were over £1,000, colour television. So you would rent colour television and a video player as well, which you could record on, for about £16 a month, £17 a month. And so that's what we did. We rented televisions because it was the only thing that came down in price sufficiently so we could all afford it. I loved it. Tina says, when I was really young, my friend's mum and dad had a TV that you put a sixpence in a metre. Yes. Well, I can't remember how much you put in it, but you used to get metered television. So it came with a box and the television was in your room and you put money in the box, turn the little thing to click it, and then you got so many minutes or hours of television watching. Somebody would come and collect the money, empty it, and then reset it for you. And that's what it was. It's for people who actually couldn't afford to have it plugged into the mains. It was plugged into the mains, but to actually watch it, and you had to have, television licenses and all the rest of it. Steve, we had choppers and tomahawks, which was a small version of a chopper, says Paul. Yes. And my brother and I and our friends were not allowed roller skates, says Susie. If you had them, were you very good on them? Yeah, I had a pair of Jacko skates. Jacko, that was the make, Jacko roller skates. I wasn't particularly good at them, but we put them on and then you adjusted them because they adjusted to your foot size. Johnny says, in the late 70s, I had one of the first 5 BMXs in the country. There you go, look, Jacko skates. Yeah, you put your shoes on, and just like normal, and then you put your foot into the Jacko skate, and then you could push it together and tighten it up with a key underneath. And then you were sort of up and ready for your roller skates. Didn't go. No, you wore your own shoes. Whatever shoes you had, you put on, and then you put them into the Jacko frame. No. That's the boots that came with them. Jacko skates, you used your own shoes. That's the way it worked. Can't tell you anything else. I had one of the first 5 BMXs, a mongoose with a nickel-plated frame, imported from America. And Roger says, I remember you saying your dad was good at making things. Mine was good at hoarding a shed load of stuff. Yeah, Pablo says Kelly Monteith has died, aged 80. Very funny comedian in his day. Yeah, we were only talking about him the other day, actually. The Kelly Monteith show. He used to appear with Des O'Connor. And he's just died at the age of 80. My mum used to make cheesecake from a packet topped with tinned mandarins. I just love cheesecake. I don't like it now. It doesn't appeal to me in the slightest now, but my mum used to do mandarin jelly. She'd buy the mandarin jelly, tin of mandarins, and then would strain it through so they floated throughout the whole thing. And then that would be a pudding, but with evaporated milk or condensed milk. Either way, really, really nice. Love Island, pictures in the paper today? No, it's this year's Apprentice dimwits. The usual bunch of liars. Or no is not an option. And you look at these poor saddos, there's going to be some people coming up with the biggest amount of garbage you've ever heard. That's what they do, isn't it? Also, facing jail. She's in all the papers today. She was on the news bulletins yesterday. The liar who claimed an Asian gang had raped her. Some of them have said, it's completely ruined my life. She just made it up. She inflicted her own injuries. She's quite clearly got some illness or something and now facing jail. I think she needs medical attention, to be honest with you. Plus the MP who says she wears a stab-proof jacket to meet constituents because she's so worried, as you can imagine. The farewell to Pele, the funeral fit for a king. And tomorrow, it's Pope Benedict's funeral, so heads of state from around the world will be meeting in Vatican City, and I should imagine Charles will be going unless he nominates somebody else to go. And that will be that's always a big state kind of thing with all the dignitaries sitting there. Phil Vickery says, my dad refused to buy me a chopper bike, which is a bit bad. He said they were dangerous. Brought one a few years ago just to wind him up. Actually, we never had anything like that. We never had a chopper bike, Phil. We just had second-hand bikes. But we did eventually get to go to a bicycle shop and pick a new bicycle. And I remember thinking, I used to cycle to go to work in a hotel. About 6 to 10 miles I used to cycle out to this hotel for a Saturday job. The Elcott Park Hotel near Kintbury. And they use it for ballooning now. And I used to go and cut their grass. They had a motor mower that you sat on. and I'll tell you, it was the best fun ever, and you got paid for it. And all their food in those days was boil in the bag. So somebody would sort of come in for lunch and they go, Boeuf Bourguignon, I think. And so you go to the freezer, take out Boeuf Bourguignon, its plastic bag, frozen, drop it in a saucepan of hot water and then pour it onto the plate with some mashed potato. It was, anybody could have done it. But now they do ballooning from there. But that was where I earned money as a kid on a Saturday morning, cycling all the way out there. And sometimes you'd cycle back and it would be dark. But I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I thought it was a great job. Just to sit on the motor mower and you'd go round, and they had quite a lot of lawn space. Well, they have to, because they put balloons on there. You'll find them on the internet because it's an old country house hotel, Elcott Park Hotel. Everybody now checking out. See, where did Steve used to work when he was younger? And that was one of my Saturday. I worked for a brief while. In fact, it was less than a day, on a pig farm. There was an advert in our local newspaper saying they wanted somebody, a young man, to help out on this pig farm. And it was in the middle of nowhere. My mum dropped me off there. And I was basically shoveling whatever. And I thought, no amount of money is going to compensate for this. And the bloke was so ungrateful. In the end of the day, I just left. I didn't want the money. I didn't want anything at all. And so I didn't do it. And then I discovered the Elcott Park Hotel. Have you got a picture of it? We say get a picture of it, because they've always got pictures of balloons there, because they do a lot of ballooning. But it was lovely. They had a drive, and I think there was a swimming pool. There it is, the Elcott Park Hotel. They put it down as Newbury, but it was outside Newbury. And there we are. There's the swimming pools. Given a facelift. They say it's now a stylish hotel. Well, for me, it was a way of earning money. They have a retreat there, given a facelift and everything. I mean, a bath in the bedroom. You know, that's quite normal, bath in the bedroom. You've not seen bath in the bedroom before? Yeah, that's quite normal. Yeah. I'm not sure bath in the middle of the window is a good idea, but yeah, that's quite normal nowadays. I don't even know. Go down a little bit. Who's it owned by? It says, formerly owned by the Runaway Hotel in better days until a hotelier swooped in with their bold and beautiful decor. Well, that was where I grew up, working out there for quite some time. It was an old building, had a big staircase in it. And in fact, when I was there was a group called The Love Affair who were using it for rehearsals. And then they got the phone call to go on to Top of the Pops. And The Love Affair had hits with Everlasting Love and a couple of other things with Steve Ellis, who was the lead singer. And they were out there. And I remember I'd never met groups before. I served them afternoon tea. And they were all wearing sort of tight loon trousers and stuff like that. They were a proper popsicle group. And I remember going out there, and it was just different times. It was so strange, because they were rehearsing they had a barn which had been converted into a nightclub. And I don't know, I don't think it ever did any business. Well, not that I ever noticed. But The Love Affair were out there, and then they got the phone call to go and do Top of the Pops. And they would drop everything. Groups in the early days would drop every single thing if they thought that they were going to get a gig on Top of the Pops. Because once you got the gig on Top of the Pops, you then watched your record rocket up the charts. And so The Love Affair, and I think it was either Everlasting Love or A Day Without Love. They had a few hit singles, but I loved Everlasting Love. I thought they were, if you listen to the orchestrations, they were fantastic. Phil Vickery, he says, like you, had a Saturday job in a fruit and veg shop, used to cycle 5 miles there and back, all for 37 pence an hour. 37 pence an hour. But the funny thing is, we liked doing it. I don't think I ever complained about the money that I earned, Phil, from any of my little jobs, my Saturday job and everything. I never complained about that at all. Even when I started working full-time, and my first wage, as everybody will tell you, was £5.19 and sixpence. So under £6 a week for a 5.5-day week. Half day on Wednesday, and it would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday half day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, till 6 p.m. Everything was a lot cheaper, admittedly, but we didn't know. You'd get a little brown envelope with your money in it. And I remember I think it served us well, because it taught you the value of money. And the one thing that kids don't have nowadays is the value of money. I know that Paul Cooper has had various people working on a Saturday, because if you work in a fruit and veg shop, it's bloody hard work. You've got to be up early in the morning. You've got to get to market. They've got to get back with all the stuff. Then they've got to lay the stall out. And he's open from 6 in the morning in Twickenham You know, so you've got to get all the stuff out. You've got to pull all the trolleys out with the, the wheels and the casters and everything else. So, and kids go, oh, I don't want that. In fact, somebody was saying to me a short while ago that they had a business as well. They said, and they advertised for staff, and staff would say, oh, yeah, I'll definitely come in and have a chat to you about it. Said they wouldn't even turn up. Which as far as I'm concerned is, are you sure you want a job? Or do you not want a job? Because they're crying out for people at the moment, working as, waiters in restaurants and baristas and all sorts of things. They don't have enough staff. There's all sorts of places looking, and you'll see, and you will notice this year, lots of businesses that you took for granted will disappear because they cannot afford to stay open. They cannot afford the electric bills. They cannot afford the gas bills. They cannot afford staff wages, and they will close. And unfortunately, a lot of that will be down to the strike on the railways, because people cannot get on trains to bring them into town. So you're relying on just people who live in town. But Mick Lynch doesn't care about that. He couldn't give a stuff about you. You have to just sort of make the best of it. He always looks fairly well fed to me. I wonder how he's working that one out. But no, if they did it when we all go for free, this strike would be over fairly quickly. They wouldn't be wanting to do it. What do you mean you're taking the trains out for no money? Yeah, we're taking the trains out for no money, so you're not getting any income. Right. OK, let's make a settlement. That's the way to do it, but they haven't seen further than the end of their noses. Shame, innit? 4:30. Let's get the news headlines with Charlotte Morgan.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Hope you're well. I know you didn't want to go back to work the other day, but you've got to go out there. You've got to do it. Got to do it, because a lot of people this year, as I said, will be losing their jobs as companies close down because they can't afford to stay. The amount of family businesses that I've read about in the newspaper saying we just can't afford to keep going. And now, especially in London, when you've got restaurants, hotels, it's almost like going back into the pandemic. It's a case of, I remember driving past hotels. I remember I used to park outside a hotel not too far from here. And the guy was always standing on the steps, because I worked on the assumption, park my car outside a hotel, they welcomed it with open arms, because they go, they didn't have any problem with me parking there. And I said, how's business? And he went, it's terrible. He said, it's absolutely terrible. He said, we are closed at the moment. He said, I've got to be here just to sort of make sure that everything is sort of clean and tidy, ready for when it all starts opening again. But he said it's a disaster. And I've spoken to restaurateurs before who've said, we hope we survive. And so I keep sort of pumping hotels and keep pumping. I remember going past the Ritz every day thinking it's still boarded up. It's still boarded up for the pandemic. And you feel sorry for people that, places that have been there for ever and a day. And they suffered by sort of losing people who work in particular jobs, and because of the strikes, they're not earning any money. That's a disaster. It's got to be sorted out, and quickly. We don't want anyone of this mamby-pamby union stuff, where they sort of play little games with the media and start sort of being pompous about everything. Although they have said this year things can only get better, because we can't get any more bloody worse, can it? Let's face it. Also, a third of unhappy couples can't afford a divorce. It is true. It is true. People suddenly realise how expensive it is, and they go, right, we've got the house, and we've got this, and we've got to separate the house, and then there's a car, and then there's money in the bank, and then, I helped you with your business, so this is, and you start thinking, it's blooming expensive. Blooming expensive. I actually spoke to a friend of mine years ago. They went through a divorce, and literally they started arguing over saucepans in the kitchen and things like that, and you start thinking, oh, God, it's very messy, isn't it? And even worse if there are children involved. Even worse. Phil Vickery says, I started work in 79 in a local hotel after college. My starting wage was £28 a week. £5 went to my mum, £5 a week for my moped, and 40p for petrol. The rest was mine. Oh, those were the days. £28 a week. That's not bad, actually. I didn't know if I was poorly paid or if I I was quite happy with it. I didn't have anything to compare it with, so I thought that £5.19 and 6 at the age of 15 was quite acceptable because there was nothing to spend it on. I didn't run a car because I was young. I used to get the bus, and I can't remember how much the bus cost. But would have been I started work here in 79, so I think it would have been pre-74. 74, I started work at UBN, and that was £100 a week. So prior to that, I mean, I was earning a pittance, actually. But for some reason, money was not the object. Food, I don't remember any of the food we bought. £6 a week, yeah. £6. That's what I got last month. £6 a week. I didn't earn a lot at LBC. I think it was ever since I made that big mistake of saying, I don't need a pay increase. So there you go. £6 in 73 is worth £92.84 today. It's not a lot, is it? It's not a lot, not a lot per week. Especially when you kind of look at it. I mean, I remember, I told you before, I've been quite honest about it. I remember saying to my boss at one point, how do I get more money? He said, you need to leave and come back. So I left and came back the following week, and I got more money. It was the most bizarre situation. But I've never complained about the money. Perhaps I should never say that in this day and age, because I've always thought, listen, that's what it pays for the job. You know, the happier everybody is, the happier I am. And as long as I can survive on it and afford haircuts every so often and things like that, and perhaps to buy another shirt or something from a second-hand shop, you know. I struggle through the days, as you can well imagine, you know. But I think I'm very lucky. I think I'm very lucky, you know, to reach... I'm still working at this time of life. Some people want to retire. I can't think of anything worse. Why would you want it? It's like Ian Dale. If you said to Ian Dale, have you ever thought about retiring? He'd look at you with horror and go, retire? Why? Kevin, the lorry driver, says, Happy New Year, Steve. Our telly arrived in a red Ford Anglia van from DER, and the man had the brown overall coat on that they used to wear. It had a metre on the back that you had to put a sixpence in. I can't remember how long you got for your tanner, but it always ran out in the middle of something. There was a mad scramble down the back of the settee. Why is it that all the money you used to find went down the back of the settee? But you are quite right, actually. Terry the cabbie says we were naughty. We used to nick the aerials off the Ford Capris and put the tiger's tail on the top, then tie it to the seat of our choppers. Cool. It was, wasn't it? Waj says, locked into the Spiker as usual. Thank you, young man. And Roger says, where Terminal 5 is at Heathrow used to be Perry Oak Sewage Farm and a dumped BOAC Argonaut plane, which we used to climb all over. Oh, right. Steve, do you know Inglewood in Kintbury? It's a health spa, says Alexandra. Not in my day, it wasn't. When we lived down in Newbury, it wasn't a health spa. I knew Kintbury very well. And Alexandra says, used to go there 3 or 4... Oh, no, that's quite nice, isn't it? Do you know, I'm not into spa. I like that. It says a sitting room. I think that's actually quite nice, but I'm not into spas. The idea of everybody walking around in dressing gowns is utter crap. It really is. It's a case of... It's like... Estee Lauder had that brilliant idea a few years ago. All the girls who worked on the makeup counter wore white overalls as if they were chemists. And so it completely... So if you were seeking advice from Clinique, which is owned by Estee Lauder, in fact, if you look at the list of Estee Lauder companies, you'd be amazed how many companies they own, which are all associated with the beauty business, and others aside. And so they put them all in white coats for people to go, oh, you're a chemist. You know what you're talking about. Load of old baloney. But still good. Alexandra says we used to visit Hungerford. Yeah, I used to visit Hungerford as well. Sarah in Hertfordshire says, in the late 60s, I desperately wanted a pair of Jacko skates because all my friends had them, but my parents wouldn't buy them, as they said they were dangerous. So I drew money out of my post office savings account and bought a pair, but pretended I'd won it entering a competition in the Dandy comic. But they still wouldn't let me keep them and gave them to my cousin. I was in a Wimpy bar in Chiswick High Road and had a competition to win... a radio that looked like a Wimpy burger. And all you had to do was fill in the qualities to make a good radio DJ. Piece of what's it for me. So I filled in and we sent it off and I won. I got a radio shaped like a hamburger because I knew what made a good quality. Look at that. That's a Bender. And I used to love all their stuff in Wimpy. The burgers tasted so much better than anybody else's. They really did. I used to love them. But the Bender was just a Frankfurter with cuts in it. So when you heated it, it went into a semicircle. You didn't have to bend it. It just went by itself, which was lovely. Steve, when I was a child, I was given a second-hand Atari video game player. The games were on a cartridge, and my dad set it up to a 14-inch black and white television. I remember that I loved that Atari and spent many hours playing on it. I don't think children would even look at it now. Oh, they would. Now it's a collector's item. I used to have a television which was round, and it was orange plastic. You know, I wish I'd kept all this stuff. Now you'd be sitting on a small fortune. Literally, there you go, an Atari games console, the 2600. You can get different ones. There's one for 1,334, one for 300, one for 90. I never got into computer games at all. I did lots of computer games on the programme because I used to do a techie spot like Will Guyatt does, but we did them years and years ago with Fevsy and different people. And I got sent all this stuff, but it was absolutely no use to me whatsoever. So I've still got a couple of computer games at home, but my favourite is Teddy Ruxpin, I think. Teddy Ruxpin, my goddaughter, when she was born, she used to come out of her parents' flat, which was very near mine, crawl across the patio into my flat, climb up on the settee and sit there with me watching television. And I had a Teddy Ruxpin. And Teddy Ruxpin was a teddy that was connected to your television. And you'd plug in a video, and there'd be a man on the video. Hello, everybody. Hello, boys and girls. There we are, Teddy Ruxpin. Hello, I'm going to tell you a story now. Shall we have a story? And Teddy Ruxpin, sitting next to you on the settee, would come to life. He would start, well, she freaked. You've never seen a little child move out of my place so fast. And Teddy Ruxpin spoke, but because it was the early form of animatronics, and there was no connecting wires. It was just like an aerial sort of thing that he picked up on, and he would turn his head, move his mouth, but all you could hear were the motors opening, and his arms would move, and you thought you were going to be attacked by him. I mean, I thought it was brilliant. She hated it. It is a bit for little kids, you know, to be confronted by something that comes to life that was just sitting next to you. I thought maybe she'd try and cuddle it. Lucky she didn't want to cuddle it, but when this thing moved and turned its head and started speaking to her, that freaked her out, actually. From somebody, Steve. No, it's somebody else. Says, I remember my old barber when I was young. He was affectionately known as Mad Harry. He only knew one style of haircut, and that was a number 1 bare blade all over. $1.50 for a gent, £1 for a junior, and 60p for an OAP. If only a trip to the barber's cost that now. Well, you can get it for about £5. I pay now £11. I know it seems, but it's a number 1 all over. But, you know, I like to help people out, you know, keep their business going. And there's no outlay, is there? Just the electricity. And it says just a clippers. They don't even do scissors with me. But the barber shop itself was like stepping back in time. Oh, there's one like that in Epping. It's like it's been the same since about the early 1900s. And when you were a kid and you went to the and kids hated it because they would get a plank and they'd put it on the chair and you'd sit on the plank. And you'd cringe as he brought the clippers near you. And I don't know why. We didn't like being touched or anything like that, but it was the only way you were going to get it. But I always remember 9 times out of 10, what was on the old black and white television in the corner? Snooker on a black and white television. Very difficult to follow. And the red ball is behind the blue ball. What? And the green ball is just about to be... What green ball? They're all grey. It's an old gag, though, isn't it? But I still like it. Ian says, I worked for over 40 years on golf courses, so I understand your love for sit-on mowers. I couldn't believe it. A sit-on mower. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. And this thing was off and running, and then you put the blades down, and off it went. Oh, we're cutting grass. In fact, I go round and cut it about 4 times, just to be on it, and then I take it down the drive, turn round and come back again. Oh, it was fantastic. Sit-on mowers. Oh, I should cocoa. Lovely. Oh, a power cut has hit the world's coldest city. I think it's somewhere in Russia, so they're welcome to it. And their recorded temperature is minus 44 degrees. That's what you call don't get your willy out. You know, it's bound to drop off in minus 44 degrees. I can't imagine why you'd even want to live in a place like that. That sounds ghastly, doesn't it? I mean, and it's there like that for quite a long time. 4:45 it is.
The road ahead, where adventures await you and your SEAT. And with all-in care from SEAT's all-in service plan, you're ready. With 2 services, 2 MOTs, 2 years roadside assistance, and up to 2 years warranty. All in with a 25% saving until November 30th. Live bolder. Live better. Search SEAT All In.
For SEAT vehicles aged 3 to 6 years with 2-litre engines and under. T's and C's, eligibility and exclusions apply. SEAT Finance. Visit seat.co.uk.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 13 minutes to 5. What have we got in the papers? What have we got in the papers? The knife... Oh, this one. I mean, I'm sorry. I should be more sympathetic. But for some reason, I'm finding myself not very sympathetic. This is raiders who threatened to stab the Olympic cycling hero Mark Cavendish in front of his young kids. Now, I don't know who Mark Cavendish is. I mean, I know certain people who do cycling and all the rest of it. Anyway, he was beaten by thugs who stole 2 watches. Him and his wife had. Now, I mean, I don't know whether or not I'm just being stupid here. His watch was £400,000 and her watch was £300,000. I can't help feeling if you've got watches that are worth just under the £1 million mark, you're going to be a target for just about everybody. Just about everybody. Because people look at watches now and they go, I know what that's worth. And so if somebody nicks this watch, which they have, they've nicked the £400,000 watch, they've nicked the £300,000 watch, so that's £700,000 gone straight away. They're going to be going around wearing it. What are the police going to do? Stop everybody who's wearing a very expensive watch? I don't understand why somebody would ever want to spend that much money on a watch. It tells the time. £400,000, and you wonder why you're a target of thieves. People nowadays, I mean, I've looked at a picture of it. Well, I wouldn't know. I would have no idea. I'm not very good. I mean, I'm wearing a watch at the moment. I've had to take my one in because it needs a new strap or it needs just adjusting and all the rest of it. So I'm wearing, and, well, I can only tell you it's not a real watch. That's all I'll tell you. It's not a real watch, but it's what's commonly known in the business as a copy. Not a fake, it's a copy. So it looks exactly the same. They come, I don't know if you've ever seen these things, they come in the box, they come with all the printed material, they come with everything. You look at it and you go, is that genuine or is it not genuine? And the answer is, no, it's not. It's a copy, but an exact copy. Nobody would know that it was an exact copy, you know, of a Patek Philippe. You know, if you look at the Patek Philippe that I'm wearing and then you look at the real one, there's no difference at all in it apart from the price. Because I would never wear a watch that cost a lot of money. I just wouldn't, because it tells the time. In fact, if I need the time, I look at my phone, because that's going to be the most accurate. So I do that. But I remember years ago, you used to go... Oh, in Hong Kong, you could buy them all over the place, and Thailand and places like that. You could buy fake watches. Somebody would stand on the street corner selling fake watches for 20 quid. Fake watches. You would go and buy one. And I remember having a fake Rolex when I was about 20, and your wrist turned green after... Oh, sorry. Your wrist turned green after a while because it wasn't gold or anything else like that. And you could always tell because of the sweeping hand. It either tick, 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 ticked, or it swept round. Mine doesn't have a second hand on it, but it's got a little box at the bottom with the second hand, and it sweeps round. So they've made them far more sort of technically accurate. But I can remember people who say, oh, I've got a Rolex. I went, that's a fake. Anybody can tell it's a fake Rolex, you know, because they didn't last that long. Nowadays, you get the automatic movement, you get everything. But it's the fact that it comes in a box, a beautiful box lined with satin and silk, and it's got, you know, stamps for here and stamps. It's all fake. But people seem to like buying fake stuff. I've got a fake producer. He just turned up. You know, he was sort of won in a raffle, and he comes in and he does little bits and pieces, and he goes away skiing, and then he comes back and he goes, oh, well, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and all the rest of it. And then yesterday he just all he wanted was a bacon roll. You can always tell if it's a fake producer. They want bacon rolls. Did you get a bacon roll? Did you get it from Greggs on the Strand? Did you get extra bacon in it? Yeah, I know. Yeah, and did you put ketchup in it as well? See, I don't like the ketchup in it because it makes it go a bit cold. And I like it hot. I really do. Because I went out and I bought 2 bacon rolls yesterday because I got the bus from Trafalgar Square. And I sat there eating on the bus, feeling really awful because I'm so anti people eating on the bus. But there was hardly anybody on the bus. And luckily nobody came and sat next to me. And I always eat it very discreetly, you know, like that. You eat it sort of with your hand covering it. You know when people sit there, you know, like that. So I've seen people eating porridge on a bus, peasants. Absolute peasants. You wouldn't eat that. But a bacon roll from Pret is acceptable. And shows how much they were, actually. I bought 2 sausage pigs in blankets the other day, and it was just under a tenner, which I thought was quite a lot of money. I bought 2 bacon rolls the other day in Pret, and it was £7.70, £3.35 each, or whatever it was. And I quite like them, because the rolls are soft. I can't do hard. I can only do sort of soft, because otherwise, you sort of... What? Honestly. You just sort of... It just doesn't work. The ones that they do in Marks and Spencer's, the roll is like rock. It's like made of concrete. So I have to have the croissant with ham and cheese in, which is very nice, actually. But so messy. You sit on the buses all over the place. And I always like to eat it to annoy the school children, because they don't have breakfast in the morning because they've basically left it as late as possible. And then they run down. You can always tell they just look as though they need a good bath. These people, they all look so scruffy and dirty, and they've got their huge bags and all the rest of it. And I'm sitting there eating my croissant, dropping bits all over the place, then brushing it all out, dropping it all over the place. But that's it, but that was quite nice. So today I'm going to go and get a bus again, hopefully, and get all the way to Hammersmith, and then we'll wait and see what happens at Hammersmith. I might have to get a taxi. So well, it's just one of those things. But just going back, to these. People and these watches are 400,000. How can a watch cost 400,000? But that's not the most expensive watch in the world. The most expensive one we actually found on the internet. It's over £1 million. It's over £1 million for a watch, and hers is £300,000. I mean, that is just being stupid. Because if you have a watch that's worth that much money, you keep it locked up in a safe. Once somebody knows you've got a watch worth that much money, and it's not on your wrist, you've got it at home, and they're going to come round and they're going to do whatever. And you're going to think to yourself, that's what these people do. They thieve. They can tell. People could see. There was somebody the other month, week, year, whenever it was, and they were in their car, and they've got their elbow on the window, and you could see their watch. And people who know about watches, because I don't know about watches, I had no idea about how you tell what's genuine, what's not genuine. And there you go, a Louis Monet Meteorus collection, £3.5 million for this watch. The George Daniels Yellow Gold Space Traveller 2 pocket watch is 3.6 million. So basically, this pair here who have got these, but as I said before, if you don't have the watch on your wrist, it's at home somewhere. And if you're mad enough to spend this much money on a watch, you're asking for trouble in this day and age, because there are people out there who will steal it from you. It's like, people stealing cars or catalytic converters or anything stupid. Listen, if it's not nailed down, people will nick it. It's such a shame. You get sort of posh cars, because most of the cars that I drive, you don't need a key. There's certainly not a key that I use in the car. Look at this one. I've found, this is the Is it Breguet Grande Complication Marie Antoinette watch. This is £25 million. I know, and we aren't allowed to use the word that the producer uses, but it basically comes in as, oh my goodness gracious me. This one was made in 1782. Made for Queenie, Marie Antoinette, and they began work on it in 1782, and it was finished in 1827. I mean, to be honest with you, it's lovely. And it was stolen from a museum in Jerusalem and only re-emerged in 2007. It's now locked away, waiting for you to march in with a suitcase full of 50s. I mean, it's very beautiful. Where could you use it? Where could you ever use this thing? £25 million? They'll break your legs. For 25... Listen, they do it for $1 million. But to have a watch worth £400,000, it's kind of asking for trouble. It's just, I know it's a nice thing to have. It's a status symbol of, I've been very successful. I've done this. So to prove it, I've bought this beautiful watch, or I bought a Cartier, or I bought all sorts of other bits and pieces. But at the end of the day, you have to err on the side of caution. I think Amir Khan was walking through Shoreditch with his wife, and he got robbed by these people because he was wearing a flashy watch, because he'd spoken about it. What a dipstick. Walking through the streets. There's certain streets in London even I wouldn't walk through, especially not wearing a watch that was worth thousands and thousands of pounds. But it's a status symbol, isn't it? It's like people, buying certain cars that cost, like Lamborghini. I'd never buy a Lamborghini. The Lamborghinis I see, they're mainly broken down. They have to be towed away because it's too embarrassing. We bought a Lamborghini, but they're high-performance cars. Steve, my favourite love affair track has to be Rainbow Valley. And I loved Gary Puckett and the Union Gap. Me too. He tours by himself now, without the Union Gap and Manfred Mann's Earth Band. Today, you wouldn't be able to write a song like Young Girl. You just wouldn't get away with it, says Stephen Leeds. No, you wouldn't. Well, in fact, most of them. I was listening to a Spice Girls song the other day thinking, how did that get through? They were talking about all sorts of, yellow faces in here. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, you can't do things like that. But no, Gary Puckett and the Union Gap, Young Girl, get out of my mind. And I used to love the video. But then, I come from a simpler time where it was sort of people, you fell in love at an early age. I mean, I was rubbish at falling in love, I have to tell you. I really was very, very bad. It was just one of those sort of things. I've watched snooker on a black and white television, Steve. You know where the blue ball is they're on the spots at the start of the game. You just have to remember where they go, or the commentator will also tell you when the player pots it. I don't get snooker at all. It's not my sort of thing. All the boys I work with, they're more into leapfrog and stuff like that, and sort of, pass the baton but yeah, tiddlywink. They're very good at tiddling their winks. Many's the time I've sat here thinking, don't do that now. It's a bit unnecessary, isn't it? And Elliot will go, well, Steve, this will be the last opportunity for me to tiddle my wink in front of you. And I've said, well, that's what you want to do. You have to do it. It comes from Maidenhead. They all do it in Maidenhead. It's very popular. Snakes and Ladders as well, they did. They played all the games, whereas we used to play Twister. Nude Twister. That was the fun bit. That was, I don't know why people always used to shy away from it. By the time you got both my nanas down on the ground on the plastic sheet, I tell you, they were up for it. They were definitely up for it. Should we take a short break for the news? Lovely pictures in the papers today of the hundreds of thousands who turned out for Pele's funeral, which I was delighted to see because I'll probably tell you on my free little bit extra podcast today, he came from nothing. He came from nothing, working class, and he meant something to all these people, and that's why it was so special. So they gave him a real good send-off. You just wish you could wake him up and say, you're getting a really good send-off, mate. You really are. Tomorrow, Pope Benedict's funeral, that will be a huge thing, and heads of state from around the world will fly in, as they always do, for a pope or former pontiff's funeral. So whether Charles goes or he nominates somebody, I don't know. We'll find out probably tomorrow. But here's the news at 5.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's 3 minutes past 5. Welcome to Wednesday. It's January the 4th, and the good news is that Coronation Street favourites Alan Halsall, Andy Wymant and Jack P. Shepherd have signed bumper new contracts. When they say bumper new contracts, just for a year. In other words, it's all a bit fragile out there in the world so they're going to extend their stay for another 12 months. A source said the bosses are thrilled. No, if they were thrilled, they would have given them 2-year contracts or 3-year contracts. And I think Andy has racked up 22 years. Jack, who portrays the hairdresser David Platt, has had his hands full with his troubled son Max. And Alan, who plays mechanic Tyrone, was at the centre of this year's Christmas special as he finally tied the knot with Fizz. So it's interesting, isn't it? But there's also loads of other people who signed new contracts. Kevin Webster, Sally Metcalf, Michael Lavelle. And ITV had no comment on Alan, Andy and Jack, mainly because they probably couldn't find anybody who was actually working. So they go, have you got any comment on them? I'm the cleaner. There's nobody here at the moment. They're on holiday. They're revelling in sort of the idea that we've got loads of new television programmes coming up. Not that I think about it. Jane Moore in her column today will come round to lovely Dawn in a moment. Talks about there is no way back for runaway royals after Harry's bombshell. All the old garbage he's given you about, I want to, sort of get back with my father and my brother, which is a load of old codswallop, because he was the one that kicked them over the fence some time ago. He says they've shown no willingness to reconcile, he moans to Tom Bradby, his close personal friend. So you're getting a real naff interview. Shame on ITV for letting Tom Bradby do it. But he says, can you blame King Charles and Prince William when their every little supposedly private utterance might be weaponised and monetised by Harry and Meghan? And apparently she's going to do a book called It's All About Me. You can imagine, can't you, really? But Spare is a vast tome, and on January the 10th we'll know exactly what truth bombs are in it. Who cares? Who cares? Some failed member of the royal family. Who's interested? Who's interested? Nobody. I mean, after all, 30 chapters on Harry and Meghan's philanthropy isn't going to cut the mustard. There will be blood, and when it's been spilt in such a public way, it's hard to recover from. So dreary old Harry, who was always the boring one in the family, unless he was drunk, and that's about it. It's, you know, it just goes on, and it's little Mr. Petulant, little Mr. Ungrateful, little Mr. I've never had to do anything in my entire life. It's all been done for me. You know, don't have to cook, don't have to sweep, don't have to... All they do is somebody opens a car door, they both sit in the back of it, looking like they're royalty. They're not. They're an embarrassment to the royal family. Like Sarah Ferguson, like Prince Andrew, embarrassments to the royal family. But it's not going to change anything. As long as they get the filthy money, good for them. That's fine. We don't have a problem with that. As long as they stay in America, that will be even better. And now you've got Sir Alan's candidates. So the papers are so desperate to run with some story coming to the new year because there's nothing. And so here we go. You've got all sorts of people. There's some right little nobodies here. And you can tell just by looking at the Ponzi pictures of them exactly which side of the fence they're going to be speaking from. Somebody's an online sweet shop owner. There's another one, actually, who owns a sweet shop and a cafe. And what they've had to do is tart them all up and give them sort of posh clothes to wear. There's one of them here. I couldn't tell you who she is. But she says, I'm being called the Kim Kardashian of business because I do things with a hint of glamorous. I think you live in a dream world, darling. I think you're another one of these gobbies who doesn't go anywhere at all. Or I think, she's a hair salon owner. Oh, you're really glamorous, dear, for somebody who just cuts hair for a living. Then you've got somebody called Reese, who owns a performing arts school. He's launched his own business from the age of 19. And he's proud of the fact he's now the youngest CEO of a further education college. He says, I'm going to be turning over £1 million before I'm 30. Jackanory. Of course you won't be, dear. They've got an online antiques trader called Gregory Ebbs. He comes from Shropshire. He says, I would say a willingness to try different things. And he does look as though he's tried different things, it has to be said. They've got another one here. Somebody owns a martial arts school in Southampton. A senior account executive, Emma Brown. She admits to being disgustingly competitive. The garbage they come up with is almost embarrassing, isn't it? Also, Kevin Darcy, an accountant. The Motormouth admits he does not know when to shut up. Oh, God, you're irritating even before we've seen you. Shannon Martin is a bridal boutique boss. They're all failures in their own little world. They think that they're sort of top of their game, but they're not really. They've got Megan Hornby, who owns a sweet shop and a cafe. She always gives 100%. Her weakness is that she's overly ambitious. Again, the usual garbage that you expect from these people. A financial controller from Leicestershire is nothing if not confident. She says, I've always known what I wanted in life, so she's a financial controller. For that read, she'll be the first one kicked out. They're always the most boring. A city banker who describes himself as a confident chap who can bring a smile to the most miserable face. That'll come in handy, won't it? There's a safari guide called Joe Phillips who thinks he's the James Bond of the business world. Unfortunately not, dear. Also, Marnie Swindles, an ex-lawyer. When they say ex-lawyer, she's now a medal-winning boxer and coach. What do you think you're going to bring to the table, love? This is for people in business. People in business. Very hard to fire a boxer, yeah. Danny Donovan is a hair salon owner from Hertfordshire. She thinks she's unique. You own a hairdresser's, dear. What's unique about that? Have you looked down the local high street? She says, I'd like to promote that business is something that does not need to be fancy words and suits. Yeah, whatever, dear. You live in your little dream world. So she's just an average hairdresser then. And who else we got? We got a technology recruiter. And she's seen as the champion of various representations of diverse women. God, they've all got something the matter with them, haven't they? You could just tell. I'm waiting for the first breakdown. There's a pest control company boss called Mark. He's a former soldier. And I've had a look at a picture of him. What sort of soldier he was, I couldn't imagine. But anyway, he's out there. A construction firm director. This is Bradley. He's from North Yorkshire. He's, yeah, whatever. He doesn't wear a suit very well, put it that way. But I should imagine being in construction, you wouldn't be wearing a suit. And he says he's very proud of the fact he had to overcome extreme shyness to get where he is. Imagine. He's a construction. Would you like to, if it's okay with everybody, would like to move? Perhaps not. Shall I do? I'll do that for you. I'll do that. He says he's been around the world and met... Oh, no, that's a different one, sorry. The pest control guys met members of the royal family. Well, you would do if you're doing pest control, mate. That's exactly where you'll meet them. My goodness, where else do you think you're going to meet them? Yeah, he's called Andrew. Actually, he doesn't say it's Andrew. He says he can be a little overconfident. No, you're going to be irritating. We know. Bradley, he says starting a business from absolutely nothing and taking it to a company that's turning over 6 figures demonstrates my determination and strong work ethic. Do they find people who just basically tell lies? You know, is that all it is? What a bunch of no-hopers. Can't wait to see them there. Can't wait to see them. But there's one here, the technology recruiter, Shazia Hussain. She says she isn't going on the show to make pals. Well, I should imagine you've got loads, dear. 2, 3, something like that. She says, I don't need any friends in business. I'm here to win it. She'll be kicked out first. These people always are. These people always are. And how desperate do we have to be nowadays? I mean, this is the most sexist thing I've ever read. Aldi and Lidl are locked in a battle at the tills as 2 female checkout workers attract an army of fans. I mean, really? The budget supermarket sweeties, Aldi, Elaine and Lidl Laura, have millions of followers who scan the internet for news about them. I mean, what a load of old garbage. Checkout celebrities. Beep, 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 like a bag. It's an extra 5p. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Because they look the way they do, and to be honest with you, it ain't all that. There's now a battle. A fan of Lou's reckons I see a beautiful angel. I would actually get the police involved, frankly. I think this is highly dangerous. You can't sort of encourage people to start going into supermarkets to meet people, you know, who work on the tills. They don't have time to talk to people, although actually sometimes they do in Waitrose in Twickenham. The people on the till are obviously desperate for somebody to talk to. Steve, says Eileen, why have they stopped doing potato waffles at McDonald's? Was so disappointed when I went there yesterday. I know. It seems absolutely pointless to me to then go, oh, we're doing potato waffles, then go, oh, we haven't got any more, actually. We haven't got any more waffles. And you think, why not? You know, because you're just annoying people. You know, you've got to get out there and you've got to get the waffles out because I was promoting them like there was no tomorrow. Ridiculous. The musician Alan Rankin, co-founder of the Scottish band The Associates, has died. I don't know The Associates. Oh, they had Party Fears. Party Fears. That was one of my favourite records, actually. And he produced 3 solo albums. Yeah. Do you remember Party Fears? If you heard it, you would know the song. I promise you. Dun 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 dun. You would definitely know it. I'd be so surprised if you do not know Party Fears. I knew it, and I went out and bought it again. It's just... You watch. He's going to listen to it for a little bit, and then he'll come back to me and go, I've got no idea, Steve. No idea what that is. You're definitely going to know it. No? I mean, useless you are, honestly. I don't know why we bother. Seriously, let's bring somebody in who's in tune with the kids. And this is somebody who's in a group. When I say group, he's got the next door neighbour the other side. Don't you remember this song at all? It's really funky. Do you know it, Jack? Oh, God, honestly. Can't they give me somebody my own age to talk to? I think it's really good. Party... No? Oh, well. We live in hope. We live in hope. A mum has revealed she saved more than 650 quid using a penny-a-day hack. I save money every day. Every day I get home, I empty my pockets, all my change I put into a plastic jug, and when the jug is full to the top, I take it to a supermarket, as people know, and I put it into the Coinstar machine, and I take the money back. Now I'm going to start putting it into the Metro bank machine because I've got an account with Metro. And I'm going to put it in there instead because it goes straight to your account. Because you'd be surprised how much you can save up. I just averaged 350, 400 quid. You know, which is no, but it just means I'm saving the money every day because I can't bear standing there. People drive me mad when they get their purse out and start counting out money. Or failing that, I got on the bus the other day And somebody got on the bus, and I wonder why we were still sitting there. They're looking for their ticket, for their Oyster card. I'm thinking, you're standing at a bus stop. What do you think's going to come along? You know, a bus. And how do you pay on the bus? You pay with an Oyster card. Why don't you just take it out and hang on to it in your hand? That would make it easy, wouldn't it? 5:15. Let's see what we've got for you this morning in the way of goodies with the LBC Travel Department and Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Steve, do you remember ever getting given a thick cardboard ticket on a bus before the paper machines came on? I'm not that old, Sue. I'm not that old. You could buy them, actually, some years ago. And the conductor had a little thing in front of him, and it had threepence, sixpence, shilling, whatever it happened to be. And he would take it out, punch it, and give it to you. I mean, it's amazing how we've moved on now. You know, you can get so many different buses, as long as you do them within a period of time, or trains, on your Oyster card. So we're sort of getting there. So I don't remember the thick cardboard tickets, so I'm not over the age of 90, thank you. Lauren says, I've never understood the fascination around expensive watches. It's called being rich. Even I get that. It's a case of... I'll tell you who's really interested in watches, Nick Ferrari. Nick Ferrari likes his sort of watches. I remember him saying to me once, oh, what watch is that? And I said, oh, it's a Patek Philippe. And, but it wasn't. But, I remember convincing somebody that it was genuine. And they believed it. He spotted the MP's watch. Really? Oh, right, the MP... And, oh, that's right, she had a very expensive watch on. I mean, some people are very good. He knows his watches. I didn't know that there was a £25 million watch. But then I've been in Selfridges, which is where Elliot's going, because he's got a voucher. And they had a gold iPhone. It was gold. And I remember looking at it thinking, somebody's going to see that and they're going to nick it. Why would you ever want it? I go past cafes nowadays, people sitting outside, even in this weather, and they've got their phones on the table, and I think, somebody's going to nick it. They really are. People are horrible nowadays. Sandra in Broxbourne says, yes, ski yogurt still around. Oh, wow. And Lauren in Thamesmead says, I remember having an Acorn BBC Micro computer. They cost £400 back in 82. Jackie in North Watford said the Trotter's pocket watch, this was the lesser watch, sold for 6.2 million, making them millionaires. Was it 6 point? I know it was the lesser watch. They had it in the garage in his lockup, and I think somebody's his wife's father recognised it and said, do you have the receipt for this? He said, yeah, I bought it off this old lady who was having a house clearance. And he said, but this is fantastic. He said, I think this is the lesser watch. Anyway, they put it up. I thought it was less than 6.2 million. I thought it was 3-point-something million, because I remember thinking you get a boat and you get a lovely flat and they've got a country house, and you could actually buy it a short while. It actually came up for sale. The lesser, I mean, obviously it isn't worth the money that they say, but how much did it go for in the series? There you go. Oh, 6.2 million. You were quite right. But in real life, it went for 15 grand, which is actually not bad at all. Loved it. 6.2 million. And they parked the car outside the auction house. They both passed out before he got to the end. He went, what happened? He said, well, after that, it went up and up and up, and it finished on how much? He went, 6.2 million. They'd never had anything like that. I thought it was one of the best episodes I've ever seen. The Lesser Watch. The Lesser Watch. Hardly less at 6.2 million. But now you know they sort of have a watch that's worth £25 million. I mean, you couldn't use it anywhere. Somebody would see it. It'd be dreadful. Steve, in America, if you have an expensive car, people admire it. In the UK, they want to vandalise it. I know, for some reason, it's 4x4s. Most nicked car, 4x4s. I'd never have a 4x4. I don't know why people want to pinch it. People are just a bit simple. But as I say, on my one, it's fine. Nadeem says, I hope you're well. If you're wearing a watch that's a fake of an expensive watch, then sadly you're still going to be target, because a thief may not know it's a fake. Oh, no, they do. That's the thing. They do know it's a fake. That's why they target certain people. You start telling people you're wearing a £30,000 watch, or in the case of the Raiders who targeted Mark Cavendish, he had two watches worth £700,000. He only rides a bicycle. Come on. And they went to their Essex home. They had large knives and they meted out violence. But, having a watch like that when you're a cyclist, you're going to wear it somewhere and somebody's going to go, Because this is so unusual. Here's what I'd never seen one like it. In fact, I'd never even heard of them make, so it didn't make any difference to me. But it's a case of if you wear something like that, that is sort of, you know, easy to spot, well, that's different. It's like, you know, if you see somebody driving a Rolls Royce, a Phantom, a Wraith or a Ghost or anything like that, the chances are it's got a tracker in it. And if it's got a tracker, this is a little tiny thing which is hidden. It could be in the bodywork of the car, it could be in the boot, it could be in the engine, it could be anywhere. Which means that the moment your car is nicked, the tracker is activated and you can find you can see it on a map. Beep, 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 beep. They used it in all the James Bond films where they were tracking vehicles. You go beep, 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 and they could see it. So there's no point in anybody nicking something like that. You know, if you want to nick a posh car, that would be a bit stupid. Because they've got trackers on, they'll find them. Even if it's, you know, on the seas being sent away to another country. I'm told Dubai has tons of nicked cars. They just take them over there, rebrand them, take off the engine plates and all the rest of it. The next thing you know, you've got sort of, people don't know. People don't know. But no, Nadeem, you're definitely wrong. People who nick watches know what they're nicking. Whereas I wouldn't have the faintest idea. I wouldn't know what the producer wears or anything like that because you're just not strangely drawn to somebody's wrist looking at their watch. I don't know. I should imagine he's probably got a Timex or something like that. Some interesting little watch. You got an Oris. See, I don't even know what that is. They wouldn't make. Is that an expensive watch? Obviously not. Is it? Oh, £500. There you go. 500. What do you got, Jack? What watch are you wearing? You got a what? Citizen. What was that, in a Christmas cracker or something at Christmas? That was your birthday present. Jack comes from a very poor family, ladies and gentlemen. Bought him a watch for his 21st. A few hundred, is it? That's the benchmark, is it, for 21st? Yeah. Well, he should have done better, mate. There's a £25 million watch you could have bought. Goodness sake. Don't fob us off with a cheap watch, thank you. Gary Puckett says Moffee is now 80, doing 15 shows in Australia during Feb and March, including one in Coffs Harbour. Just after 4 p.m. here, currently 27 degrees and about to get a big summer afternoon storm. Yeah, I couldn't cope with heat like that. 27 degrees, double it and add 30, so 27, 54, 84 degrees. Ugh. Sounds sticky. Sounds sticky. It's like having air conditioning everywhere. People live for air conditioning. Not everybody's got it in the car, although actually, strangely enough, most new cars have got aircon in. Whereas years ago, aircon, or in my car it's called comfort cooling, it was an expensive item to put in, but I can't live without it. Even in the winter, I put the aircon on, comfort cooling on, because you just don't want to get too hot because the engine's pumping out heat like there's no tomorrow. So you have the aircon on, which is quite nice. But I believe it drinks more petrol. Somebody said to me, if you've got a petrol-driven car, well, then it's going to cost you more to put the heating on and the aircon. I was like, how much more? And they go, enough to notice. But then I need to drive the car more. I'm not driving it very much at the moment, and it's not because of the petrol price. It's just that I thought the other day what did I need to go out and buy? Oh, saucepan. Because I didn't have a big saucepan to do my sweet and sour chicken, it was on special offer in Waitrose. 2 mains, 2 sides, 11 quid. So I bought 2 sweet and sour chickens, 2 special fried rice, because their special fried rice looks really good. And it saved me £6.80. Which I was quite pleased about. Although in Iceland, be warned. You remember Tuesday I told you, 10% discount if you're a pensioner. There's a bloke on the tills in there, and he doesn't knock the 10% off. You have to ask him, because because I could see the till thing, and I bought some water, because I buy a lot of bottled water. And he said £3. I said, discount. And it was always, begrudgingly, he put the thing over there. He's a right miserable, he shouldn't be in retail. He's a miserable so-and-so. But I got my discount off there, which took it down to £2.70. Or whatever it was, I can't remember. Whatever it was, I saved a little bit of money, and it was better than nothing. Steve and the lads, says Ice Cream Ian. Greg's on the Strand is on the corner of Bedford Street. If Elliot walks up Bedford Street for 20 seconds, he'll find a brilliant sandwich bar called Checkers. They do a bacon roll for £2.50. How much did you pay for your bacon roll the other day? Was it about £3.40? He was so desperate for it. Seriously, he already said, "Well, you parked near there then?" Oh, right. Oh, I know where that's the other side of the road, isn't it? That's very interesting, because they've got a very famous building in that street that you're parked at. And if you go into this famous building where an ex-producer of mine got married, they've got in their theatre, I tell everybody this, an original Victorian street. The cobbles go under the seats and the guttering and everything else either side of the street. It's an original Victorian cobbled street. And they've got, I don't know, about 20 feet of it. And the gullies that run, well, the gullies, whatever it is called, down the side of it to take all the water away and everything else. Very famous. I think it's the Arts Building or something like that. I can't remember what it is. But the Victorian street, somebody took me to it. And when we went to this wedding of Giles, my producer at the time, and I remember he said it's got this street. I remember thinking, wow. Because there must be loads of these places which, you know, they built the buildings over the top of them. And then it worked quite well. Oh, I knew I was going to do a story. My lovely friend, Professor Shallett, is coming back from Barbados. He gets on the British Airways plane and they make an announcement. Because all he wants in the morning, he's like me, cup of tea. That's all we want is a cup of tea. I mean, for me, it's become... You know, I get through, I don't know, about 6 cups of tea in the programme. Probably, well, no, perhaps a little bit less than that. Anyway, he gets on the plane. All he wants is his morning cup of tea to fly back to this country. And what do they say? We've only got 2 cartons or 4 cartons of milk and they're all in economy. So he couldn't have a cup of tea on a British Airways plane. Obviously, the recession's hitting them a little bit harder than we thought. So, of course, he was not best pleased, I should imagine, seeing as he spends... There you go. Central London Spaces. Wait a minute. That's the theatre. Yeah, no, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, you're in the right place. You're in the right place. But there we go. Go into the RSC house. What you want to do is type in Victorian Street in RSA house. See if we can find it that way. We have seen pictures of it before, actually. And... Come on, you stupid. No, that's definitely not that. No, stop, keep showing me that. It's not that. It's at the back. It goes under the seating at the back. There you go. There. Go. No, down. There, in the middle. There you go. Isn't that amazing? A genuine Victorian seat. You walk over it and it goes under the back seats. I mean, seriously, I think that's amazing. That's my useless information for people. People always say, oh, you know, what do you know about London? I go, everything. Everything. Did you know the lights outside the Savoy are powered by sewage gas? Sewage gas. That's what they used to be powered by in London. Sewage gas. I think they still are. Well, I don't know. The gases that come from the sewers, they think into that. And they used to have going round in London, the lamplighters. Because down at the bottom here, we've got lamps which are gas. They're gas things, those big Victorian things at the bottom by what used to be a toilet, which I think became an art gallery or something like that. That's gas. They're powered by gas. It gives a completely different light. It's like an orangey type of a glow. It's a warmer glow. But, of course, it makes London pitch dark. So you can imagine during Victorian times when it was smog through London, you couldn't see anything. Jack the Ripper and people and pickpockets were operating quite freely because nobody could see anything. Oh, those were the days.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, Happy New Year. You're sounding fabulous, says Nick Nolan over in Australia. Morning, Nick. He says, listening to you by the pool on the Global app on a delicious 35 degrees Celsius Perth afternoon. He says, thank you for being entertaining company. Well, we do our best. We do our best. Nice to hear from you. Hope you have a very happy new year as well. Conrad says, I will try a Wimpy as there's one in Portslade. Oh, I know Portslade very well, actually. Lovely food and wonderful dates in my early years. I need to try the Wendy Burger. Oh, I love Wendy Burgers. Wendy Burgers are really good. They're really good. There used to be one in the Strand, and it's now a pizza place. They closed, and then they started coming back. But I thought they were the best burgers. They do. Camden, there's one in Camden. Really good. Jack's our expert on burgers, as you could tell if you saw a picture of him. But no, I thought Wendy's were great. You ordered what you wanted on the burger. By the time you got to the end of the line, it was there ready for you. Don't know how much they are, but they sound nice. I did try... Where did I try? Five Guys. My God, they're expensive. I didn't realise how expensive they were. I thought they were just being nice when you asked for a milkshake and they go, do you want this with it and this with it? And just went, yeah, have that. Before you knew where you are, you'd spent £500. But I love this burger, Wendy Burger, on the M4 Newbury services. The GF Bratwurst bar on Churchill Square does... there's a Bratwurst bar. That's what I like. I do like bratwurst. I must be the only person, but on a cold winter's evening, I used to walk over the bridge to Waterloo Station, and at Christmas the market was there. And if I was doing some pre-rec here, then I'd walk back over there, and I'd always get a bratwurst to take me to the station. It's pathetic, isn't it, really? But there you go. Steve, breath of fresh air as always. Random old school thing, the Herbert thing. They were a right Herbert. Vaguely, I remember that. You'd say to something, oh, God, they were right, Herbert. It means that idiot, doesn't it, really? He says, but I don't think lots of people know what it means. No offence taken from fellow presenters, by the way. An unfortunate birthright that I'm awkwardly proud of. But if you could just pop it out there, that it's not all of us Herberts who are actually stupid. Yeah, so you say. So if you have to write it and justify it. Party Fears 2, Steve. Alan Rankin was half of the duo The Associates. I couldn't believe the producer never heard the song. Never heard of it. What music are you listening to at home? I mean, is there your own music? Because Elliot's in a band, and they've got 5 songs now. They've been going for 33 years, and they've got 5 songs. It's amazing. They keep sort of picking up now. And so once they've got to the end of their set, they go back to the beginning and start all over again. Yeah. And if they're really lucky, they can stretch it out for 20 minutes. I mean, have you seen him play? Oh, no, I don't want to go and see him. You imagine, because he'd pick on you. He'd go, you see that bloke at the back? Oh, no, I don't want any of that, thank you very much. Yeah, he's rubbish. He's on... Yeah, should we go? You're going? I'm definitely not going. Can't think of anything worse. Surrounded by drunk APs. Could be a nightmare. And Elliot doing his, get down with the kids, wicked, all that kind of stuff. No, thank you very much. Have your parents ever seen you play? Your dad seen you play? Did you used to play in the sort of the garage at home or something like that? You know, it's very noisy, his mother would be going. Very noisy. Can you play any song? Do you do any sort of ballads or something like that? One of them sort of... the new one. What's it called? It's called Steve Allen. Sort of... Called what? Mallard Took Your Phone. Oh, right. Oh, dear. I'm not sure I want to hear this. Mallard Took Your Phone. Oh, right. So I'm assuming you work with somebody called Mallard. No. Oh, right. It's just a duck that took your phone. Right. And what's the band called again? We might as well give it as much publicity before it sinks without trace. What's it called? It's called Fool Boy. Oh, right. Do you have a website so that people can sort of... Instagram? You don't have why do you not have a website? That's the way to... We've been going for long enough. What do you mean you've not got round to it? And how much is it to come to one of your gigs? A £5? Do you get a free sort of album cover and some drinks as well on top of that, and some sausage rolls? £5, honestly. Well, I don't know what he thinks we earn as presenters. It's ridiculous, honestly. He just sort of casually tosses a £5 into the mix. Steve, as a kid, I looked up Pele as he achieved so much from nothing. I was inspired that I applied his philosophy to my life from a poor background and early life on a council estate. I worked hard, ended up as a top London barrister with a large property portfolio. I have no time for wingers and scroungers who claim that there's an inequality of opportunity, as hard work and determination can overcome a very poor background. It really can. It really can. Some of the most successful people I know came from nothing. Me. Well, I never got as far as sort of, to be a London barrister. But to be honest with you, I came from working class family. Left school at 15, worked my way. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't believe it either. I'm as surprised as the next person when people sort of say, what's the secret of being a radio presenter? I said, I wish I knew. I wish it was something that you could bottle, but it isn't. You've either got to have a natural aptitude for it, and all you've got to do, keep your head down, and just get on with it. And that's why we were saying the other day, how many producers I've worked with, because they're young and they work with me for a while, and most of them get me. It seems a bit of a strange thing to say, but if you were in radio, you would understand that. If you work with somebody who does a speech radio programme, you have to get the way somebody works. I remember somebody writing into me ages ago, a listener, saying, I listened to you for 6 months and I didn't understand anything you were talking about, which I thought was fairly straightforward, but there you go. And it said, but now I get where you're coming from and understand it so much better. And then it becomes, you sort of become addicted to it. There is no other way to describe listening to LBC apart from it's a nice addiction to have. You know, and people are nice to you most of the time. You know, most of the time they're nice. You know, they get me a cup of tea or so. I remember saying to a producer once, I said, "Oh, could you get me a cup of tea?" I just started the programme, and he said, "Well, you'll have to wait." He said, "Can't you go and get one?" And I remember thinking, I don't think you're going to be lasting very long as a producer. And you know, he didn't. No funny. Because what I did was, I thought, well, I do need a cup of tea. I do want one. And that's what you're there for, you know, apart from pushing buttons and everything. So I stood up and he went, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to get a cup of tea." I said, "Phil, till I get back." He couldn't get off the seat quick enough, let me tell you. It's always worth pushing. Billy Mackenzie left us in 2011. I was his A&R man in the 80s, and they made up the Associates, the most unique band of that era. Isn't it funny we meet all the most unbelievable people? You know, you talk about something and then somebody comes up with, "I was his A&R man in the 80s, and you think, isn't that just the best ever? Isn't that just the best? I'm not sure, actually. Somebody said to me the other day, they said, "What was the best era for you?" And I said, well, for me in radio, now, because every era has been different. You know, we've been in lots of different buildings, and now we're in the middle of London. You know, we are in Leicester Square. We look out onto Leicester Square. It doesn't actually get any better. You know, and you work with some nice people, you know, and people are sort of good, and it's you're just out to have a bit of fun. That's what it is. If you don't enjoy, you know, doing radio or being, you know, a photographer or being a musician or something like that, well, get the heck out of the business, because you're holding everybody else back. Steve, one of the jobs my dear dad was as a bus conductor for TfL. They had the ultra-smart uniforms, then the little silver ticket machine, peak cap, and yes, the small, thick tickets. And I actually have my dad's badge number. I wouldn't part with it for anything, says Sophie. So you shouldn't. I'm a big fan, as you probably know by now, of hanging on to your parents' memory. I wouldn't think of anything else. It's like I've got, together with my brother, we've got our parents' furniture. Obviously, except the settee. You know, we didn't have the settee, but I've got all the wooden furniture and stuff like that. You know, I've got probably about 8 or 10 pieces. And my brother's got a few pieces as well. I wouldn't get rid of it for anything. They worked hard to get that. And so I think for their memory, I hang on to it. Steve, I've a Panerai Luminor submersible. What on earth is that? Panerai, I think I know what it is. I purchased it many years ago from Harrods. I never wear it, and we'll get. Oh, so it's obviously it's a watch. Oh, do you know, when you said it was a submersible, I thought it was one of those diving helmets you put on, and you could sort of paddle about in a swimming pool, but obviously not. Obviously not. So a Panerai Luminor submersible. I never wear it, and will gift it to my son when I depart. Oh right. Oh, they're not cheap, are they? Oh right. So that's good. You know what you have to do with these watches? There it is, a Panerai Luminor submersible. It's got a gold face on it. See that one? No, that's it there. How much is that one? Does it have it doesn't, oh, there we go. 150, we reckon. 150 quid. That's quite nice. You know what you must do? You're supposed to hang on to all the paperwork that goes with these watches. You know, if it came in a box, hang on to it. I mean, if you've never worn it, then it's a nice thing. I remember seeing an Antiques Roadshow on the television, and this bloke was in the forces. He was in the war. And every time he got paid, he would invest in Rolexes. But he kept the receipts, the boxes, everything. And they were worth a small fortune. The earlier they were. And if ever you get anything done to these watches, hang on to the original bits. Which actually, if it's a reputable jeweller, they will give you in a separate little bag. Because people they don't want a watch that's been repaired. They want a watch that they've still got the bits that they can put back into it again. You know, it doesn't matter whether it works all the time. Pete, thank you. This is lovely, Pete. That's why I bought a submersible watch, because of the swimming pools. Morning, Steve. Latest trick for stealing phones is a thief drops an old phone by a table, having knocked into the table, says sorry. Customer reaction is bend over, pick up the phone, and then they whip it away, says Kevin. I know, I'm always amazed. I mean, I'm not paranoid, but I'm not far off it, I'm afraid. You know, I would never sit at an outdoor restaurant with a phone on the table. Just wouldn't be happening. Stuart in Hornchurch says aircon cools your car. It also heats it up quicker too. I don't mind. Roger says even if I could afford a £400,000 watch, which I can't, I'd be too scared to wear it. I would be exactly the same. If I could afford a £400,000 watch, I wouldn't buy it. You know, because I think that's just being a bit too flash. You know, I drive second-hand Bentleys, but then I've done so for, 9-10 years, and always liked them because, they look nice, they're nice to drive, they're comfortable, they've got everything about it. But I don't look on it as a flash car. I just look on it as a car, gets you from A to B. And if you're taking 4 people out for the day, you're going out somewhere, then it's nice. And if you're doing a long journey, I mean, I used to have a Mini. You can imagine going down the blooming motorway after you'd finished gigging. By the time you got there, your bum had given up completely and the back of your neck was like, oh, my God. It was terrible. See, why don't expensive watchmakers add a global tracker inside their particular brand? I've had a £5,000 watch for 20 years. I used to get it serviced every 3 years. Never wear it now. 10 years ago, I had it put into my will for my first grandson. That's a good thing. Just remember, if you've got things in your will that need to be gifted to people, you have to put them as an addendum. So I've got a will which is where my money goes, and because I've got places sold. Well, it's not sold, but I've. What are you eating? Is that a hash brown? You've been out and you bought. This is absolutely outrageous. I've never known anything like it. You've bought a McDonald's. Good heavens above. Did he ask you, Elliot, if you wanted anything? Yeah. Well, nobody asked me. No, I don't want anything now, no. I don't want to be an afterthought. Thank you very much indeed. I'd rather have a chicken curry, but it doesn't matter. Well, that was last time. Yeah, well, I hope you suffer guilt factors. Hope you choke. Anyway, he says, I've had it put into my will. So I've got my will, and then I've got an addendum, which is all my magic and all my theatre posters go to another person. They don't form part of my main will. My main will is split into 60-40, and then all my magic, of which there is a lot, and all my theatre posters, which are all framed up, they go to somebody else. So it's separate. I can't even begin to tell you about the McDonald's story this morning. Kevin the Milkman says, can you send my apologies, please, to Professor Jonathan Shallett? Barbados is a bit out of my way to drop a couple of pints of semi-skim for his flight back to Britain. But if he wants to pay me to fly out, I'll do it next time. Can you believe getting on a British Airways flight and they haven't got milk for first-class passengers? It's outrageous. And all he wants was a cup of tea in the morning. Just a little. It only has a little bit of milk in his tea. He doesn't go like berserk. Honestly, could have eaten a hash brown, but it doesn't matter. Don't want to make a big deal about it. Don't find me dwelling on these things like other people would probably do on other programmes. Moaning about nobody's ever asked me if I want anything to eat at this time of the morning. But we'll just take a break, shall we, as normal? And I'll shoot the AP. 13 minutes to 6. Let's get the latest LBC travel. Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. We're talking about swimming pools, actually, with Jack. And he was saying it'd be lovely to have a flat with a swimming pool. And I said, yeah, well, look, there are flats around in London that have swimming pools attached. I said, but the service charges are astronomical. And the reason being, if you go, I always say to people, if you're going out to buy a flat, I think people think you buy a flat and that's it. And then you forget. It's got insurance on the building in case there's a fire and it burns down. So you've got that. That's set by the freeholder. Then you've got cleaning. Then you've got the electricity for all the lights which come on at night and everything else. Then you've got maybe gardening. Then you've got maybe car parking. So before you know where you are, I mean, there was a place that came up for a while ago. Where was it? Oh, it was down in Bayswater. Nice flat, but the service charge was, I think, $300,000 a year. Just for the and you pay that, and every year it goes up. So what you're looking to do is buy freehold, in which case then everything is down to you. If your roof comes off, then you've got to pay for it. Nobody else is going to be paying for it unless you've got insurance, which I would advise everybody to get. But if you're in a flat which is leasehold, you're going to be paying service charges. And you have to budget for that, because all of a sudden you're going to get a bill in twice a year at least. And it's no good going, can I pay that? No, you have to pay it, because otherwise all the lights go off in the building. There's no insurance. If there's a fire, you won't get paid out. We have a cleaner at home. We've got a lift, so there's a contract on the lift. It's never ending. You pay for the lift there's a contract on the lift for it to be maintained. You can't just have a lift without any contracts on it. So we have a contract on the lift, which means that they come round 3 times a year to service it. But we need a new lift because it's been in the building for quite a long time now. And it's going to cost us the best part of, I think, about 300,000. So, well, what you will have is that amount of money. Most places, thank you, build up a reserve of money so that in case the roof blows off, you can afford to put the roof back on again. The landlord, well, the freeholder, sets the price for the insurance company. Oh, it's very expensive to do. It's like if you buy a house, maybe in Kilburn, and it's been converted into flats, you have to make sure that there's something in place so that you can afford to pay for the roof or the decorating. Decorating costs money, thousands of pounds. You know, we had a flood a short while ago. I mean, luckily it was all done on the insurance. And we had to have all carpeting replaced. We had to have dehumidifiers in to take it. Oh, it's huge. Oh, that was a nice flat. I like that last one, which you showed me, which came up on the screen. That's very nice. Oh, I know where that is. I know exactly where that is. This is £25,000. This is 25 million, sorry. Regent's Park. Has it got the... look at it. It's nice. I can't imagine what the service charge is on that. It should say, if you sort of go down, it'll say, wait a minute, blah, 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 leasehold, ground rent. Wait a minute. There you go. The ground, it's £40,000, your service charge. Now, that's cheap. Because on top of that, you've got 1,150 quid a year ground rent, and the lease is only 127 years. £40,000, that service charge will go up every year. There'll be a group of people. I mean, it's very nice. But I mean, it's 25 million. It's a bit of a pot, isn't it, really, I suppose? But it's got a roof terrace. But this is, in London, that is considered quite normal. I wouldn't like to imagine how much, go to Knight Frank's website. Go to Knight Frank's website, and I'll show you a nice place, which is in Regent's Park. Again, Regent's Park, very fashionable. Whichever way you look at it, people want to live in Regent's Park because it's fashionable and it's closed off at night. There's entrances and exits in and out for the people who live there, and it's got its own police force. But in Regent's Park, Knight Frank, put up Knight Frank's website and type in Regent's Park. We always play this game here because this is great fun because I've seen my favourite place. Okay, then you have a look, and we're going to go in, and it will just go round here. Don't worry about that bit there. It's loading up the pictures of some of the beautiful apartments which are on sale, and sometimes it takes a while if there's loads of pictures, because there's loads of pictures for everything, because people want to have a look inside. They want to see what they look inside. Right. So you're going down. See, look, there's one at Cumberland Terrace. Go down. Slowly. Don't go too mad. You're looking for a £25 million house. There it is. 22 million. Oh, it's come down. Hanover Terrace. This is in Regent's Park. This is my dream place to buy. And you will have a look. And it's got everything. Even parking, and a special Muse apartment at the back, which the producer could rent out for a serious amount of money. But 22.5 million. Whether you negotiate this, I've got no idea. But it overlooks the lake in Regent's Park, and I found it just quite by accident. Thinking if I win the lottery, I would buy it immediately for whatever years I've got left. It'd be quite nice to live in something like that. And it's got a bar. And it's got it's very slow to load, isn't it, this morning? Very slow. It's obviously a lot of pictures. Here it's come back again. Come on, down, 22 million. What's the matter with them, honestly? There you go. So you can have a look at that. That's part of your sitting room. That's your dining room. Okay. It's five bedrooms, or is it 5 reception rooms? Very nice. Very nice. As you can see, it's fairly spacious. Little bit big for me. Little bit big, but I would learn to cope with it. Now, if you go down a little bit on that one there, just down a little bit, and it should tell you, oh no, you've got to go back up again, I'm sorry. It's 567 square metres. Now, I've got no idea what that is, but whatever it is, I think the service charge on that one, because it's a house, I think is about 13,000 a year, which is actually, when you consider the last property we looked at 40 grand, that's comparatively cheap. And I'd have to say to them, do they want to sell all the furniture? Because you imagine trying to furnish a place like that. It's going to cost you the best part of £1 million to furnish. But it does come with a Muse cottage at the back. It's all very nice. But you look at and you think, who buys these places? And the answer is not radio presenters. Not at all. Just something, a little bit difficult. Steve and crew. I'm still alive, says Phil the fishmonger. Well, we're still here out in the Maldives on Embudu. 9 days down, 8 to go. Been fishing and snorkeling and have not been attacked by any big fish. As I have my PADI certification, I'm going scuba diving for the next 5 days. Whereas Catherine, the wife, is a certified sunbather. He says, anyway, weather update. Temperature a little cooler today, as predicted to peak at 30 degrees centigrade with a nice onshore breeze. How lovely. So you've got another 8 days to go. See, the funny thing is, whilst I appreciate everybody else having holidays, I'm not a holiday person. I mean, I wouldn't want to go on a holiday. I mean, I quite fancy the idea of doing a bit of snorkeling, but that's about it. It only goes as far as that. It doesn't go any further. Maya Jama, another dreary non-event story, apparently. The agent must be working overtime on this one. Accounts from her new company revealed she made $2.86 million in the last 2 years. Well, that's all right. She's got to pay tax on it. She's got to make tax on it. On top of the $1.7 million. So they say she's got a cosmetic range. And as I say, they all have them, don't they? They have nothing to do with it. Somebody just puts their name to it and they get a percentage. And here's somebody else who's been trampolining to lose weight. So she used to be 22 stone. You'll read these all over the papers for the new year, like Ola Jordan and her husband, but they want 50 quid off you. If you want to know how they lost their weight, they want £50. My advice is go to your doctor. Go and seek, a professional person, not 2 ex-ballroom dancers. The secret is dancing. The secret is exercise. It's as simple as that. I don't know why, but they couldn't come up with anything else. So they've used, I know, just give me 50 quid. I've told you. Go to the doctor, get a diet sheet, and that'll be for free. But if you want to send me 50 quid, I'm more than happy to accept it. I'll give it to charity. But I can't believe they even had the audacity to try and pretend that she'd got really fat. They're dancers. It's because they haven't got any work. That's what it is. Oh, Gemma Collins back in the paper today, a totally non-eventful story. As you know, the other day she went to see the birthplace of Jesus. Well, that's what they tell you it is. But there's no evidence to suggest this. And she said, I felt breathless. Because she's really got good command of the English language, and overwhelmed with emotion as she visited the Church of the Nativity. She posted a video showing her looking tearful. Just basically bad acting again, isn't it, really? Poor old Gemma. She must get a job this year. Perhaps Aldi or somebody like that could help her out, but I doubt it, seeing as she fails on most things she touches.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, 4 minutes past 6. I'm Steve Allen. This is LBC, and this is Early Breakfast with you till 7 when Nick Ferrari will be here. My elder brother's middle name is Vincent, says Nick, named after the Vincent Comet, a motorcycle my father rode in the late 50s. My brother is still grateful that Dad didn't own a Kawasaki. They did this programme. They've got this guy on the television. He's an American, only short, and he's got white hair and a little moustache, and he buys expensive cars and motorbikes and then goes around America selling them at auctions and things like that. It's very interesting, very interesting. Steve, the phrase is a right little Herbert, meaning a bit mischievous, says Kathy. We named our cat Herbie from that, as he's a little tinker. Glyn says, I was searching YouTube for Denny Willis doing his comical routine. That came to mind when I stumbled across a video of Freddie Frinton doing his Dinner for One routine. Oh, blimey, I don't remember either of those ones, actually. I've heard of Freddie Frinton. I don't remember Denny Willis. Steve, I see a good documentary the other day about a family that lived their own lifestyle in a wood in East Sussex. Made in 1971, says Mark. Oh, right. And Gary says, I found you a very nice 25.5 million apartment in Regent's Park, added yesterday to Knight Frank, right up your street. I think that's reasonable, don't you? Don't you? 25, yeah. Actually, this hasn't only just been added to Knight Frank's. This has been on before. I've seen this apartment. It's been on the market for quite some time. Nothing new about it. I like the roof terrace. I always think it's like Mary Poppins, but the service charge on this one, this was the £40,000 service charge, wasn't it? Which is okay, but loads of places to sit down, televisions, bathrooms. I like a marble bathroom. I quite like a marble bathroom. And in fact, this house would be enhanced if they'd put a swimming pool in. You know, then I'd be sort of happy with it. It's at Cambridge Gate. So it's quite nice, There's a few, actually. I'd quite like to be over the road from the London Clinic. There was one that came up there for $6.5 million, which was very good value. And I thought, that's great, because if you become ill, you go over the road to the London Clinic. It's a private hospital, but they're very good. Very, very good. So I thought that would be, you know, if you're ill, you might have to wait for an ambulance or something like that. This one, I could walk to it. And there's a bus stop outside on either side of the road. So I could get a bus back from here. You pick it up in Tottenham Court Road, and it drops you, basically, where you live. And I thought, only $6.5 million. Just need to win the $6.5 million, which isn't the easiest thing to do, is it really? Apparently huge chunks of the moon could be claimed by China if it wins the space race. Bill Nelson from NASA fears they may try to stop other nations landing in areas with precious natural resources if they get there first. Well, they haven't managed it so far. China launched its own space station last year and wants astronauts on the moon by 2030. Hate to tell them, we've done it already, dear. We've had astronauts on the moon. And apparently Chinese health officials have now warned COVID deaths in the country are huge. Well, finally, they've started testing people coming in, haven't they? You know, to make sure, because we don't want to be overrun with COVID. That's where we got it from in the first place. Thank you very much indeed. Rod Stewart, his second grandchild is on the way. The music legend at 77 broke the news. His daughter Ruby. And they go, it's a boy, they think. They're not sure, but it might be. Also, Sol Campbell has demanded a gong after being stubbed in the New Year's honours list. The ex-Arsenal invincible for England listed his achievements on Twitter after missing out again. He says, oh dear, if you have to ask for it, Sol, they're not going to give it to you. It goes through the Prime Minister's office, I think. He says he pointed to his record of battling, you know, all sorts of bits. And listen, you know, if you have to ask for it, love. David Beckham got very angry, and there's no chance of him getting anything anytime soon. You know, why didn't I effing get this and get that? But, you know, definitely not. Steve, I can't stand it, says Pete, the pool man, when people do a McDonald's run and keep it secret. Yes. Sneaky, I call it. Sneaky. He says it's outrageous behaviour, Steve. Take note of that one. Don't worry, I've written it down. I've written it down, and it's gone on my computer as well. So I know the date, the time, and what he's eaten. You know, I mean, added to the injury, Pete, he bought a little bottle of orange juice at the same time, as if really to wind up the poor diabetic sitting the other side of the studio. And the worst thing was eating it while I'm trying to do a programme. You know, you might as well have brought in Phil Vickery to cook a 3-course meal for you and sat there eating turkey with sort of sausages and blankets or whatever they do them. Yeah, apparently the reason... It's my fault. I was talking about food. It's my fault that he had to go out of here, leave the studio, and go all the way over the road to McDonald's and buy his huge meal, which would have fed probably a family of 7, and then came back and he said, it's because you were talking about food. 4 Big Mac. I mean, it's outrageous. Outrageous. The orange juice and how many hash browns? 12 hash browns. See? Small wonder people do not last on the programme. Warren says, he said, did you listen to James O'Brien's show today? I counted how many times the word Brexit was used. He thinks it was about 27, but he might have stopped it. You're not still on the Sherbet Dabs, are you? Is this more Sherbet Dabs? The last one? Right, yeah. Well, beats McDonald's, I suppose, just as well. But the excuse is because I mentioned it. You know, I talked about going to the moon, but I noticed he didn't go there. I've talked about, you know, cars and everything else, and he hasn't bought a car. So, but mention food, and that immediately is the indicator. You know, yes, it's his weakness. So I've now found his weakness. The weakness is, if you mention food, Steve, on the programme, like double sausage and egg McMuffin and double bacon and egg McMuffin and hash browns, he'll go again. He'll go again in a minute, because he can. And you bet your bottom dollar on the way home, he will have to call into a Greggs. We just know that he's going to do it. You know, and then he says to me, oh, perhaps I should go swimming. And it sounds like a throwaway line. You know, it's like me, perhaps I'll drive to Halifax in West Yorkshire. You know, it's that kind of thing, isn't it? It's a kind of, it doesn't actually mean anything, but it's all my fault. Pick on the fat diabetic presenter, why don't you? Yeah, because I don't eat McDonald's much. I don't know. We do our best, don't we? I love the idea. I don't know why I thought this was funny. Lewis Capaldi was mistaken for Susan Boyle. I mean, that's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? And on the BBC Hogmanay special, and a music lover told him, Lewis, my dad saw you on TV and thought you were Susan Boyle. Doesn't look at all like Susan Boyle. You know, but he wrote, I dreamed a dream that people stopped telling me I look like a woman in their 60s. The person wrote back and said, my dad does feel a bit bad about it. Dawn Neesham's column today, talking about Martina Navratilova, diagnosed with breast and throat cancer. It's described as fixable. And you know she will face up to it, writes Dawn Neesham, with the courage and fierceness that has made her such an amazing sporting success. Also, there's Liz Hurley wearing 3 sequins, a mesh, and her 20-year-old son. She doesn't seem to wear very much. You know, oh, there's Susan Boyle. I remember her walking on stage and they went, what's your name? Susan Boyle. And she was a bit like that, actually. And then they... It's not... Yes... She wants to create a Scottish supergroup. Please not, dear. Please not. Every time I heard her singing, I thought that's enhanced in a studio. Because she went on to Les Miserables and she couldn't hold her own. They sent her to America and I think they were a little bit disappointed because her singing live and all she did was I dreamed a dream and time's gone by. I thought that God would be forgiven. McDonald's. I dream that love will never die. Orange juice. I dream that and the tigers go at night. I thought it was a dreadful version, but that was just my opinion of it. Roger says, couldn't BA have sent a trolley dolly, where's Wayne, to fetch a pint of milk from the terminal? I think it's outrageous that Jonathan Shallett, professor, man with title, gets on a BA plane and says, we don't have any milk, it's only in the economy. I mean, really? What's going on in the world? Mike says, from an unseasonably warm narrowboat, my parents gave me a great-great-grandmother's drop lead oak table with barley twist legs. Ideal for the boat, and the boyfriend's using it to work on his laptop as I write. How lovely. Steve. Oh, sorry. Somebody said, only Steve Allen can make looking at a house listing on the radio interesting. Yeah. And also people who eat McDonald's in front of you. You know. I can make that very interesting. Also, I can make it a death wish for somebody. You know, I mean, you know, you've heard the expression, I'm going to take out a contract on that person. You've heard that one? Yeah. What was that bit? Put him up. Yeah. This is the one who wants a swimming pool in his flat. He'll soon be barred from McDonald's. Very sure. They'll see him coming again and they'll lock the door. Otherwise, Steve will be down on us like a ton of bricks. That's what it'll be. Why you can't eat M&Ms, I've got no idea, because they're closed at this time of the morning. The trouble is, it's there open, and that's your weakness. No, did you buy something to eat on the way back? And don't tell lies to me. I can tell. Because most people buy this or McDonald's, and then they come back in and go, oh, I just bought this and that. Whereas really, they've eaten something else on the way back. And I'm presuming it was a hash brown. No, just one hash brown, yeah. Which looked like 2, but it was really just one hash brown. I remember asking for one, and another one just slipped in the bag. You are a disgrace, honestly. You are. And blaming it on me. Poor me. At my age. It's ridiculous, honestly. Also, ban the cold calls. Dawn Neesham talks about appreciate we've become a nation of brain-dead sheep who need the government to tell us what to eat and to wear warm clothes when it's cold. But the latest advice surely takes some beating. If your child is unwell, they should stay at home from school until they feel better, says Professor Susan Hopkins, who is the chief medical advisor. 2022 may have taken some great names, Pele and Vivienne Westwood, but its biggest victim was common sense, says Dawn. We love Dawn, and she will go from strength to strength this year, whereas the producer will go from bigger to bigger to bigger. You know, and that's the way it's going to go. Hash browns, honestly. Won't be like this when Freddie's here, I tell you. Freddie will be going, where are you going? I just thought, no. You have to do Steve's podcast. Sorry? What? I can't hear you. Freddie didn't send you. See, he's blaming everybody. I cannot believe you're just blaming people. It's ridiculous, honestly. I mean, where'd you come from originally? Where are your family from? Wiltshire? Bedfordshire? Pfft. You know what they say about Bedfordshire, ladies and gentlemen? They'll eat anything. They don't want to share. There's no sharing going on. Now my tea's gone cold as well. Not a happy person. Anyway, here's a picture of Pete Doherty. God, he's let himself go. Have you seen Pete Doherty? My God, what a wreck. But he's promoting a UK's most rock and roll animal sanctuary. But they've got all sorts of people, actually. But poor old Pete Doherty, my God. There's a sign of a misspent youth, I'm afraid. Let's take a short break, shall we? 6:15. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Steve, following your advice from McDonald's, extra bacon in the flatbread, I thought I'd try it. Unfortunately, 10 minutes ago, when I asked the manager, I got a speech on how it can't be done. Well, it can be done. It's a service that they offer. It can be done in every single McDonald's. There's no excuse for not doing it. Nothing to do with health and safety. You push it. Get me the manager. Get me the manager now. You know? And you get it. All they've got to do is put a piece of bacon in there. It's not. They make it. They are made, the flatbreads. They're not sitting there. They put them through this machine. You're not gone again, has he, to McDonald's? Can't believe it. Dreadful. But, yeah, you should definitely push for it because it's part of their menu. You can see you can have an extra burger, an extra this. You get seriously, anything. That's the whole idea of it, especially at the moment. Sue says, you're going to see Steel Magnolias at the Richmond Theatre? Probably not, but it was a stage play, wasn't it? I love the film, one of my favourites. Did you see Gemma Collins crying at Jesus' birthplace? Oh, it's just pathetic. It really is pathetic. There's something the matter with her. She's not the full ticket. But I'm assuming it must be some sort of freebie. Why on earth would Gemma Collins want to go to where Jesus was allegedly born, which of course is a little bit fictitious, isn't it? Another text, I'm afraid, says Pool Pete. But I felt I had to mention that whether it's a rooftop pool, in a flat or a basement, in a garden or an indoor pool in a house, never ever own a swimming pool. The best way to replicate ownership would be to dig a hole in the garden and throw money into it. And this is the man who comes to look after everybody's pools. I love the way it's his job. That's what he does, actually. I love it. You're quite right. It's the same as, what was the other thing that they said, throwing? Oh, that's right. Somebody said doing the lottery. I remember my bank manager saying to me once, I tell you what, why don't you give me 50 quid a week? I'll give you 10 back and you'll be quids in. Steve, some celebrities like Mariah Carey or Beyonce won't start a show unless they have certain things like champagne in their dressing room. Oh, no, I mean, they're even worse than that. I've heard of groups who want M&Ms but all the blue ones taken out. And I think Mariah Carey wants tea at a certain temperature. I seen, or was that somebody else at the BBC? They just do it because they're being stupid. It's not being divas. They are, people say, it's called a rider. What's on your rider? Well, every time I do a show at the Leicester Square Theatre, the rider is Prosecco in the dressing room, and they always put fruit in there and sweets and things like that. But the fun thing is I very rarely eat the fruit and the sweets, but I do have a go at the Prosecco because I think it's quite nice, actually. But what do we have on my other rider? When I've been in other theatres, sandwiches for the crew and tea and coffee, but no alcohol. We don't, because it'd be so easy. I think when I did the Fairfield Halls in Croydon, I ordered pizzas in. We ordered 20 pizzas and they turned up with potato. Yeah, all right. Thank God you didn't know me then. And they turned up with potato wedges and all the rest of it. So we had pizza all over the place, which was actually quite nice. Quite nice thing to have. But no, I don't have the riders that some people have where you've got 6 bottles of water and then you've got bottles of Jack Daniels and all this kind of stuff. I mean, most of these people can't go on stage unless they're basically 3 sheets to the wind. But same as the show. Yeah, I mean, it's the way it goes, isn't it, really? Although they don't do it on television, do they? When people go and do their shows. I mean, I'm feeling a bit sorry at the moment, and I shouldn't do, because Cannon and Ball, I thought were very funny. They did some very good pathos in their comedy act, and they worked well. And then Bobby Ball died because he picked up COVID, and it affected him quite badly. And so Tommy Cannon, who is 80, did Panto this year by himself. And you think, if you've been part of a double act for a long, long time, and they did fall out, don't get me wrong, they had a big falling out a long time ago and they didn't speak for ages. And he wants to get back into it at the age of 80. At the age of 80. And so he's basically appealing on Twitter, if anybody's got any work, call this number and all the rest. He's up for most things, including an audience with. Now, whether or not you could do an audience with one half of a double act? I don't know. But at least he got out there and did the pantomime and everything else, and I think that's what he needed. He needed to get back into it, because it's so difficult to be part of a double act, and then one partner dies and you're left by yourself. You don't really know where to go to. That's why I've never wanted to do double-headed on the radio. You imagine, actually having the same assistant producer all the time, on a daily basis, somebody nipping off to McDonald's, Perhaps I'll bring him in a sandwich tomorrow. That would be a lot easier, wouldn't it, to bring in something. M&S sandwich, yes. Do you have a particular favourite or something, or just egg and cress? Let's set the bar very low, shall we? Egg and cress. See, I thought it'd be something like Coronation Chicken, or something like that. Or Christmas time, they had quite a lot of sort of Christmassy effect sandwiches, but egg and cress. I didn't even know they did egg and cress. You like that, do you? Yeah. Of course, once he's had that, he'll then want the McDonald's. You could just tell, can't you? I'll just top up Steve. Steve, good morning, says Jeanette. I made leek and potato carrot soup and chucked the last of the sprouts in. Oh, right. Did you not whisk the sprouts up? If you put them in a liquidizer, liquid sprouts, I don't think you can actually put sprouts in soup, can you? I mean, I'm sure you can, but they're a bit difficult, if you're drinking soup. Steve, where's Rishi? What are you asking me for? Oh, I'm not his guardian. I've got no idea. Missing PM breaks cover to launch his Maths Till 18 plan. But I have to freely admit, I know they were talking about maths earlier on. I'm useless. Seriously, absolutely useless. So when Richard Spurs said, your slide rule, I could never operate a slide rule. Never. I didn't know how it worked. 2 plus 2 is 22. And no, I mean, I can do maths, but I can't do anything complicated. Fractions and things like. I mean, it's bad enough, because I'm registered for VAT, that I have to sort of, work out VAT. It'll be on so much money and pence and all the rest of it. But I've got a little calculator, which I bought, surprisingly, in Poundland. It's the best one I've ever bought. It's absolutely brilliant. It does percentages and all the rest of it, because you've got to put 20% VAT on, and I look at it and think, is that right? And I double check it. So I'm quite good with things like that. But I don't know where Rishi is. You'll probably bump into him at some point, I should imagine. I'm not sure if I recommend the idea of the police force delivering KFC. I didn't think that was their job, really. But this is because they hand-delivered KFC to a baffled customer after seizing a delivery driver's uninsured car. I didn't think that's what the police were there for. I remember I had a bit of an issue some years ago. I remember Terry Wogan used to drive in he was out on the M4 corridor, and his car broke down as he was coming back in. So they called the police, and the police drove him into his radio programme. And I thought, is this some new service the police are operating at the moment? Perhaps I should sort of phone up Charing Cross Police Station and say, listen, is there any chance you could get sort of double sausage and egg McMuffin delivered to us at the studio? Because you seem to do it for other people. Have you seen the size of these police officers here? I know the other day we did a story on how they're getting bigger and bigger. It's because they're eating McDonald's every day. They stagger back there. You've got the little WPCs, who are never blessed with height for some reason. They seem to be shorter, with 3 bottoms, and they've got their sort of bag of McDonald's. And the producer, assistant producer, as sort of eat. I mean, there is a limit to how big a chair we can put in the studio. But perhaps he might go swimming again. We don't know. But Newton Abbot Police tweeted that they got this bloke. The bloke didn't have insurance. Well, we had one stopped in Twickenham the other day. He was on a little motor scooter, which they rent. He had no insurance or a driving licence. I know, because I was sitting on the bench nearby where the police had arrested him. I was sitting there. My friends were over the road at Paul Cooper's Fruit and Veg Emporium. And I was sort of sitting there listening to the police, waiting for them to say, could you move on? I go, no, it's a seat. I need to sit down. I'm a diabetic. And he didn't have any qualifications for driving at all. And I think there's loads of them out there delivering pizzas. Have you seen the way they drive? Kamikaze pizza drivers. Blue M&Ms, Steve, are artists in riders. To check the promoter read the document. If they call you to tell you it's impossible, they've taken care of everything else. I just don't bother with sort of riders on things. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it'd be like if somebody put out sandwiches for me. I couldn't really eat sandwiches and then go on stage. It doesn't kind of work like that. You need to sort of keep yourself pretty sort of lively. By the time you once I put the clothes on, I'm fine. Generally standing there naked doesn't go down too well with the other people in my dressing room, but I don't care. Steve, you really must stop talking about older celebrities. Only a few days ago you talked about Kelly Monteith. Now he's died, says Paula. I know. I do mention people. And strangely, we did it with quite a few people last year. And I was talking about somebody, and then blow me down a few days later, they died. So, you know, I was only talking about Pope Benedict a short while ago. Yes, I've got to stop talking about the producer, Elliot. And, Elliot. Mind you, I never mentioned Pele. Mainly because I don't know who footballers are. I mean, I've heard of Pele, quite obviously. But I have said, the moment he went into hospital and they kept him in over the weekend, I thought that was not a good sign. Because if you're that ill, then you must stay in hospital where they can look after you. And that's the best place for you to be. But you're quite right, Paula, it is the Alan curse, I'm afraid. Steve, able to text you without having any service for a week, leaving in about an hour to see our youngest daughter in Young Voices Sheffield tonight. Oh, wow. After shopping, now I want McDonald's. Hash browns? Oh, I don't know. I'm not the expert on those. You have to ask Jack. He's the expert on hash browns. Yeah. What did you have to eat? What was the burger that went with it? Bacon roll and a hash brown. Oh, right. You didn't have a double sausage and egg McMuffin? No. Yeah, you're right. Do it tomorrow. Do it tomorrow. What the heck? Honestly, it doesn't make any difference. I'll buy it for you. Tony in Bishop Stortford says, I used to love M&M's until I went to the shop and the smell put me off. Oh, we've got a lovely one here. They queue for the M&M's store. I mean, I can't believe that M&M's are so sort of popular. And, late for the news. I'll try not to be late for the news, but you get a bit carried away, don't you? With your McDonald's. Let's get the news headline, shall we, with Simon Conway?
Rishi Sunak will try to set the political agenda later when he reveals plans for all pupils in England to study some form of maths until the age of 18. In a speech, the Prime Minister will stress that children's jobs will require more analytical skills. The new head of the TUC has called for an urgent meeting with Mr Sunak over the strikes sweeping across the country. Paul Novak says the problems facing public services can't be solved without a fair deal for frontline workers. The family of a man who was shot dead by police have called on the IOPC watchdog to conclude its investigation 3 years on from his death. Sean Fitzgerald, who was unarmed, died from a single gunshot wound after leaving a home in Coventry in 2019. The watchdog says it's a complex investigation. LBC weather: rain will clear most parts this morning, followed by further showers across southern Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England, becoming mostly dry elsewhere, mild and windy for most, a high of 14 degrees.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Coming up this morning with Nick Ferrari at breakfast, our NHS remains in crisis, but how's the rest of the world dealing with healthcare pressures? The government's allowing COVID-positive Chinese visitors into the UK as a new variant spreads. Nick will hear from COVID and Chinese experts. And the government has announced new cost of living support. We'll have the details. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Weekday mornings from 7. LBC. This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. LBC. With Steve Allen.
Morning, 25 to 7. Another cold day. So it is train strike. It is all sorts of other little bits and pieces. But as per usual, we will get there. So there are some trains running. It's not like it's a complete shutdown. There are some trains, but they're few and far between. And I wouldn't like to send you to a station where you might stand there for ages and ages waiting for that one train. I mean, because I could, in theory, I suppose, go to Waterloo and hope that there'd be one train going out for me. But I don't think it's worth risking. I think there will be some buses. It's a restricted service, so you might have to wait a little bit longer, which actually I'm quite prepared to do. I don't have a problem with things like that. Steve says, Bernard, I worked at LBC long before you started working there. Well, it can't be that long, because I was only 4 years after the place opened, so it can't be that long. I was a teleprinter operator at Gough Square. Peter was my boss in the early 70s. Gosh, yes, well, that's when I was there in Gough Square with Pete in the teleprinters and Ray, who had a little sideline going down there, which we can't talk about. Sue in Penge says, I hope Canon does get work. What's Canon does get work? Have I missed that one? Am I getting something here? I'm sure he could. Oh, Tommy Cannon. Oh, right. Does get work. I'm sure he could be cast in a sitcom. Well, I mean, if we had Last of the Summer Wine, they would put him in that. because that was very good, but of course they don't have that anymore, which is a great shame. Be great if they did a version of Love Island for geriatrics. Oh, God, no, we don't want to see that, thank you. We don't want people who need ironing popping up on the television. Get out there. What she said for geriatrics? I'm not a geriatric. A geriatric is somebody who's old and a bit sort of past it. Oh, Lord, I might be a geriatric. Pardon me. Might be a geriatric. Who knows? Do you remember, Steve, when the police escorted Richard and Judy to the studio and they were stuck in a traffic? No, but I remember a naked man jumping onto the raft behind them in the docks in Liverpool, and Judy carries on chatting. But, of course, Judy did that before. Do you remember at the awards ceremony, her dress became unbuttoned, and there she was in her bra. I think it was John Leslie who had to leap up to the stage and go, cover yourself up. Nobody had noticed. The crowd were laughing and she just blindly carried on. But I don't remember when they were stuck in traffic, Lee. I don't remember that. I remember most of their things. Richard, of course, listens to the programme avidly. He's an avid listener. What do we got here? Oh, look. This is Cristiano Ronaldo's partner. She's on a massive bed, but this is on a private jet. I've always wanted to go on a private jet. This has got carpeting and a huge double bed. So you just sort of lie down on the bed and sleep your way away. Looks lovely, actually. But at Al Nasir, he'll be on £137 million a year. He's just got to do the medical. He's signed the contract. £137 million a year for kicking a ball around. I mean, it's just dreadful, isn't it, really? Oh, well, there you go. Sure, it'll be sorted out in the wash. The police sergeant on duty at the stadium where Pele was, he said it's been busy, but there's not been a minute when no one passed Pele's coffin. They have a really interesting coffin. It's really quite beautiful, actually. It doesn't look anything like ours. Also, the McCanns, they vowed that they will never forget their missing daughter as they mark the start of another year without her. I mean, it seems ages ago now, doesn't it? I forget how old she'd be. She was missing in 2007. Vanished from the family's apartment in Praia da Luz in Portugal. The funny thing is, I say funny, the apartment is just rented out now to other people. They just the same apartment. I mean, what are they going to do? It's on a hotel complex, and so people buy that apartment. Which one it is, they might have changed numbers around since then. I've got no idea. But German police have named somebody who's in jail for raping a pensioner as the prime suspect. He's been charged with nothing. Nothing at all. You know, this is all just pie in the sky. And obviously they're never going to give up. You can't. But it's amazing how a child just vanishes into thin air. And then they kept saying, you could always tell when they were running out of money. Not the McCanns, the police, because they'd go, we've got another lead here. And it turned out to be nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. They've been over there. They've tried dogs, specially trained dogs. They've done they've done everything. Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. There has been, the leads have only been in their mind, I'm afraid. Travellers from China will not have to quarantine if they have COVID, and tests on UK arrivals will be voluntary. Well, we don't want them in the country then. That would be the stupidest thing ever. We don't want to go back into it. Thank you very much indeed. Also, the Lord Sugar wants to head at least 3 more series of The Apprentice. Yeah, I don't see any problem with it. It's the idiots that they find. Oh, no is not an option. And you think, oh, God, honestly, such wastes of space. And a woman who claims she was the victim of an Asian grooming gang has been convicted of perverting the course of justice. Eleanor Williams published photographs of injuries and an account of being groomed, trafficked and beaten. She's a liar. It was just total fantasy. So innocent men were arrested, and I think she'll probably face prison. I sincerely hope so, anyway. Ross Kemp. Remember Ross Kemp? Makes all these good programmes on the television. He insists EastEnders can survive so long as it tackles difficult issues in an entertaining way. Yeah, like being run over by a bus or shot on the doorstep of the pub, something like that. Interesting. Because you've got to have, I know I never think it's that exciting either, but you've got to have a dreadful story at Christmas. No good having something happy like, oh, look, it's snowing in Albert Square, because remember, they're 6 weeks backwards, so they have to anticipate what the weather is going to be like, and they've got greenhouses out there to grow plants on for 6 weeks in advance, for daffodils and stuff like that. But if it snows, they have to kind of add a few scenes to make it look like that, especially in Emmerdale, where they're also filming, I think, about 6 to 8 weeks backwards. And you have to sort of kind of work out, is it going to be snowing? Is it not going to be? There's so many complications you never think about. So they're doing Christmas while the rest of us are still doing Easter eggs, which is great. Not really, but I'm just saying that. But they have to do it beforehand and then have some sort of miserable blooming story. Prince Harry's claims that his dad and brother showed no willingness to reconcile with him have been rebutted. He basically tells lies. Because he was invited with Meghan for Christmas. And he chose not to go. But, of course, why let it spoil a good story? Steve, you mentioned Party Fears 2 by the Associates. When I thought about it, I remember the lyrics. And Peter says, the alcohol loves you while turning you blue. And I realised the appeal. I thought they were part of it. I was just amazed that the producer had never even heard of it. Didn't even recognise it at all. But there he is, and he's in a little beat combo. And they're going to be playing a little bit later on. What's hot in 2023? Us. Egypt, good value destination. That's what people will be going to, I think. Prepare for explosive secrets within the soaps. In EastEnders, Whitney and Zach's bond is tested to the... I don't even know who these people are. Who are they? We have no idea. In films, there's a raft of big-budget films coming out. Babylon features Hollywood's decadent party scene of the 1920s. That's got Margot Robbie and Brad Pitt. Magic Mike's Last Dance. We'll no doubt see him whip his pants off again at the last turn. For books, it's Brace Yourself with Dreary Old Ginger Bloke's book, which, apparently it's under lock and key, lest somebody... It's a bit like Dallas, where Who Shot JR was under lock and key and they brought it in with security guards. It's only Prince Harry, that well-known party boy, took his clothes off in Vegas, dressed up as a Nazi and got drunk quite a few times. Cars, apparently a lot of people are queuing up for petrol-free life after 2030. What for? What for? Who wants an electric car? Good God in heaven. Have you seen the prices of electricity nowadays? But it's not called Hyundai, is it? Hyundai. Or something like that. There was an advert telling you how to pronounce it. I've been doing it wrong for years. Hyundai, I think it was. But then, I got Uranus wrong for years and years and years. And Nestle's, it used to be Nestle's Milky Bar, now it's Nestle. And they put in the Grave accent, or whichever one it was. And I think, well, all these different pronunciations of stuff. But, yeah. What else have we got? A 400-year-old portrait forgotten behind a door. It's a wealthy toddler from the era of Charles I. Could sell for 20 grand after being forgotten. I used to love all those things. I mean, children were so unattractive in those days. And they sort of found it. I think it'd probably go for more than 20. Plus, Thor the Wandering Walrus has headed off into the Wild Blue Londi yesterday after one last stopover. So he's done his stopover, now he's gone. Where to? I've got no idea. I'd love to see him swimming underwater. Because he weighs a ton. Absolutely, he's really. I mean, they're obviously really grateful in the water, because I've seen it on the Attenborough programmes where they get attacked by the polar bears and they just throw themselves into the water. They're so quick, aren't they? What, the polar bears or the sea lions? Yeah, the sea lions are absolutely amazing. And this one here, the wandering walrus, he's half a ton. Weighs half a ton. They think he's about 8 years old, but they're not totally convinced. The motorsport ace Ken Block has died in a snowmobile crash, and the former Top Gear host Matt LeBlanc says a true talent and friend taken away too soon. I was saying there's so many dangerous things out there, aren't there? I'm so glad I don't do them. It's 7:15. Let's get the news headline, shall we, with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Viv in Suffolk says, tell Pete the pool man he's right about the money pit. Decided not to heat the pond this year. Heat the pond. How much does it cost to heat a pond? I looked at a house the other day. I'm only joking. I looked at a house. I wasn't planning on buying it because I hadn't won the lottery. But I sort of looked at it, and it's got a pool in the back garden, but it's a long pool. You'd never know it was a pool, but it is. You would think it was sort of a decorative feature. And I remember thinking, I wonder if that's heated, because in the middle of winter, you don't want to climb into a freezing cold pool, thank you very much indeed. Steve says Thomas Bosch. He says, Happy New Year. Finally back to work now after having Christmas off. Are you excited for the new Apprentice? And am I your favourite candidate of all time? He's off to Dino's for breakfast. Of course he is. I hope they're not charging you for this breakfast. You should get it for free by now, the amount of plugs they actually get on the radio and elsewhere. But I looked at the people on it, Thomas, and you probably said they're in all the papers today, and there is the usual bunch of no-hopers, the usual bunch of, they've obviously put some poor old soul into a suit and they look ridiculous in it. And And most of them are not photogenic at all. But when you read the rubbish that they come up with, it's hilarious. You know, not one of them, they sort of say, oh, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm this and that. They just basically, it's just waffle, actually. So I shall be interested to hear your thoughts on it as we go through. And Brian says, Dear Steve, have you been mispronouncing IKEA wrongly for years too? IKEA. But it's like Paris. Nobody calls it Paris, they call it Paris. And there's all these other different words, aren't there, which is sort of mispronounced. But it doesn't really, I don't think it really matters, actually. I'm not particularly bothered by it. Steve Allain. So here we go. Outrageous in the papers today. Critics reject Harry's claim Charles is refused. Yeah, but Harry is just an ungrateful little child. That's all he is. He's an ungrateful little person, And I noticed he started doing... Judy James analysed what he was doing the other day when he does the whole circuit. He does his hands. It's basically... He doesn't know what he's talking about half the time. He has to sort of check on the facts. Listen, you sell your book, Sunshine. Nobody cares about it. If you want to do what you want to do and you've fallen out with your family, that's your business. Nobody cares. But don't bore us with the facts. We don't care. We don't want to know what goes on inside the royal family. And if you didn't like it, well, good for you. Good for you. That's not going to make any difference to anybody. Tim Newick, political commentator, has done his bit. He says, cheer up, things this year can only get better because they're hoping that Charles's coronation will be one of the highlights. Who's been invited? I have no idea. No, you've not been invited, Elliot. No, you've not. They don't like you. They don't like you. They don't want you there. It's not necessary. I feel a bit sorry for the NFL star. He just collapsed. On television, Buffalo Bill player Damar Hamlin, 24, collapsed after colliding with an opponent. Because over in America, this is big business, in these primetime games. I mean, it's just tremendous. It really is. But he was rushed to hospital. They said his heartbeat had been restarted on the field, but he remained on a critical condition. And it's something about sportsmen and women that, when they're young, different thing, because they're basically pushing themselves to the absolute limit. And so I think they had somebody set up a GoFundMe kind of thing. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but these people earn a fortune. I mean, seriously, earn a fortune. You don't need to GoFundMe. And I think it had reached like $500,000 or something. I know, I couldn't believe it either. Jeremy Renner has had surgery after being badly injured ploughing snow. He suffered blunt chest trauma and orthopaedic damage. God, blimey, honestly. Makes you feel grateful, doesn't it, really? And with urban farming having celebrated its 50th anniversary, there's a lovely feature in the paper meeting some of the pioneers of the movement that's helped introduce millions of Britons from built-up inner-city communities to the benefits of agriculture, animals and the environment, which is very nice. Here's Rod Stewart with another peculiar outfit. Honestly, he's a 77-year-old man, and he was pictured... I don't know where he was pictured, actually, but he's sort of... It's just... If he was anybody else apart from Rod Stewart, you'd be going, is there something the matter with you? Why are you wearing these peculiar outfits? This one looks like something from the Napoleonic era. So that's it. Here we go. The Apprentice is back in the firing line again. Rod Gilbert revealing he's going to use his experience of cancer in his next stand-up shows. Good idea. It's always good to talk about things. I spoke about... I had a show once, it was called the Angina Monologues, because I got angina, so I was able to talk about that, because that was very popular. We liked that a lot, because people seem to like talking about illnesses. I can remember years ago when I started at LBC, we used to have doctors on, various doctors, Dr. Mike Smith and people like that, and they would come on, and people would phone up and say, I've got this and that, what can I do about it? And he would offer advice and say, well, it's this, it's that, this is what it is. We were very good at doing that kind of thing. And I remember absolutely being amazed by the people who were phoning up to speak on the radio about their illnesses, and they knew all their medication. They would say, oh, I'm on this tablet and that tablet, and I'm also doing this one and I'm doing that. And I used to think, blimey, they must be obsessed with it. Well, now I'm that age, and I know how many tablets I'm on, and I know what tablets I do. All 90 tablets. Well, it's 90 because it's repeated every single day. But I mean, so it's 11, what did I say? 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 tablets a day. 14 tablets a day. But I know what every single one is supposed to do. I think that's how it works, actually. And I have to rely on goods and all the wonderful people who work there for sort of supplying my tablets. Because I just got I'm down to 2.5 Dosset boxes at the moment, which would mean that will take me through to the end of the month. And then you get more of them. And those cost the NHS a small fortune. But I try not to cost the NHS money. Here we go. This year's lineup of apprentice hopefuls has been revealed. I mean, some of them are just total exhibitionists. Seriously, you know damn well that they're just going to fall flat on their faces. But they're all... I was always amazed at some of the jobs that they had to do. They were so naive in the past at how to do these things. Kelly Monteith has died, the comedian. At the age of 80, he went on to win the Silver Rose at the Montreux Television Festival. He was very, very popular. He used to be on the Des O'Connor Tonight show. He had struggled with ill health after suffering a stroke in February of 2021. More MPs, the story which I ran earlier on in the programme, have started wearing body armour because they're worried about constituents turning up over safety fears. Virginia Crosby now wears a stab vest. And, you know, we've reached kind of rock bottom when MPs have to do things like that. And the designer behind the Raleigh chopper and other creations that came to define the 70s has died at the age of 96. This is Tom Carron, who came to the UK as a teenager in 1942, was also responsible for the Reliant Scimitar GTE sports car, and the Bond Bug, the three-wheeler whose chassis was used to create Luke Skywalker's land speeder in Star Wars. But it was... He lived in Cambridge, by the way. Got an OBE in 2019. His favourite thing was the chopper bike. Lovely it was too. I never had one. We couldn't afford things like that. I don't know how old they were, but they said here, you know, that he also, I believe, designed a Pope-mobile. Which I thought the Pope-mobile, they had to design this thing whereby the Pope could stand at the back of this car and it was bulletproof glass. Even the Pope was not immune to people sort of attacking. And I thought it was quite nice, actually, but it was the security that had to walk along the side of it, which I thought was the one of the funniest little bits, actually. But always interesting. After years of forensic investigation, the Mail Sue Reed has grave doubts about the official version of what happened in Paris. And now she's revealed an extraordinary twist. So why did researchers for Harry's new memoir quiz me about Diana's death crash? Oh, I just think the whole thing is just so bizarre. But the Prince's tell-all under tight lock and key. Who cares? Who cares? Seriously, there's better things to worry about in life than a petulant person from the royal family and people believing everything that he said, which, of course, lots of it turns out to be not as true as you would like it to be. Morning, nice to be company. Deep in deepest Essex in Malden, we produce, Steve, the world's finest sea salt. Well, it depends what you class as sea salt. This salt is produced on land, and it's a huge structure on the Hairy Bar. I'd never seen anything like it. And this water drips down through, goes into these tanks at the bottom of this thing, and then from there it goes somewhere else. And then the next thing is they take shovels and they're shoveling salt out of the bottom of these tanks. And the boys reckon it was fantastic. And the other thing that they had, they met a couple from Dubai via India, and they have a venison farm. They know everything about farming venison. Now, I've never eaten venison, mainly because I think it's a bit posh, but apparently it's not. And Dave and his other partner in the Hairy Bikers, they had this venison, and they said the haunch was used for this and this for that. And they go out there and they know which ones they're going to target. They're looking for certain animals. They become experts in 3 years on venison. And they both agreed when they'd cooked it off, and it cooks really quickly, apparently, venison, and they did a lovely Jew with it, which was delicious, and they did something else. They put some other bits and pieces in with it, so it became out sort of like a char-siu sauce or char-siu, and it looked at, and he said, I've never tasted venison like this before. He said, this is most fun. And I began to look at it thinking, I bet you anything our fish shop, Sandy's in Twickenham, would sell venison. It's the sort of thing Stuart would sell. And you buy a piece of venison, and apparently it's really delicious. And he has a herd up there. I think they've got about 400 in the herd, and that's what they do. They're in the middle of nowhere. But this Indian couple produce venison. It's the most amazing thing. And they've got there, and they say at the moment they're all getting ready to have their calves and everything else. And then the herd gets bigger. And I thought, perhaps I should try getting venison. Get a nice piece and then sort of slice it thinly, and then put it in a frying pan and do it with bits and pieces. And it looked delicious. Absolutely delicious. And the way they were talking about it, I thought this was the best dish ever. He said, I've never had anything as good as this. He said, this is the best meal we've ever done. And it came with all sorts of little bits of Asiatic vegetables and stuff like that. And I remember sitting there and I was sort of half dozing on and off, and at the same time I was looking at it thinking, I can just imagine what that tastes like. He said it just melts in your mouth. Melts in your mouth. And I thought, that's it for me. I'm going to try getting some venison. You could probably get it in, they might probably do it in Waitrose, something like that. I bet there's loads of you listening who've gone, oh, you should try venison, Steve. It's fantastic. But I might get round to it. I might get round to it at some point. Johnny says, I go to the gym. I'm a bodybuilder. He says, currently I look like a tattooed pot-bellied pig. Yes, well, I can imagine that. Barry, living in Winchester, he says, I watched a programme on television a while back. They drove an electric car from London to Edinburgh against a diesel car. It cost 260 quid in electric charges and 160 in diesel. So, like you, there's no way I'd ever get an electric car. No, I wouldn't. In fact, I think Ian Dale wrote a big piece in one of the papers, might have been The Guardian, about how disappointed he was. You know, and if he wrote he was disappointed, that's good enough for me. That is good enough for me. Steve, I saw the programme with the salt running down the bramble, says Paul. You can buy venison burgers and venison from Sainsbury's. Venison burgers? I might have to try this, you know. It might change it. And it's supposed to be, is it better for you? I don't know. It's supposed to be, it's a better sort of meat, isn't it? Less fat. Well, you'd know. And so I think I might try that, actually. My wife, says Rob from Hadfield, has an old iPhone, so I thought I'd treat her to a new phone. So off I went to the Apple store in Meadow Hall on the outskirts of Sheffield. Goodness gracious me. Have you seen the price for an iPhone 14 Pro? Over £1,000? He says, how can people afford this? It's ridiculous. So I bought her some slippers instead. Yes, I mean, I've paid over £1,000 for all of my phones. I think in the early days they were probably about 600, but my last one, I paid over £1,000 for it. But then I own it, and I've still got all my phones. So assuming that when I eventually pass on, my brother will then go and sell all these, their telephone, because there's a few £1,000s worth. I've got about 6 or 7. But you're right, they are expensive. I mean, to be honest with you, funny you should mention slippers, because there is a new missive throughout the country now for people to go and buy, if you work from home, buy slippers. I noticed that Richard Spur earlier on was walking around in his socks. In his socks. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind. And he was wearing his... And I wanted to say to him, where's your shoes? And then I thought, no, because he's probably got a pair of slippers downstairs, which he slips on. And I have got slippers at home. I've got memory slippers, which, you know, means they remember that they are a slipper. And then I've got, filled with wool and stuff like that, and really comfy and cosy. And people sort of think you're a bit naff if you wear slippers. I don't care. I don't care. It's clamped either side of my head and my ears. I look like a Vulcan, you know, and as far as I'm concerned, that is the way forward. That was the way forward. Why shouldn't you buy slippers? Elderly people have them. My grandmother used to walk around with slippers on all the time at home. You know, I walk around in just socks because but I do have slippers. And occasionally, if I want to push the boat out, I get the slippers out, I put them on, I look at myself in the mirror and I go, that's cool, baby. That's very cool. Hasta la vista. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Venison Farm, it's not in the middle of nowhere. It's Whitehill Farm at Ayr, west of Scotland. It's middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere, as far as I could see. As far as I could see, there's hardly any other houses, so middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere. Steve says, Lewis, I'm an alien from a faraway galaxy. Oh, you're that bloke John, are you? Who's on at Richard's programme. He was so unhappy. He didn't like anything, but he seemed to think, actually, that he knew what Richard Spur's politics were, which is odd, because I've worked with Richard for years, and I've got no idea. He could be a Mooney. I've got no idea. Seriously, it doesn't, and he said, I've listened to you long enough, but he was so sort of, he just sounded really fed up and depressed about everything. So, in fact, he is fed up, so being the loser, he's decided to leave the country. But he didn't want to say where he was going to. He said, I'm certainly not going to tell you that. He had an arrogance to him as well. I thought, good, because nobody wants to live near you. I've never heard anybody like it. So how can you be on such a downer? Oh, it's been the Conservative and all the rest of it. Yeah, because people keep voting them in. What is it about that you're not understanding? Very worrying. But anyway, Lewis is the alien from a faraway galaxy. He says, I've been posing as a human. I've been here a little over 40 years, and I will be suing Hollywood for $325 million for the misrepresentation of my species. Oh, God, I tell you haven't seen the programmes I've seen on the television. Currently residing in Essex under the name of Lewis. Yeah, whatever. And somebody says, venison is out your price range, Steve. It's extremely dear. Right, you're barred. I've had enough of these people. I don't know why they bother putting these ones through to me, honestly. Like this is a programme with a sense of humour attached to it. But we're certainly a bit more positive than poor old John was. You know, he didn't... You could quite tell, couldn't you? You only had to mention the word Thatcher, and he got so irate, which I thought was hilarious, because I felt sorry for him. I thought, how can you be so miserable about life? I've had enough. I mean, it's taken him 12 years to get to this decision, you know, because they've been in power for 12 years, and he's gone, you know, I'm going to leave. And that's when Richard said, oh, where are you going to go to? Big mistake. If you think I'm telling you where I'm going to, and then the next caller came on and said, please don't tell us. He said, but if you do, he said, then it means we can avoid him. Because you can imagine what a bore he must be. You know, anti-everything. He must hate life. Which is a shame, really, because I absolutely love it. I couldn't work out why you wouldn't like life. Life is fantastic. You know, it is what you make it. You know, somebody said to me once, they said, you know, what happens if you're in a job that you don't like? I said, get out of it very quickly. Because if you don't like being in a job, get out and don't do it. Go and do something else instead. Because those people who love their jobs, and you can make anything of it. When I worked in retail, I loved retail. I made every day interesting. You know, when I worked in a pub, I loved working in a pub. Every day was interesting. Not because you could drink or anything like that. It was just I quite liked the idea. And this was an old pub that I worked in and lived there for a little while, for about the best part of a year. You'd have to lay the log fire in the morning in the lounge part of it, because this pub was in the middle of nowhere, a bit like the venison farm, absolutely in the middle of nowhere. And you'd get up in the morning, you'd have to clean it. And it was a big fire because it was a very, very old building. And you'd build it up and you'd light that log fire. And then you'd open the doors and you'd clean the pipes and you'd stock up the shelves and everything else. And I thought, it is what you make it. If you go through life where you're like, oh, God, what a moaning old Mary. I mean, John was a classic example of somebody who was so desperately unhappy, you know, but seemed to know all about Richard Spur. Which was also fairly peculiar, but he just seemed to know his politics. I don't know why people say, you know, what is your politics? I've always said to people when they've said, oh, I know your politics, Steve, I said, oh, believe you me, you don't. Even the producer got it wrong. Even the producer got it wrong earlier on. I mean, it was just, you know, when I'd said, you know, I bet you wouldn't know what my politics were. But it was like interesting to hear sort of John spouting off about, you know, I know because I've listened to you for a while. That doesn't mean anything. You'd be telling me next that James O'Brien is a huge supporter of Brexit or something like that. Did you hear him arguing the other day with old Lynch? You know, we still haven't achieved anything with the Lynch thing, but I did manage to get home yesterday really quite easily. Really quite easily. I took the bus from Trafalgar Square, which was lovely, and that was there within 2 minutes. Because I'm thinking I'm going to get maybe to Hammersmith and then I'm going to be screwed. And I got the bus. There was not that many people on it. You get a few people up by the Ritz Hotel who get on the bus, but I start coughing when they get on it. So they don't sit next to you. I don't want everybody to say they can stand as far as I'm concerned. And then we got into Hammersmith, and I thought, now this is where the problems could begin, because there might be the bus strike for Abellio. And within 1 minute, a bus arrived. It said 190 Richmond. Now, I've never gotten the 190 before to Richmond. So I get on it thinking, well, it says Richmond, so it's got to end up in Richmond at some point. It goes as if it's going to go down Chiswick High Road, if you're listening in stereo, and you go left up to the Hogarth roundabout, and then it was going to go across, but they've blocked off that road for roadworks. So we go up as if we're going to go to Chiswick roundabout, and then we head off first, turning on the left. And I thought, I now know where we're going. And we got into Richmond. And so I thought, oh, this is where we might have another problem. Might have to pay for a taxi to get me home, which I wasn't keen on. It's not that I'm mean in any way, shape or form. And I sort of looked at it, and then the thing, it said 2 minutes. And then I looked again in 2 minutes, and it still said 2 minutes. I thought, oh, it's going to do this game. And then blow me down, it went due. And the bus turned up, and I got on it. I got home. There was only about 4 of us on the bus. It couldn't have been easier. So thank you, Abellio. Thank you, TfL. Thank you, just about everybody, because you can do it. You know, and you don't need to be as miserable as poor John. You know, life does go on. Life can be good. It can be fun, and you make of it what you want. I mean, if you really, really want to cheer yourself up, John, why don't you just go and sit on a park bench and just look at people and laugh? You know, that may happen. But of course, you're moving, so I should imagine probably packing all your belongings up in a little bag or something like that. One of those neckerchief things, which Dick Whittington had. Very aptly named. Let's get the news headlines, shall we, with Charlotte Morgan.
Leading Britain's conversation.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice, 28 minutes to 5. Welcome to Thursday. One more day, and then you got the weekend, which is lovely. And Steve, try ostrich steak, simply the best, better than all the rest. They're such big birds, aren't they? I remember seeing them down in a safari park, and they're quite dangerous. If they're protecting eggs, they're quite lethal, and their eggs are so strong you could sit on them. They're not that I advise that you would. And here you go, Steve. The one on the right is my small dog. Oh, bless. Thank you, Paul. And John in Colchester says, of course, venison is produced in the middle of nowhere. What did you expect? Graze them on Kensington High Street? Small wonder you're shoved away in Colchester, pal. You'll never be able to afford Kensington High Street. Oh, nice doggy. Oh, I bet that's a bit of a pain to keep clean. You imagine any dog that's white with long fur, a lot. You know. Steve, I eat venison, and I'm only a care. It's lovely. It's lovely. Oh, right. I mean, to be honest with you, because I've never eaten it, I think I'm going to have to try some of the burgers, definitely. Adrian says, half listening, half snoozing. Love the show as always. In the spare room due to the combo of my snoring and your voice. That'll teach you. Steve, I can get 8 legs of venison for £50. Is that too dear? Says Bob in Harold Hill. Yes, it is. It is too dear. Okay. Extraterrestrial alien life will never make contact with Homo sapiens, the worst species ever to inhabit this planet. Don't be so ridiculous. We've built everything. Have you seen the Sydney Harbour Bridge? Good old, there's about aliens couldn't build that. Why would they bother? They'd have blown it up. I've seen the films. Aliens coming back and they blow everything up. I did see one once, and it was like insects, giant insects attacking all these troopers and ripping them apart, and then they were blowing them apart. Aliens are vicious. Don't want to mess with those. That Blackthorn salt, says Julie, is the very best I've ever tried. It's from Scotland. I'm listening in Dubai. You make my weekday mornings. Thank you for your cheerful and funny show. Somebody said that the other day, actually. They said your funny show. And it was not meant to be funny. It's supposed to be serious. If they thought it was funny, there'd be a different rate of pay. Steve, if you're unsure, says Gav, that you snore, you can download an app which records any noises you make through the sleep. I found out I'm like the theme to Jaws. Yes, I've heard about the app. I don't like the idea because you might go... or something like that. A friend of mine used to talk in their sleep. You can record, and they used to have sort of like conversations with nobody at all, which I used to think was very bizarre. Whereas I don't think I've ever spoken in my sleep. I've slept walk. Oh, in my pants. Oh dear, that was a frightening time because, as you know, I've got a fear of heights, and I didn't wake up actually. I remember I walked through the car park and it was raining, and I've got my pants on, and I climbed the fire escape, asleep, climb onto the roof, and sit on the edge of the roof with my feet dangling over the edge, and because I was asleep, you're in this strange state between being asleep and not being asleep. I was getting wetter and wetter, and I remember thinking, I've got to get down. How do I get down from this? I couldn't work out how I got down, but I was very high. And eventually, I did manage to get down, but I couldn't get back in again. I couldn't get back into the building, so I had to buzz my neighbour and said, because I'd sort of semi-woken up by this time, and I said, I need to get back in. They went, where are you? I said, I'm outside the front door in my pants. So they buzzed me in, and I was okay then. Then I sort of got back into it. And I remember, ever since then, I locked the front door, just in case I would go sleepwalking again. Because, so at least if I got to the front door and it was locked, I'd be okay. I couldn't get out again. But very frightening. Some people do it on a regular basis, don't they? I was in Guildford Marks yesterday, Steve. Easter eggs, says Lisa, Spiker from Guildford. I know. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. I mean, I don't understand it either. Why would we have Easter eggs this early? I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't, but at the same time, I don't know why we would. Doesn't make any sense to me, actually. I'm sort of worried about it. So you are right, Lisa. But they sell the Cadbury's little cream eggs all year round, don't they? I've been into local little corner shops and they've got boxes. In fact, you can buy them in Costco. And you buy a whole box. I bought whole boxes before now and brought them in here for the troops. The trouble is they're so full of sugar. It's like most of them are up on the ceiling with the feather duster. They're completely off their trolleys. Completely. Cold medicine in short supply, but we knew about that, didn't we? We knew about the cold medicine because I told you about it a few days ago. And it is today, for the first time in living memory, that one pope buries another pope. Normally you wait, the pope dies, and they go through the smoke routine, and they've got to pick it. I mean, to be honest with you, they're all sitting there puffing away, aren't they? Like that, and then they get the different coloured smoke, and the crowd go, hurrah, we've got another pope, and out they wheel another geriatric who sort of is going to last a few years. Why can't they pick somebody young? And then at least they'd last a bit longer, because even the current pope is in a wheelchair. He's 86. And I know that the good Lord keeps them for quite a long while, but, 86, and he's burying the one who is 90-something, 95, I think, who sort of went into semi-retirement. Gemma Collins. No, boring. Let's leave. Let's hope we don't find her this year anywhere at all. The Romanian criminal kicked out of this country 6 times. 6 times. Each time they kick him out, he comes back in again. And the Border Force Patrol, obviously, they're kind of not up to speed with this sort of thing. Finally, he returns to the UK, and they go, you're nicked. We've shoved him in prison, which is good news, isn't it? The Music Stars special, final farewell to Terry Hall, and they had a couple of double-decker buses and things like that, which is quite nice. And what was the other one that I quite... Oh, yes, I've got 50 TV shows to look out for in 2023. The good news is they've just cancelled Rob Beckett's quiz show, I think. That's sort of gone. And a few other of these quiz shows have gone because they've obviously decided that if they don't make an audience rating, then they'll find something else. But the trouble is they're using the same people. As I say, over Christmas, you turn on the television, Jimmy Carr. Don't get me wrong, I love Jimmy Carr. I think he's great. The act is very good, it's very funny, it's very witty, but not on every blooming programme, thank you very much indeed. Here's Jimmy Carr hosting a quiz, here's Jimmy Carr hosting this, here's Jimmy Carr doing this, and here's Jimmy Carr as a guest on a programme. I mean, for God's sake, at least be somewhat original, because his answer phone just says he'll do it. Which is bad news, isn't it? Emily Hampshire says, I don't like the label pansexual. I'm not wild about it myself. Pansexual. Something to do with cooking? Anybody on that one? No, probably not. And somebody has just made a lighter. Made it a little while ago. It's a handmade lighter. And they painted it. Beautifully done. You can get Dunhill lighters. They sell them at Pullman Express in Piccadilly Circus. And they're very expensive. They can go for thousands. This one went for £17,000. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. But if you go to Pullman Express, they always have 4-page pull-out in the Country Life at Christmas, and it's got these lighters. Some of them, these Dunhill lighters, look like aquariums, and they've been beautifully painted and everything. Really, really nice. Really nice. I've never bought any. Sort of thing you would buy and keep in a lovely cabinet. Liz in Battersea says, I agree that life is what you make it. I love my life. That said, I couldn't sleep, so I thought I might as well make a start on taking down the Christmas deckies, it being 12th night. I'm now sick to death of coiling the tree lights around a cardboard tube. I was thinking about that the other day. I was thinking about, because I normally take all the lights off and I put them all in separate carrier bags so that next year I know, because if you put them all in together, they're going to get messed up, sure as God made little apples. So I think I might do this where I wind them round my arm and then sort of do a little knot in the middle of them. It's slightly depressing, says Liz. Yeah, I mean, I can well imagine. And from Sam in Derby, he says, I'm sitting on my bedroom floor waiting for an ambulance. Well, you won't find one on your bedroom floor, will you? You have to go downstairs to the front door. It's not going to make it up to your bedroom. Goodness sake. He says, I've fallen and hurt my knee. I can't put any weight in it, so I'm stuck here in pain. Thank goodness you're here with me. I'm not there with you. Don't start that one. I'm not there. I might be a voice coming out of the radio, but I'm not there. Because you know what I'm going to say? You've hurt your knee and you've called an ambulance. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. That's like saying, I've cut my finger, I've put in plaster. You know, you call an ambulance out for a plaster. He doesn't need to walk. He's not going anywhere, is he? He's sitting in his bedroom. Listen, if you really want to go somewhere, you just drag your carcass along. It's not difficult. There was a bloke who turned up the other day with his granddad. He'd lifted him because they phoned up for an ambulance. His granddad had a cardiac. Which is quite something serious. It's quite serious to have a cardiac because you either pull through or you don't pull through. And they loaded him into the car because the ambulance said, we haven't got any ambulances. You can't, can you get him here any other way? And he went, yeah. So they put him in his car, got down there. Now the ambulance is about to apologise, saying, we're sorry that he had to get his admittedly, it saved his life. He was okay. So that was good news. But, they don't have any ambulance. What they're doing, they're basically saying, Sam, that unless it's an absolute emergency, don't call an ambulance out because they don't have anywhere to put you. You can sit in that ambulance for ages. I think John, earlier on, the one we were sort of listening to, he apparently spent ages sitting on a hospital floor for hours and hours. I thought, well, perhaps he fell over or somebody pushed him or something like that. I couldn't work out why he was on a hospital floor, but that was it. Steve, my wife used to snore, says Philip. Eventually, we started to sleep in separate rooms. Once I woke up in the middle of the night, I was disorientated and shook her awake and said, who are you? Didn't go down very well. Eventually, she forgave me. So you were sleeping in separate rooms and then you shook her awake and said, who are you? Sounds like a marriage made in hell, doesn't it, for goodness sake, honestly. You can't do that to people. Well, you probably can, actually. 25 years on from the Titanic film. We got the facts and the figures, and there's all sorts of interesting things, actually, because whichever way you looked at the film, and do you know what ruined it for me? They made a film on the making of the Titanic, and you suddenly realise it was all blue screen, and as the fake ship tipped up, which of course it didn't, they were all on ropes. And they just airbrushed the ropes out so it looked as though they were falling off. I didn't want to see that. I wanted to see proper drownings, people falling off, floating around in the sea. And I was real deaths and the thing. But to be honest with you, it became so iconic, the film. The other day we found these railway carriages which were used to transport people to the home of the Titanic so that they could board it. So basically, they were death railway carriages that were taking people to go on the ship that, it was no chance of it sinking. Yeah, think again. But it's spawned an industry. Go to Vegas and they've got the Titanic exhibition and you go in and they give you pick a card out of this huge deck of cards and it's got a name of a passenger on it. And then when you get to the end of the exhibition, you check the name of your card against the death toll, and I was on the death toll list. So they tell you who survived and who didn't. But it's a very good exhibition. They've got a piece of the actual ship. It's called The Big Piece. You can see it on YouTube. I think I'm sure they call it The Big Piece. And it's a piece that they got off the Titanic, pulled it up, blooming rope snapped, and it went all the way back down again, 2.5 miles. But I'm sure it's called The Big Piece. I'm pretty certain. I'm very rarely wrong with these things. There it is. That is a piece the side of the Titanic. You'll never see it ever again. That's what it looks like. Amazing, isn't it? When you think that they can bring these things up. They can even show you which part of the ship it was on. And it's in a hotel in Vegas, together with cutlery, bedding, all sorts of bits and pieces, all there for you to peruse, because it is quite remarkable. Quite remarkable. But the Big Piece, worth going to Vegas just for that. Don't go for the gambling, that's boring. Who wants to go there and lose money? It's 4:45.
This is LBC with...
Some things just add some play to your day. Catching the toast as it pops out of the toaster. Dancing down the street to your favourite playlist. Wearing your sparkly boots to the shop. And best of all, picking the new red scratch card.
A red scratch card, please. Thank you.
And doing your own drum roll.
Explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 12 minutes to 5 is the time. And what else have we got? I must sort out this coiling the tree lights, Liz, around a cardboard tube. I think that's a brilliant idea. And Steve, it's an emerging, says Sam. I called the doctor. Called the doctor? What, at this time of the morning? What doctors you get to answer the phone at this time of the morning? Amazing. He says, I can't walk. Well, why do you want to walk? Look on it as a rest period, which I think is actually quite a good idea, actually, having a little rest period for not walking. Madonna's going back on the road again. It's supposed to be a secret. I'm not supposed to tell you, even though it's in all the papers today. She's going back on the road. She's about, 60-something. I can't remember exactly what she is. And Pret a Manger are launching a budget sandwich range, but it's £3. Doesn't sound like very budget to me. That sounds like normal prices. In fact, the producer thinks it sounds quite expensive. But there again, he has eaten budget ranges before. Because it's expensive. If you go for a sandwich a day, and you look at, say, it's £3, that's £15 a week. I wouldn't mind, but, not everybody's got a spare £15 a week, have they, really? But there's also the Virgin Mary mum, Lauren Conte, told of the dramatic moment she went into labour on Christmas Day. She said, at least I didn't miss the pigs in blankets. So she turned up for Christmas lunch dressed in a biblical outfit, which is lovely. And she was stunned after the meal when her waters broke, and she went into labour 2 days before her due date. So she comes from Cambridgeshire, from a place called Thorney, which is near Peterborough. And so here she is. She says, I wish I'd got dressed up as Joseph, but Joseph outfits are much more expensive. So she dressed up as the Virgin Mary. Obviously quite mad near Peterborough, aren't they? I mean, imagine dressing up for Christmas lunch, and she's pregnant as well. Oh, so here are the highlights. Madonna planning a greatest hits tour. Yeah, whatever. I mean, she's done them ever since 1987 when she had that flamenco dress from La Isla Bonita. And then she did the girly shows, beaded headdress for 1993. 2006, it was an homage to Saturday Night Fever. 2015, Rebel Hearts, Swarovski crystals, and the military frock coat for Madame X in 2020. And now she's coming back again, which reminds me to tell you that they're taking all the decorations down on Harrods. They've got the cranes out there, so if you think you're going around that way, it might take you a little bit longer, because they've started taking all the Christian Dior-sponsored stuff down, presumably to put it back into storage, and then dig it out again, I should imagine. What have we got here? A birthday card. We haven't had one of these for ages, sent by a doctor. Sent to a doctor by her UK aunt, has turned up at her home in Wollongong in Australia. It's only 5 years late. It's taken 5 years. I don't know what they were doing with it. It must have just gone round and round. So, I mean, what do you want to do with this one? I don't know. Where's it going to? Wollongong. Oh, make them wait. Make them wait. You don't have to worry about stuff like that. Also, friends and colleagues have saluted West Ham co-chairman David Gold yesterday. He died aged 86 after a short illness, and Faye Weldon has died. That's from the life and loves of a she-devil. She was 91. She never looked 91 to me. She always looked amazing for her age. And there's some bloke, his name's Scott Dunster. He turned detective after his car was broken into on New Year's Eve and his wife's purse stolen with their joint account card. I mean, duh. Excuse me, you leave a purse with cards on it in a car? Duh. Are we getting this one? Don't leave anything like that. Anyway, he checked his account and found £60 had been spent in an off-licence. So he went there and he obtained the CCTV showing a man using the card. He offered police the image, but when no immediate action was taken, he posted it on Facebook, and users in Eastbourne named the bloke who'd nicked it as Joseph Cass, because the police weren't interested, even though he had the images. A social media friend then spotted Cass on Monday afternoon and tipped off Scott. Scott tried to call the police on 101 but couldn't get through, so confronted Cass himself. He chased him through a shopping centre. Eventually, he pinned him to the ground with help of security stewards. And after being handed to the police, Cass, 27, pleaded guilty to fraud at Brighton Magistrates. He said, I was very angry. I can well imagine. I can well imagine. Sussex police have praised him. But last week, The Sun told how more than 1 million burglary and theft cases were dropped without the police finding a suspect. So he was very clever. He knew that somebody had seen him in this shop, so he was reported, and they've got a picture. He's obviously a habitual criminal. And 48 hours after the police went, not interested, mate. Well, you know, you can't do things like that. He's in cuffs and he's in Nick, I think, as far as I know. But there you go. It's amazing you have to do the work yourself. You know, that's a bit bad, isn't it? I mean, you know, in the first place, that's like leaving, you know, sort of an open bag full of money, you know, in the front seat of a car. Fancy leaving a purse there. That's what people do. They look in a car window. They've got a little punch with them, like a leather punch. They go like that. It takes but 2 minutes. Takes but, you know, less than 2 minutes, exactly. But that was like the other day, wasn't it, where sort of somebody had things nicked out of their car. I mean, catalytic converters, they remove in about 1.5 minutes. Mine, luckily, is sealed into the car. So you'd have to completely undo the underseal of the car and then get the thing out, which is not very possible, I don't think. Not very possible. What else we got? Oh, yeah, Pret-a-Manger and their budget sandwiches. I don't like the idea of a budget sandwich. It makes me feel a bit poor. It's sort of a way of sort of saying, well, you can't afford to eat our normal price sandwiches, so here's something for you poor peasants out there. This is going to backfire very badly on them. It's you know, it's Pret-a-Changer. So cheap sandwiches for you poor people who can't afford to buy normal price sandwiches. I mean, I bought sandwiches in Marks and Spencer's yesterday. Do you know the thing I didn't look at? The price. I didn't look at the price because it was a gift and, you know, given with love and food poisoning. And I was sort of thinking, you know, but I fancy, you know, launching a value sarnie at $2.99. I always avoid anything that's got value on it because you sort of think to yourself, you're going to, you know, take it to the till and they're going to look at you and go, you can't even afford to buy a sandwich, can you? Because you're poor. It's not very good at all, is it? I feel quite hurt by that, actually. Also, we've got the Russian defence chiefs blaming their own troops for dying in a missile strike because they gave their positions away by using their telephones. They're not bright, the Russian soldiers, I'm afraid. And also another 3 Russian people have died in suspicious circumstances. I think they'd been critical of old Putin, and you know what he's like. He just don't like it when people are picking on me and things like that. So they've done that. But I mean, the ridiculous thing is that they're using their telephones. And so immediately people were able to pinpoint on it with that's what they did. So they gave their positions away. I mean, this is I think their barracks were blitzed by missiles in the occupied eastern Donbass. Kremlin chiefs estimated about 90 soldiers were killed. They're running out of beds in Russia to bring the people back to if they're injured because they just don't have anything at all now. But so why don't they just stop it? Why don't they just stop it? It's solving nothing. People are dying. After helping launch Westlife, Boys Own and Girls Aloud, Louis Walsh is bidding for the top of the charts again. He's got a new boy band called Next in Line. Where do they come from, I wonder? But apparently the 5 lads from Ireland will perform, because everybody sings in Ireland. I've lost track of how many boy bands there are in Ireland. Loads and loads of them. They're going to perform at Junk Couture's first World Final in Abu Dhabi next week. So that's it. Do we have a picture of this Next in Line boy band? Let's have a look. There's Louis Walsh, and hello, every single one, a pretty boy. Yeah, because that's what you need if you can have a boy band, because they've got to appeal to the girlies. Okay, now we work out which ones are gay, because you have to do this in a boy band. It's like, you know, I've seen comedians saying, you know, they say that 1 in 4 people is actually gay nowadays. So look to your left. Look to your right. If they look okay, it's you. And this sort of boy band, so there's 5 of them. Well, there's no money in it. Not for 5. Not for 5. No, because they won't write anything. I don't think that. They say they've recorded 10 songs in London with Brian Higgins. Now, Brian wrote for the Sugar Babes and Girls Aloud. So you've got Connor O'Farrell from Meath, Nguyen Kelly from Carlow, Harry O'Connell, 19, Connor Davis from Dublin, and 17-year-old Navan native Joshua Regale. And they'll have to learn little dances, and Louis Walsh will push them to the extreme. Seriously, they will push them to the extreme. But you look at the trainers they wear. They're all wearing. All these outfits have to be worked out. They're all talented musicians, says Louis, and they've got amazing voices. So there you go. Brian, he has to say, well, he's not going to say, listen, they're very average, okay? And hopefully there's no scandal that's going to emerge. But it'd be nice to see if Louis can do it again. But he does work them hard. I know this from Westlife telling me. He would sort of say to them, right, tomorrow you're on GMTV or whatever. You need to be up at 3. The car will pick you up at 3:30. You'll be at the studio for 4. You'll have hair and makeup done. They'll put the stools out there. You'll have time for one little rehearsal, and then you're straight into it. And then when they finish, it's back home. It's a bit like sort of, wearing your clothes, and then you go back home, take it all off, and then you climb back into bed again and wait for the next call. He does work them hard. But then he knows what it is. That's why it makes me laugh when they show the people on Britain's Got Talent, and people go, who are you? What do you do? And you think, he's had more number ones in the charts than you'd ever had at dinners. Gemma Collins has burst an eardrum whilst on holiday. Apparently, she says it's a wonder nobody around her has been deafened. She needed urgent medical attention. Honestly, what is she, 5 or something? She needed urgent medical attention. She says, thank you so much to this wonderful doctor in Israel who helped me today when my eardrum burst. It could only happen to me. No, dear, it must happen to loads of people. Don't be naive. It's like saying, oh, I've stubbed my toe the other day. It can only happen to me. No, it happens to everybody. That's the trouble with her. They sort of drag out torturously dim stories. Torturously dim. There's a cat owner has let her missing pet move to Brazil with the family who found her. People find cats, don't they, nowadays? And then they sort of say, no, you can't have it back. And then the court goes, well, you've got to give it back to them because they looked after it. Still to come, a bionic willy implant. You don't need to worry anymore, boys. We've sorted it out for you. And this could soon help men rise to the occasion. I don't even understand where that's coming from. I really don't. I've got no idea at all. And a World War II hero who flew more than 30 bombing missions has died at the age of 99. We'll tell you the story of Douglas Petty, a former RAF flight engineer described as an officer and a gentleman. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, the Elizabethan shipwreck. Found 300 metres from the coast. I think it could be older than the Mary Rose. Details on LBC this morning.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Thursday, January the 5th. You see, we're happy. We're all very happy because we're powering on through January. I don't know. It's always something to do, isn't it? It'll be bills. Bills coming in, bills all over the blooming place. So here's the World War II hero. He flew more than 30 bombing missions, has died at the age of 99. What a good innings for Douglas Petty, described as an officer and a gentleman. His pal Nick Bealby said he was a highly intelligent man who didn't, like other veterans, he was a highly intelligent man who, like other veterans, didn't take any credit for himself. He joined up at 20. In those days, people did. In 1943, and went on to fly in Halifax bombers with a Canadian crew. Most of his missions were over Nazi-occupied areas, including a daring daylight raid over Normandy in 1944. He also flew 9 low-level, high-risk mine-laying missions over the Norwegian fjords. Douglas, later an MOT examiner, died in York on New Year's Eve. His funeral will be held next Wednesday on what would have been his 100th birthday. So he didn't actually make it to the 100, but he was pretty close for it as well. And this Elizabethan ship, which has been found in exceptional condition. Mind you, not as good as the Mary Rose, because they got half of it in the mud. So they literally got half. And this one has been exposed to the elements, I'm afraid, but it's been at the bottom of a gravel pit, a bit more beaten up. Yeah, but they say they're comparing it to the finding of the Mary Rose. Well, I've seen the Mary Rose. I mean, it is quite stunning to look at it. I was there. I was on board the ship. I was there. Tally ho! Come on, everybody, follow me. Yeah, come on, get the cannons out. Yeah, those cannonballs. But when you look at the stuff that they brought up for the Mary Rose, I mean, it's quite staggering. You almost think it's made up, but it isn't. It's all, they've got the cannons, which are like 17 feet long, and they're sort of beautifully made and cast and all the rest of it. And the balls, the cannon balls, I mean, very impressive, I think they should have just taken machine guns. Would have made it easier, wouldn't it, really? And they've got the bowls, the bow and arrows that they used, everything. They had longbows, which they were using at the time. Yes, on boats. Why not? What do you think? Health and safety or something like that? Maybe. So, how old are you? Well, you're not having a longbow. Give it back. You're far too young. It's ridiculous. But they say here, on Sunday night, BBC Two will show Digging for Britain, showing more than 100 timbers were recovered and reconstructed digitally by a 3D scanner. The timbers were later returned to the bottom of the quarry and covered with light silt to protect them for the future. Isn't that incredible? They think the site on the Shingle Headland in Dungeness was once on the coast, so that's why. So it would have been in the water. But here we go again. A little bit of exercise. Stiff neck at this time of the morning. You have to do exercise. They always used to say to me in the early days, they said, when you're sitting in the studio, you could do exercises. And I went, why would I want to do Oh, dear. Maybe not, Jack. Maybe not. But apparently it is supposed to be good for you, because otherwise you just get into that lazy habit of just sort of sitting down and going, The producer said to me earlier on, he said, wouldn't it be lovely if there were beds? You could go and have a sort of lovely lie down. I said, it'd be lovely if you walked onto a floor and it was all mattresses with sort of these, lovely sheets and duvets and everything else. And you could just sort of lie down and just pull it over your head and just drift away. That was the nice thing. Not if you're driving. Try not to do this if you're driving, OK? Don't hear the squeal of brakes and beep beep. Don't want any of that kind of malarkey, do we? But here is the bionic willy implant. Now, it's not the first time I've heard of this. This is a perk him up patch, which that's what they've called it, which is made from polyvinyl alcohol, normally used in paper making and 3D printing. And apparently it could be very good news for half of fellas aged 40 to 70 who experience erectile dysfunction. So, if you have you can get all sorts of things. It mimics part of the tissue called the tunica albuginea, which is key to maintaining erections. The things they talk about on the radio nowadays. And it can also be left scarred by, is it Peyronie's disease, which affects 1 in 20 men. So there's all sorts of things here. This has been developed in Guangzhou's University of Technology, and they said they were very surprised by the results. I bet they were. 1 minute nothing, the next minute hello. Let's get the flags out. And put them up there. Because it is a big problem, actually. Dr. Shi says that as patients often had surrounding tissue affected by their illness or accidents, his team would now consider the construction of an artificial willy. Imagine. I mean, what would it look like? An electric car or something like that, or something in different colours, to represent, or a spaceship. Yes. Going, brace yourself, we're taking off. It's interesting, isn't it? The stuff that they can do now. I mean, I'm always amazed at the stuff they can do anyway in sort of surgery. I mean, they can literally do anything. I've seen the American programs. My God, they do everything. You can reconstruct just about anything. It's amazing, though, the amount of people that go in there and have reconstructive surgery, which is sort of, I always assumed for pure vanity reasons. Derek and Jennifer, is it Jennifer? Have said, we love your shows. They keep us awake in the early morning. And they bought a Groovy Gang tea towel, which we're very grateful for. Thank you very much indeed. Money to charity. And John Napper, his 2022 Christmas card. And it's an artificial tree. Lots of artificial trees this year. But they've started taking them all down in the building. I've noticed, actually. And actually a Christmas card with Christmas wishes from Dublin on it. It is actually a Dublin Christmas card, so they must make them for everybody else. And guess who this is? It's Christine. She says, how are you? I'm good. She says, now you know who this is from. Hope you have a wonderful Christmas. They've only just arrived. Literally only just arrived. But I love the idea of having Christmas wishes from Dublin. Thank you very much indeed. I think that's really nice, actually. We did very well for Christmas cards this year. And as you know, I like the traditional cards. I like You know, and hers is a house covered in snow with a snowman outside the front and everything else. That's what we want, even the fact they've left the front door open. So all that heat that you're paying for has now disappeared outside and is melting the snow left, right and centre. I don't know. So cosy nippers wearing slippers. 7 out of 10, aged 25 to 40, own a pair of slippers. It's good. You should put them on and keep your feet warm. You know, keep your feet warm. If you keep your feet warm, then the rest of you says, well, I've got this throw, which is, it's very thin, but my God, it does make a difference. If I'm lying down on the settee, I kind of use it like sort of a sheet over the top of me. It's like a faux fur cut. I've got one on the bed, which is it's like wolf. It's like really thick and really heavy, but this other one is really light. But if you put it over your knees, you know, you can buy these really cheaply for like £3 or £4. You know, if you've got an elderly person in your family and they sit there shivering a bit over the festive season, and at the moment because it's cold, get them one of these things. It'll change their life forever. You just sort of pull it up over your knees. They're big enough to sort of wrap yourself in. They're very good idea. Very good idea. So there you go. Handy little hint for sort of keeping an elderly person warm. Excuse me. Is that the one I got before Christmas? Yeah. Yeah. And I bought quite a few, actually. I don't know why I keep buying the blooming things. I see them and I go, no, that looks quite nice. I'm not looking for something too big. I mean, I don't need it in the car because the car has got heating in it. But and I've got heating at home, so I'm not sort of destitute. But it did not make a difference. Because I wear shorts at home all the time. And you tend to forget that if you walk around in shorts, you do get a little bit freezing at times. So get one of these throws. You can find all the garden centres sell them. So buy one, red, blue, green. They come in every colour under the sun. And you just shake it out, put it over somebody's knees, and it will keep them warm, I promise you. I think the coverage of the Pope's funeral starts at about 8 o'clock this morning. They go forever, I have to tell you. It's not just a quick, you know, dearly departed, thank you very much indeed, and great life. But it is quite unique in the fact that this will be one pope burying another pope, almost unheard of. Mind you, the current pope is 86. I wonder who's going to be going from here, because they do send representatives around, because it's the pope. So is it going to be Charles going, or will he send Edward, or will it be Wills? I don't know. I don't know who the royal family is sending, but they will send somebody. They always have done. The Queen has designated people in the past, and she has been to Vatican City, or she had, on numerous occasions. But who's actually going this time from the royal family? I don't know. They haven't. They don't seem to have told the newspapers. So we're investigating and finding out who it could be. They've sent Edward on a few trips like this. So you just sort of fly in. They book you into a hotel. What? What's the matter now? Dear, honestly. What is it? Make a very off-colour joke. You're going to... Oh, right. You're going to make an off-colour joke. Very unwise. Apparently, according to Mail Online, no senior members of the British royal family are expected to attend Pope Benedict's funeral. Now, is this because he was Pope Emeritus? So, in other words, he wasn't the Pope, he'd stepped down. So, I wonder if it was that reason, and because it's obviously a very off-colour joke, isn't it? I can tell. Oh, is it? Oh, dear. But yeah, I wonder if that's the reason, that he's not really the Pope. The Pope that we know is the one at the moment who's 86. So I wonder if that's the reason, if he's a current Pope, but this one retired some years ago. First one in 600 years. I wonder if that's the reason. I can't think of any other reason, actually. The world of pop has always been about rivalries, you know, Frank Sinatra versus Elvis Presley, and all sorts of people. But as the tracks by the homegrown acts take every spot in the annual chart, we can literally hold our hands up and go, we did it. We did it. Because at number 10, Sam Fender, 17 going under. Number 9, LF System, Afraid to Feel. 8, Lost Frequencies and Callum Scott, Where Are You Now? Number 7, I feel like I'm doing a chart rundown. And at number 7, Glass Animals, Heat Waves. And 6, Kate Bush and Running Up That Hill. You know, and so it goes on. Ed Sheeran, number 5 with Shivers. Cat Burns with Go at 4. Fireboy, DML and Ed Sheeran with Peru at number 3. Ed Sheeran's in the whole all the way through it. Bad Habits at number 2. And number 1, Harry Styles, As It Was. And they've all said the same thing. Harry is not just good looking, he's not just a great singer, and he's not just a great songwriter. He has style, genuine style. They seem to like him. It doesn't matter whether he's got tattoos or wears women's clothing or carries a handbag. They like him. You know, he's a proper little icon, isn't he? But actually, if you remember back to the publicity, this is how it was. Even when he was in One Direction, they were saying he's the one who's going to do the breakout and sort of do movies and all the rest of it. I wasn't totally convinced, it has to be said. I was sort of thinking, I don't know, could he be? And then he went to America and he's made a few good films, made a couple of turkeys, or one turkey. Also, we have to take a break because it's 5:15.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, how are we? Are we good this morning? I do hope so. Steve, I was at the Titanic exhibition a few months back in Vegas. It's in the Luxor. It's always been in the Luxor. It's never moved. I didn't like it. It was too personal with clothes and pictures of the individuals they belonged to. Oh, right. And in the end, I also died. I know I died as well in it. I died in the Luxor exhibition. I thought it was very good. I thought it was very, very well done. I mean, the clothes that they had would have been clothes that would have come out of luggage and stuff like that. It wouldn't have been clothes that somebody actually would have been wearing, and then they ended up not wearing them. Liz says, don't shove your lights in a bag. You're stirring up all sorts of grief. And they have a life of their own. They'll spend the rest of the year tying themselves around each other. You may not be looking, but I can guarantee they're out to get you. And when you get them out, you'll find a horrible lump. No, not mine. I spend a lot of money on Christmas lights. I spend a lot of money on Christmas. I get the lights that don't fight. You know, some lights you put them in the bag and then you go to take them out. And mine don't tangle. They don't tangle. They so don't. I gave some to my last AP, actually. In fact, I gave thousands of lights to my last AP because he said he didn't mind untangling. If they're over 1,000, then they're going to tangle. If they're just 200, they're not going to tangle. You just lay them in beautifully on top of each other. I'm just going to get all this lametta off, this dangly stuff and all the rest of it, which I shall have to do. Yeah, it's trash. How can you say that? It's not kitschy, it's Christmas. The baby Jesus would have had lametta in the stable if he'd known about it. He'd have conjured up some of that. He'd have gone for it. Oh, I tell you what I did buy, because I started watching it on television, and I'm not obsessed, but I've sort of rediscovered the show Jesus Christ Superstar, and it is just sensational. I've got so many different versions, and on YouTube you can find different clips from around the world, and some of them are just, you know, it's the music. It's just when it goes dun 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 dun, and you know, it can make you burst into tears. And so they did this version in New York with a lot of famous. It was a nearly all black company. It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. They had Alice Cooper on there, and it was just done. It looked like the interior of a building site, and a fantastic band that went with it. I couldn't praise it enough, but it always does the same for me. It always does the same, where they have to try and invent new ways. I'm not saying that all the voices were the best ever. John Legend, was playing Jesus Christ. Alice Cooper was Herod. Ben Daniels, Brandon Victor Dixon was Judas. But it's the live concert version. And they do the same bit where they do the dun, 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 and they're sort of whipping him and all the rest of him. And it doesn't fail to elicit tears, I'm afraid, because at the end, you know, he's on the cross, and the cross lifts up in this huge set, and it moves backwards, and then gradually it gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it just goes, and they close these huge doors, and the audience just go crackers, absolutely crackers. I mean, it was just so. I'd seen a little clip of it, and I thought, I've got to go and get it. And so I bought it again. I don't know where it came from. I can't remember. It might have come from Isle of Wight or the Isle of Man or so, wherever these things come from, because I don't think it came from here, because it took about a week to get here. But it was really, really good. The bands that played with it are sensational. The whole thing was just lovely. But my favourite is still the guy who played Jesus in the film, who's Ted Neely. And he's old, but his voice is still... And I have to be honest, that comparing Ted Neely's voice to John Legend, Neely was way ahead of it, I'm afraid, I have to tell you. The video from 2005 is when Ted is 60. But he came on stage. They got him. They persuaded him to go back on tour because he did the film. And the film, if you remember, is like a group of actors arriving on a coach, and then they all do. And it's whichever way you look at it. I remember seeing it at the theatre where they've got Harry Potter and the Deadly Hallows or something. It was at the in Shaftesbury Avenue. Big theatre, very dark. I saw Les Miserables there and everything else. And I remember sitting there, and they do the crucifixion, and the cross rises out of the set. And I tell you, it was the most powerful thing I'd ever seen. I thought it was just absolutely marvellous. But to hear Ted Neely sing with this Palace Theatre, with this amazing voice, this huge vocal range, and even if you're not religious, I remember sitting there in front of the television yesterday going, even if you're not religious, you can't fail to be moved by this thing, because the voices were so, so good. Anyway, Patrick, he says, I slept like a log last night, woke up in the fireplace. Right, you're barred. And Steve, my father smoked and bought himself a solid gold Dunhill lighter in the 60s. I still have the lighter, even though I've never smoked. Oh, you should keep lighters. I've got a Dupont, which was given to me by a close friend years and years ago. And I remember thinking, I've also got a Dunhill lighter, because I used to smoke, and if you smoke, you have lighters. But the DuPont's lovely. I had it serviced. I've just sent my watch away. God knows how much that's going to cost. Probably a fortune. And Roger says, I heard a long-forgotten song yesterday. Now it keeps going round in my mind. The one's called I Get a Kick Out of You. Was it Gary Shearston? Are you sure? I'm not totally convinced you're right on that one. I get a kick out of you. I get no kicks from champagne, mere alcohol. I know Sinatra did it, but who had the big hit with it? Who had the big hit? Yes, it's this, Michael Bublé, Jamie Cullum has done, if everybody's done it because it's such a good song. Ella Fitzgerald, Jamie Cullum, and Dina Washington. But Sinatra, I suppose, would be it. But it took it into the charts, but I do not remember Gary Shearston. Which is a bit of a shame, really, actually, because he might have been the one who took it into the charts. But it's a good song. Very good song. I like things like that. Do you remember that serial killer, says Richard in Horsham in East London, who was killing gay young men? One of the victim's sisters turned detective to track down the killer. Oh, we've had quite a lot of killers, actually. There was one who used to target young men from a gay pub in Soho. And everybody remembers him. Liz in Battersea says, I reckon Gemma Collins' eardrum burst because her voice is like a foghorn and her lugs just gave up. She went for some reason to see the birth of Christ, or what they say is the birth of Christ. They say this is the little... They've got no proof of it, but it's the nearest thing, I suppose. Kev the Milkman says, took some friends that came to visit out and about yesterday and couldn't help but sending you a video of the fountain I love to hate. The fountain he loves to hate? What is this? What is this fountain that he loves to hate? I can't imagine. We shall find out, actually. Something. Oh, the Trevi Fountain. Yeah, when you see the pictures of the Trevi Fountain, it makes it look as though it's, it's really vast. I mean, look how close all these other houses are around it. I was very disappointed. And people throwing money into it. I'd be wading around in my Speedos picking up the money. Somebody did that, I think, in somewhere. They were draining the fountain. There were people walking around in it, claiming the money. But it's illegal. What? Wade in the fountains? Well, of course it is. Who's going to stop them? There's so many tourists round there. How are they going to prove anything? They can't prove anything. I thought it's very, very disappointing, but it is the fountain we love to hate. Did you know Johnny Johnston, the last dam buster, died? Yes, Jim, we knew that. We did acknowledge that on the programme. We always used to mention the dam busters, always. Now, if you want a game changer for keeping warm at home, my brother bought me and the wife a hoodie each for Christmas. It's an oversized, fully insulated hoodie and super comfy, says Chris. See, I think that now that, to me, is a sensible present. There you go. Oh, no. I'm sure about having something with penguins on it. That's very nice. Do you remember when people were walking around in these things? What do they call them? Was it onesies? Do you remember the onesies? There was somebody in Kingston ages ago, a couple of years back, and I remember looking at him thinking, you sad person. You sad, but he looked absolutely ridiculous. But fully insulated hoodies, very good. You need to keep warm. Oh, I tell you what I noticed yesterday as well, because I did ask and nobody knew the answer. The kids round our way were back at school. So they can't afford to take the buses off. How are the little Twinkies going to get to school? They're going to have to sort of, walk or get mummy and daddy to take them. That's why we can't really do without the buses. So thank God they're still there. But a lot of these schools were on, and then some of the schools weren't on, and some go back next week. But a lot round our way are actually back in again, which is good as far as I'm concerned. Keeps them off the streets. Goodness sake, honestly. Good morning, says Teresa and Dave. I have throws on the back of my settee and armchair. I would rather pull one of them over me than put the heating on during the day. They're lovely and warm and even encourage afternoon snoozing. I would definitely tell people to get them. Oh, yeah, they definitely encourage afternoon snoozing. No two ways about it. I put my feet up, I cross my legs, and you pull this sort of thing over you. And it's only thin, but it's enough work. Keeps you nice and toasty. So, if you don't put, and also if you really want to be extra warm, put your hands under it. So your hands are not over the top of it. Put your hands underneath it, and that keeps you nice and warm. More handy hints from the Steve Allen Show. It's amazing, isn't it, really? We like to be instrumental in keeping you nice and warm. Kevin the Milkman says, I absolutely love the New York version of Jesus Christ Superstar. In my opinion, the very best version ever made. Doesn't fail to bring a lump to my throat. Me too. Have you seen Ted Neely, though? Get Ted Neely, where he goes on tour with Jesus Christ Superstar, and his voice is amazing. And he was 60 when he did it, and this was all those years ago, so he's really getting on now. And his vocal range is just amazing. And they have this thing, and he walks backstage slowly until he gets the thing, and then literally he walks through the door, and they all turn to him, and it goes dun dun dun, and a big white spotlight hits him like it was the start of a miracle, which it was. It's called the Ted Neely Farewell Tour, and it's on YouTube. Watch it. It doesn't last that long. It's worth watching, I promise you. Steve, Ella Fitzgerald's version was the best by far. For anybody suffering from the January blues, David Attenborough's Green Planet on the Beeb is definitely worth a whirl. Wasn't sure how I'd get on with this, but just watched the second episode, and it's fascinating and visually stunning, taking you to places you would never normally get to see. The camera work is outstanding. I can't believe I'm recommending a programme about plants. But I found this one, says Sue, utterly uplifting. Just what the doctor ordered. Yeah, I watched one with Chris Packham the other day, looking at dogs. And again, his enthusiasm comes through on everything that he does. He doesn't seem to do anything else in his life. You can't imagine him going out and getting drunk or anything like that. His whole passion is telling you about nature and what's going on and what we're supposed to do about it. And I thought it was great. More of your texts and emails in a moment. Steve at lbc.co.uk, 84850. It's now 5:30. Let's get the news headlines on LBC with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Steve, says Mike. It's such an evocative show, this is Jesus Christ Superstar. Watching the film takes me back to the 70s, and then the West End performance, the show at the Open Air Theatre in Regent's Park, and the production with Alice Cooper. Mike says, I'm always in floods of tears by the end of the show. You and me together. I'm not particularly religious. I've heard certain presenters on LBC saying, well, actually, I don't support religion or anything else. And I know it is the subject of wars around the world. But, when you watch Jesus Christ Superstar and you think how long ago it was written, and you think how powerful a piece it is, and people picketed the theatre. When it was on at the theatre in London, people were picketing. It was a group called the Festival of Light, and they thought it was blaspheming to turn, Jesus Christ into a superstar. What do you think about Jesus of Nazareth? And it was all singing and dancing and everything else. But I thought it was powerful, very powerful piece of theatre. Every time I've seen it, and every time they bring out another version, again, I watch it and I think, that Andrew Lloyd Webber, clever man, very clever. Him and Tim. Steve, I had a great evening when I saw Jason Donovan in Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Yes, I also saw the same show. Again, it was another one. I'd seen Bill Kenwright's production of Joseph and various other things that he'd done, and it was very good indeed. The nice thing about Joseph was it was a little tiddly show that they expanded. So originally it was a 15-minute piece, and it was written by the people at Collett Court. They put together this show, and they put it on at the Central Hall, Westminster. That's why it was always been a special place for me in London, the Central Hall, Westminster, built by the Methodists. And they did it as an end-of-term piece, and they invited the parents along to go and watch the Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, which starts off with way, way back many centuries ago. Most people know the words backwards. You see, when I went to see it at the Palladium, everybody sings along to it. But what they did, they took this little show, and one of the boys at College School, his dad was a reporter for, I think, The Times, and he did a review of this show, because Andrew Lloyd Webber's father used to be the organist at College School, which was up the road from our studios in Hammersmith, just down from Olympia, so that it all ties in quite nicely. And he wrote such a glowing review of this thing. They went, well, you've got to add more songs. And so they brought out a concept album with a group called The Mixed Bag and various other people. I've still got a copy at home of Joseph in the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. And it just took off. It captured the public's imagination. So when it arrived some years ago at the London Palladium, they had to turn a show that was running about 20 minutes into a show that ran about an hour and a half. So every song was done twice. And then not only that, but just when you thought the show had finished, they'd do the disco version. And all the lights on the stage turned round, and it was... And the whole cast, I mean, it was so infectious. I can't tell you, it was fantastic. Like I said, even if you didn't know anything about Joseph and his Technicolor Dreamcoat, you had them all there. It was just brilliant. And this disco version, the audience were up, they were clapping. You felt like a 3-year-old all over again. I love a show that makes me feel good. I like a show that does something to me. I like a show that produces some sort of emotion. If I walk out of a theatre and I've not had an experience, I kind of feel a bit disappointed. I want to go out, when I saw Blood Brothers, I was in floods of tears. We were all in floods of tears at the end because it was just so emotional. And, I like that. I like the way that the people behind the shows, the musicals and everything else can sort of manipulate you into, they sort of say, we're going to make you cry. And you think, oh, please don't make me cry. But I do all the time. I can't help it. And especially with Jesus Christ Superstar and all these different versions which are coming out. Thank you. Very nice. You're going to wear that scarf, are you, like that all day?
Yeah.
Is there some? Why? Is it a comforter or something?
Yeah, it's nice. It's comfy.
It's obviously an old favourite, I can tell.
It's warm.
It's warm? What do you mean it's warm? It's a scarf.
Yeah, it keeps you warm.
It doesn't keep you warm. You put it round your neck.
That's what scarves do.
Very bitter this morning, aren't we? I know. You can always tell when he's in a bad mood. He starts being argumentative. But, no, so that's why I love the musicals. That's why I like going to Joe Allen's. I like going to Joe Allen's because it's got all the theatre posters, and I look at them and I think, gosh, these people have been in here. That's why I think it's part of us growing up. It's part of our rite of passage, and that's what I like. And Alexandra from Surrey says, I bought 2 Percy Pig fleece blankets from M&S. 12 quid each, and they're light and wonderfully warm. I couldn't wear anything with Percy Pig on it. I don't know. Jack and I are in agreement on this one. We don't mind something that's plain, but not having sort of kids' favourites pictured. No, definitely not. Says, hubby and I use them every day for snuggling up on the sofa. Woo, look at you. Look at you being all brave and snuggling up on a sofa. Snuggling up on a sofa is quite good, actually. I know people who sit on chairs. There was a woman on the bus the other day. She curled up in the I'm not a disabled person seat, and she put her feet up on the seat. I was fuming. I nearly said something, but I thought, no, don't start an argument. It'll be the death of you. Don't have to worry about this stuff. So slippers are cool. So have you got slippers, Elliot? You got slippers? No, you haven't got any slippers. Slippers? Yeah, I knew Jack would have a pair of slippers. You just tell, you only have to look at him to realise that's the sort of boy that his parents would buy him a pair of slippers. They go, we bought you something for Christmas, Jack. And he'd go, oh, what is it, Mummy? They go, it's a pair of slippers. And he's going, thank you. Really excited. You could just tell. You look at Elliot and you think, no, this man would walk over broken glass with no shoes on at all. He doesn't care about stuff like that. Whereas Jack, no, we're going for, I'll wear a vest and, just appreciative. I know, dear, I know. But, well. But I just knew, isn't it funny? I'm almost psychic, actually. Psychic Steve, they used to call me. I was a rival to Mystic Meg. Psychic Steve. I could predict all sorts of things. So aliens have not contacted us because they don't think there's intelligent life here. This is a guy called Andy Thomaswick. He comes from a US space website. For that read, it's balmy, bonkers people called Universe Today and said it was not particularly easy to detect intelligent life. Not on your website, it's not. Not on your website. And he says they don't know that humans exist. That's why ETs have not been in touch. Of course they are. Listen, if they're managing to fly here in saucers and all the rest of it, which some people want to believe in, but of course we all know it's a load of old rubbish, then they know that we exist. We have been studied. We must have been, if they're that intelligent. The Earth has only been sending out detectable signals for around 100 years. Radio waves have reached about 1,300 star systems and the orbiting planets. So we send these things out. And I think, then, people are supposed to contact us. But somebody said civilizations are unlikely to be able to intercommunicate unless their communicative lifetime is at least a few thousand years old. Because they won't. Well, of course they will be able to. They're obviously far more intelligent. They built a spaceship. We just sent a few rockets up and then they come down and land in the ocean. They've got spacecraft with lights that run round the outside. That's how it works. And they sit there going, we are, and that's what they are. They are aliens, and they're green, and they look like lizards. They were on the television. I saw that. Did you see the programme V? V was, it was very good. The first couple of episodes were quite interesting, but after that it became a bit dreary. And it was what we thought were humans, but when they got in their houses at night, they peeled back the skin, and they were lizards. And they sort of ate all sorts of peculiar things, but they had this persona, which was that they were normal people, but they weren't. They were lizards. Mind you, David Icke believes the royal family were lizards. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm betting on a couple of them probably could be. But I couldn't possibly comment. Steve, do you remember the furore over the life of Brian? Yes? Yes. John Cleese argued his point about the movie with church members brilliantly. Yes, it was picketed, Life of Brian. I'm sorry, is it Messiah? He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy. He stood there naked at the window, which I thought was great. It was just, basically, it also got people interested in religion. I don't know why they ever thought, they said, can't have things like this. It was dreadful. The Life of Brian. So he wasn't called Jesus. No, he was called Brian. Very popular name. And he went out there and did things, and people used to follow behind him. They had the burning bushes and everything else. And I just thought it's supposed to be an entertainment. Church is supposed to be an entertainment. Sorry? Aliens in that movie. Oh, God, you could count them, couldn't you? Really? There's another one. There's another one. Sorry, we are the Judean People's Front or something. And then they said a rude word. He said, no, we are the People's Front of Judea or something. Sorry, are there any women here? No women. No women at all. And you had to laugh. I watched it a short while ago. I bought it again. I know I'm going straight to hell, but it doesn't matter. And I watched it, and I remember thinking it was just funny to watch the Monty Python team doing this thing, and it was just great fun. If you have no sense of humour, you'd hate it. Or if you're terribly religious to the point of, your life is really turned upside down. I'm sure if the Almighty came back, he'd have a laugh. He'd go and sit there chortling with everybody else in the front row, definitely. But, no, I remember it very well. Lynn in Peterborough, good morning, says, have you got a heated throw for our kids? They love them. They're cheap to run, 16 pence for 4 hours. You see, I bought one, but I gave it to my Brian. I gave it to my brother. What am I talking about? Really bizarre. But, so I bought it presumably for myself, and then I decided not to use it, so I gave it to them at Christmas, thinking that they can snuggle up on the settee and they can have a heated, thing there, and, which is nice, actually. There's a power cut in Heathrow Airport at the moment. Some parts are in darkness, says Andy the trucker. I bet they've not paid. I bet they've not paid the bill. I haven't got a shilling for the meter. That's all the way. We were talking the other day about televisions years ago. When you got a television, you could rent it, and they had a meter on the back of it which took sixpences. But nobody who wrote to me the other day could tell me how long sixpence lasted. Because loads of people, if you fell behind with your electric, they could put in a meter and you had to put money in it. I told you I used to live in rented accommodation for a couple of years. It was a bedsit type flat, but it had 2 rooms and a separate toilet. And the fire was on a meter. A meter was put next to it. So basically the landlord was bringing in the gas and then reselling it which of course is totally illegal, but that's what he was doing. And I had to find 50p pieces. You put the 50p piece in, you turn the handle, and you got 2 hours worth of gas. So you could have the heating on, which was quite nice. Quite nice, and it was good except for the winter where it really did get cold. But then it just went into a box, and I found I had a little key for the actual little box, and managed to open it on the last day. So I was recycling 50p pieces like there was no tomorrow. No tomorrow at all. Tributes pouring in to Ann Summers Tycoon. That's what the family business was. It was Ann Summers Shops. This is David Gold, born in Stepney, played for the Irons boys team, and he was also founder alongside David Sullivan. David Sullivan. We did a big thing with David Sullivan some years ago. In fact, actually, Karen Brady, who went to work for David Sullivan at the football club, used to be here in our sales team, and she went round to sell him advertising, and he was so impressed by her, he offered her a job, and she took it. So there you go. That's my little story of nothing at all, actually. So I went to see... Oh, no, we've got to take a break. Sorry, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back to some more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Now we've got the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Ice cream Ian's delivered, which is very nice. It came as a bit of a surprise, actually. Bit of a surprise, but well accepted. Thank you, Ian, very much indeed. Wish you a very happy new year. Today we have strawberries and cream. Very exciting. I'll tell you, we are spoilt. Absolutely spoilt rotten. Ian, thank you. Hope you have a pleasant day. So here they are, the people competing for the show that should have been dropped ages ago, Dancing on Ice, because it's really not much cop, is it? I mean, you knew we'd sunk to new depths when they put various people on there who just turned out... I mean, Gemma Collins, bless her heart, she spent most of her time sitting on her bottom. She didn't actually manage to make it to the standing up little bit. But there again, every single show she's ever done, she's failed at. But you've got people like Ekin Su, Kuloglu. Again, I've no idea. Apparently she was in something. And Towie personality. Well, he hasn't been on Towie, Joey Essex, for donkey's years. I mean, seriously. The winner of RuPaul's Drag Race, the Vivian. I mean, so there's a drag queen on a Dancing on Ice programme. Liberty X's Michelle Heaton. I'm sorry, Liberty X disbanded in the last century. What has she done since then? Nothing at all. Nothing at all. She just sort of sits at home and twiddles her thumb. They must have perhaps her agents worked really hard. I've also got John Fashanu and Coronation Street's Molly Gallagher. Who? So we don't even know who these people are. And this is supposed to be the celebrity version. I know who Patsy Palmer is. We know Patsy Palmer. We know her very well. But, to call Joey Essex Towie personality when he was the most boring person under the sun, I can't remember who he was... having his affair with in Towie. Who did he go out with? Oh, he went out with one of the Fahir's sisters. The two who struggle with the English language. And he was on that. But, I mean, since then, I don't think he's done anything, has he? He's popped up in a couple of programmes, but made no impact whatsoever. Dolly Parton is ticking off her bucket list collaboration. She wants to do collaborations. I, for one, would love to do a collaboration. I could do a collaboration. We could do a double-headed programme. Dolly could come and sit in here. And we could talk about all sorts of things. But unfortunately, the lineup at the moment is Durran. She wants to do a lineup. Durran. And Judas Priest as well, which is very funny. And Brandi Carlile. And also she's recorded a duet with Dionne Warwick. And I know it's pronounced Dionne Warwick because I went to see her in concert and she came in for an interview. And it's people used to say Dionne Warwick. And I went, no, Dionne Warwick. And she got a comeback with the Bee Gees. The Bee Gees wrote her a hit single, an album, and there she was, back into the charts again. Fantastic. Sharon Osbourne fainted on the set of a TV show and was unconscious for 20 minutes. I'm sorry, I thought she was awake. I had no idea. How can you tell? But she was filming The Night of Terror with Jack Jack's another one who believes in ghosts and everything else, doesn't he? He's a bit balmy bonkers, I'm afraid. And then she was rushed to hospital, but Sharon said doctors still don't know what caused the episode. That's always a bit worrying, isn't it? You go in there and you think, they're going to tell me it was this or it was that, and then they say, we have no idea. No idea what it is. But she said it was the weirdest. And Sharon's co-host on The Talk then passed out, and Sharon said, yeah, for 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Because she used to do a show in America, which was like a round table with Whoopi Goldberg and everybody else. Then they dropped her because of her support, I thought, for somebody. I can't remember who it was, actually. Dad's Army star, Ian Lavender. He's still going. He's fantastic. He's 76. He played Private Frank Pike. That's what they used to say. And he's the last living cast member. He said they would all meet for dinner and were shocked when the Home Guard sitcom became a hit. Ian said it was great fun. It was 10 weeks a year with wonderful people, all of whom became great friends. John Laurie, who was James Fraser, became a sort of grandfather figure. I adored him. And he said Arthur Lowe's Captain Mannering character carried the show, and the pair were famous for the "Don't Tell Him, Pike." So it was great. He said "We Have Ways of Making You Talk" podcast. Lowe advised him to get a funny costume. He said, so I got a colourful scarf, wore my hat funny and stood near Arthur. He taught me things like that. They were great. They're all available on DVDs and not very expensive. And it was, I call it gentler times, you know, where you got gentle comedy. What? What's it like with having gentle comedy? I mean, some of the stuff now, I've heard the most foul language on television programmes where you think, did I just hear that? People effing and blinding and all the rest of it. Dreadful, it really is. I mean, I'm not easily shocked, but I mean, for goodness sake, at least have some decency. You wouldn't swear in front of your parents, would you? Mind you, some people would. Would you? Would you swear in front of your parents? Really? Would you? No, Jack wouldn't. You could tell. He got a Citizen watch and a pair of slippers, so there's no chance. You want to hear how I talk about me? Oh, right. Oh, I don't mind that as long as you're talking about me. I used to say that about Dale years ago. You know, somebody would say, what's he like? I said, you'll meet him once. You won't forget him. You won't forget him because he was sort of such a loud character. I would never swear in front of my parents. I absolutely wouldn't, on pain of death. I remember once, I think I used the B word. I can't even use it on this programme, but I used the B word and I felt so awful afterwards. I thought, you shouldn't do that, Stephen. It really wasn't nice. But, and you swear in front of your parents. I'm quite hurt by that. I'm quite hurt that you would even consider doing that. That's terrible, isn't it? I mean, do you do it on a regular basis? Here, Mum, what are you effing doing in the effing kitchen? Is that how it works out? Dreadful. I mean, you could see how horrified Jack is. Jack wouldn't you'd get a clip round the ear, wouldn't you? You wouldn't dare, exactly. The worst thing Exactly. Oh, you had stairs. How fortunate. We just had a ladder and to go into the hayloft. But I remember the worst thing your mother could ever say is, wait till your father gets home. And you'd go, oh, my God, she's going to tell him. And then you'd hear the car coming up the drive. We had a drive next to the house. It was quite steep. And it came up and then the car... So nobody ever used our front door. They always used the back door because that's where the car pulled you in. And you'd be up in your bedroom thinking, oh, no, trying to be good about it, thinking, oh, God. And then Dad had come in through the back. You could hear him coming in the back door. And then he'd shut the door to the kitchen. You go, oh, my God, she's telling him. And she did. And she did. And he would come up and, oh, dear. I mean, they were never violent. Never violent. But it was that thing, wait till your father gets home. You know, and it was enough to instill sheer panic into you. So I learnt very quickly. Oh, somebody's asked for a photograph of Kate Bush in the Daily Star today. They always ask, they say, have you got a picture of so-and-so you can put in? And they put a picture of Kate Bush in. It's taken donkeys years ago, but it's a picture. Vladimir Putin running out of hospital beds for his wounded troops. More bad luck as well. 3 Russians have suffered mystery deaths in India. Sergei Milyakov, a chief engineer of a cargo ship, was found dead in his room aboard the vessel in Odisha on Tuesday. And then there was a Russian MP and a critic of Vladimir Putin died in a fall from a hotel. Just as you do, you know, open the window and you just fall out if you're in Russia. Pavel Antov had been a trip to celebrate his 66th birthday, and he also died after suffering apparently a heart attack. No record previously of any heart attacks or anything. Scores of oligarchs and Putin critics have suffered mystery deaths since the invasion of Ukraine. So the moment you criticise somebody, you want to get out of the country as quick as possible. Because you ain't going to be surviving, are you, really? What have we got? Adventurer Bear Grylls has confessed he talks to trees. Prince Charles talks to plants, doesn't he? I don't think I've ever spoken to a tree. Somebody told me the other day, where are the oldest trees? There was a whole forest full of them. I can't remember where it is. No, I've been through those. You can drive through the redwoods. But it's in this country where they've got the oldest trees, thousands of years old, in this country. Because we've got some down the road from us, and you can tell how old they are by the girth. You know, the bigger the girth, as the producer knows, it's a bit of... I don't know. Here in Perthshire, the oldest tree is between 2,000 and 3,000 years old. But no, there is another place. This is located in a churchyard, so it kind of gets fed from underneath, if you get my drift. And but there are other trees as well. There's a whole forest, and they say most of them. I mean, look at that one there. That's the yew tree. That's the yew tree, which is there's only like half of it there, but it keeps going. It's thousands of years old. It's like if you go to Hampton Court, they've got the world's oldest vine, which still produces grapes in the greenhouse. The outside of it, there's a big area of earth, and they fertilise it and everything else, but the actual vine itself is inside the house. But this big belly oak in Wiltshire, it's in Savernake Forest. That's where we went. I did my Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme in Savernake Forest. What? What's the matter with that? I just did my Duke of Edinburgh. Yeah. What, Savernake Forest or the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme? Yeah, the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme is very popular. In fact, it was very good, actually, because we had to go camping. So I didn't have much trouble doing that. And we got taken to Savernake Forest, and what they had to do, they dumped you off in Savernake Forest with your tents and all the other bits and pieces, and then they left you. And we had to survive the night in the forest. So I thought, being particularly bright, that we would pitch our tents under these trees. It was like a little wooded clearing. And I thought, let's put our tents under the trees, which of course was very stupid, because trees... it's honestly a two-part story. How ridiculous. Have you ever heard anything like it? But, but don't worry, I'll tell you the rest of the story after the news while we look at other pictures of ancient trees. But, no, it was quite a good story. It was one of those things. We didn't actually get the... Duke of Edinburgh's Award Scheme medals because the person who was helping us do it left. So we didn't get that far. So we'd had to suffer living in Savernake Forest for a night. And I remember it as if it was yesterday. So I'll tell you about it after the news at 6, which is coming up. And as we finish our ice creams for today, courtesy of Ice Cream Ian, mine always goes soft on me. It's typical, isn't it? Everybody else's, stays rock hard. But me, because I'm talking, it just goes softer and softer. Anyway, worry about that in a minute, shall we?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, 26 minutes to 7. I see that Amazon... We had a story on the news that was talking about Amazon staff. They're going to lose... Was it about 16,000 people or something? Yes. You'll have to come and collect some of these cups in here. I'm collecting cups like there's no tomorrow. And now it turns out that warehouse workers at Amazon are going to go on strike. First ever strike in the UK. This is over a 50p pay rise. They claim that they're going to walk out on January the 25th. This is at the Coventry site. Amazon have said the action will have zero impact on customers because the site sends stock to UK bases and does not fulfil online orders directly. I'm always quite curious as to how it works. I've seen inside shots of the Amazon factory where it's all on conveyor belts and whizzing about all over, a bit like watching backstage with your luggage at Heathrow Airport, which seems to go on like a roller coaster. It's like here and this, and then because it's got this barcode on, it sends it off down that way. And I think the same at Amazon, because I always imagine that there's somebody there physically going, oh, look, there's an order from Steve Allen, and let's put this in here. He's ordered hankies again and stuff like that. But apparently not. I mean, it is one of the most valuable companies in the world. How they fare in the tax situation, I've got no idea and couldn't possibly comment. What have we got here? The NHS in peril. This must be the Daily Mirror. And it's, they've got stories. You could find these all of the time, whether it be under a Labour government or a Conservative government. A grandmother who waited 33 hours for a bed when I was in hospital They had 20 ambulances at one point queued up outside with people who needed hospital beds, and they started shunting us around. I was in one ward, and then they said, "Oh, we're going to move you to another ward, Steve." And I went, "Oh, okay." And they said, "Because we've got 20 ambulances lined up outside, and we need to get the people into the ward." So I went all of a sudden up to the top floor, which was quite nice. I didn't have any complaints about it at all. It made no difference to me where I was. I was in bed. As long as I was connected to the drip and all the other bits and pieces, that was fine. But they then started bringing the people in. It was really difficult. There's one here, a queue of 22 ambulances. This is down in Portsmouth. I mean, it is a situation that needs sorting out as quickly as possible. What is Rishi Sunak going to do? Well, Nick Ferrari will be talking about this a little bit later on this morning, because I don't know what the answer is. I really don't know what the answer is. They say that he is detached from reality. The speech is full of boasting and false promises. But actually, to be honest with you, I've heard this a million times from people over the years. I'm old enough to have remembered all these speeches where they promise you everything. If they want to get elected, they go, "We're definitely going to give you this. This is a 5-point plan. This is the one that's going to work. This is going to..." And you think, no, it's not. No, it's not. But they do it because people are convinced by it. They think, oh, if we do this, it's like when we were listening to, people talking earlier on to Richard Spur. People are sort of waiting, but yet Conservatives have been in for 12 years now. So obviously somebody's voting for them, and they must be convinced. So they're analysing in all the papers, and depending on which paper you buy, determines which bias you get. So Jason Beattie, the head of politics, is looking at the what he said and what it means. But the trouble is, nobody knows what it means because they haven't put it into practice yet. He thinks he's going to convince the party faithful, which presumably he will. And then whether it goes any further, I've got no idea. I don't know what the answer is. Is just pumping money into the NHS the answer? Is it? I mean, I always thought it went wrong when they started bringing in managers everywhere. But I've never had any complaints about the NHS. I've always thought they were absolutely, top-notch for me. Top-notch. They had somebody on the air the other day and they said that somebody had been brought into a hospital and they had a cardiac arrest. And a nurse who happened to be going past stayed and got them back into the real world again. I mean, I think that's what we pay for. But just imagine if you lived somewhere else, there is no NHS. What we've got here, we need to hang on to because it's the only thing that we've got. And if you're ill, you do expect that you can pick up, the telephone, call 999, and you will get an ambulance. Unfortunately, not at the moment. And they seem to be quite open in saying, "I'm sorry, we haven't got any ambulance. Can you drive yourself in?" I was like, "What? Just had a cardiac arrest. What do you mean drive myself in?" "Well, have you got somebody who can drive you in?" "No." Have you got a next door neighbour? I think, "I'm sorry, I'm having a cardiac arrest." It is difficult, but again, they're just following the guidelines. They're following what it says on the little screen in front of them. It's like if you call the NHS direct, and they're working to a script. They're not doing anything else. They're just working to a script. It's terribly sad, isn't it? Steve says, Kat, a lot of modern so-called comedians think that constantly swearing makes them funny. Well, I mean, I have seen people swearing. I mean, quite a lot of comedians do swear. And I've seen some very I mean, Frankie Boyle, for example, uses a lot of swear words. But the trouble is, if you go and see Frankie Boyle, you know what to expect. There's no point in sort of thinking he's going to be doing stories about Mary Had a Little Lamb or anything like that, or telling you nice, happy stories. He's going to be about as rude and offensive as he possibly can. But yet he packs out theatres. He packs out theatres so much people love watching him. I've seen loads of those comedians. Who's the other one? Roy Chubby Brown. Every other word is a rude word. And yet, because he looks funny, because he wears his flying helmet and his multicoloured jackets and all the rest of it, people think it's very funny. And it depends what you class as funny or what you can tell jokes about or not tell jokes about. Is there anything which is off limits? Well, in Frankie Boyle's case, not. There appears to be nothing at all. I've got a couple of his DVDs, and they're very funny, but I mean, you couldn't repeat anything. It's way unrepeatable, I'm afraid. Small and fragile, amid the pomp, the sudden tears for the reluctant Pope, the faithful and the curious have joined together to say farewell because it's like an exhibit. They sort of bring him out, he dies, and they put him out there on this catafalque. I mean, the former pontiff is dwarfed by the surroundings, and then right behind him is that staircase, which they will take him down, and that takes you into the crypt in the basilica, and that's where he will be for the rest of his life. Somebody says here it was a mum She says the queue began singing as the mass started and said, "I've never seen a dead body before. He was very grey." Yeah, well, he's not going to look healthy, is he? I mean, people do look grey, unfortunately. I mean, you would have thought you could have done something, but I don't think they like to sort of mess around with anything. I mean, you can in this country, it's not as common as it is in America for people to be embalmed, where they will go in and they will replace the blood in your body with formaldehyde, which gives you more of a colour. But to be honest with you, you're only ever seen for a few minutes, so I don't think it really makes any difference. But the Americans are adept at doing complete makeovers, hair, makeup, everything you can think of. In fact, at the beginning of the Joan Crawford book, her daughter goes to see her mother in the funeral home and congratulated the embalmer on such a good job, because she looked as though she was about to wake up. And he was very pleased. In fact, it said it in the book. You know, he was so thrilled because he said, I've copied it from photographs of her. So they give her her hair back, they give her the makeup and everything. And you can have it done here. If you pay for it, it's a service. But I think with the Pope, I think it's that simplicity that goes with it. They don't want to start sort of faffing around. So, you know, for many people, they've never seen a dead body. I shouldn't imagine the people I'm working with have ever seen a dead body. Why would they have to? Have you seen a dead body? You're looking at me. That's what dead bodies look like. Was the dead guy in Pimlico you walked past? Oh, right. How did you know he was dead? He might have just been sleeping. Oh, he was dead. Oh, right. Oh, dear. But that is the trouble. If you see people out there in this weather, when it's over the Christmas period, it's been freezing cold. They're still waiting. Well, I'm not really. I'm hoping it's not going to happen. The weather they got in America and Japan is going to arrive over here, and I'm hoping not, because that doesn't make it good for anybody at all, does it? What else we got? 2 further suspects wanted over that knife point robbery at the home of the cyclist Mark Cavendish have still not been traced by the police. And they've got pictures of different people. But mind you, as I said yesterday, Mark Cavendish and his wife had 2 watches, one worth 400,000 and one worth 300,000. I can't help feeling, you know, if somebody knows you've got watches like that, they're going to take them. It's like, that's why Amir Khan got robbed, because he tweeted the day before that he had this new, whatever it was, £200,000 watch on his wrist, and then goes walking through Shoreditch. And you think, unfortunately, much as though we all want to live in this utopian world where everybody's lovely and go, oh, that's a lovely watch, they're going to take it off you. There was one builder a short while ago, and he was wearing a Rolex worth about 25,000. He walked into a local pub, he got kicked to the floor, and they wrestled it off his wrist. You know, it's dreadful. It really is absolutely dreadful. Other stories. You'll like the photographs of the ancient shipwreck. That is particularly good. And they think it's as good as the Mary Rose. I think it's nowhere near as good as the Mary Rose, which is fantastic, and you must go and see it if you've never seen it. It's fantastic. Aaron says, how Steve Allen goes from Aliens to The Life of Brian to Dad's Army to Oligarchs in a single stream of consciousness. It's just absolutely remarkable. Do LBC pay him by the hour or by the word? I don't know. I wish I could tell you the answer to that, Aaron. I don't know. I'm certainly not paid by the word. Otherwise, I would slow down a little bit more. No, I go faster. No, I think we get paid by the hour. I think so. But even then, I'm not totally convinced I get paid. Yes. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know how it works. I've really got no... It's a show fee. You get a fee for doing a show, so you're putting on a show. But you're quite right. I can drift from Aliens to Life of Brian to Dad's Army to Oligarchs in a single stream of consciousness. I can also do camping in Savernake Forest and a load of other ththings. Some repeatable, some not repeatable, but all of them entertaining. And that's the whole idea about radio. Thank the Lord. You imagine if I smoked or I continued smoking, my voice by now would have been so shot through. Because I maintain you can hear somebody on the radio, be it a caller, a listener or something like that, or a presenter, and I can tell if they smoke. Straight away, it's this sort of hoarseness which comes out. And so, you know, it's a gravelly sort of voice, which I don't think I have actually, but I do have the latest news headlines for you with Simon Conway. Morning, 11 minutes to 7 is the time. Nick Ferrari will be with you at 7 o'clock this morning for the Thursday breakfast show. Somebody's obviously got a very good agent. This would be Maya Jama. You won't know who she is. She's taking over on Love Island from the last one called... Can't remember who the last one was on Love Island. Who was it? Who was the last presenter of Love Island? Laura Whitmore. Anyway, she disappeared. She said she could have still been on the programme if they'd let her do what she wanted to do, and they obviously thought no, so they got rid of her. Or she went. And now you've got Maya Jama. And now they say here, how will the new host style her hair for the launch night? As if anybody cares. Seriously, breaking news. Hold the front page. Hold the front page. Miranda Hart speaks for lots of us after the festive season when she says, I seem to have massively inflated like the economy. Which is another polite way of putting it, isn't it, really? Also, the Iron Maiden stamps. It's the oddest choice, Iron Maiden stamps. 12. I thought that was quite a lot. But also, you know, there must be other groups out there. I mean, Harry Styles on a stamp. If you go to America, you can get stamps with Elvis Presley on, all sorts of things. The Venn diagram of stamp collectors and Iron Maiden fans. Can't be very big. I mean, it can't be, can it? I mean, do you know, I carry stamps on me all the time because every time I go to Costco, I buy stamps. But I keep forgetting I've bought the last lot of stamps, so I've now got a pocket bulging with stamps, which when I go to my brother's, I say, do you want any stamps? Because they've got these new ones which are coming out now. You know, there's the old stamps and the barcoded stamps. I don't think the barcoded stamps look as good. I really don't, but very sure. You've got an extra 6 months, so you don't need to worry about that. So slippers, the hot fashion item. Yeah, not when you're taking the kids to school, though. I have seen I know, I couldn't believe it either. Saw people at schools who are wearing slippers. They're standing, some in their pyjamas. I mean, what sort of people are these? Really worrying. Steve, how odd. I was reading about a 500-year-old tree yesterday that accidentally got burnt down. Yes, it was a very famous tree. It had, in fact, died some years ago, but they were keeping it going. John Bunyan, I believe, had something to do with it. We talked about this tree. The villagers, they were sort of doing a fire. He's buried or something, whatever it was. He did a speech there or something. Anyway, the sparks sermon. There was a spark from a fire which set fire to the tree. They weren't bright enough to realise. Dangerous. Steve, apparently Arthur Lowe was a good horseman, and my favourite episode of Dad's Army was the one where he was dressed in full armour. He was hoisted up over a big tree branch and lowered onto the poor horse below. Well, that's what they used to have to do. That's what they have to do with Henry VIII, didn't they? Henry VIII, they had to sort of put a winch up there. And then sort of lift it. The poor horses must have gone, oh, my God. Have you seen the armour and what that weighed and all these sort of things? So by the time Henry VIII had got all the armour on, they found a while ago, a few years back, a jousting pitch at Hampton Court Palace where it would have been, which I thought was very interesting. And I woke up to you banging on about UFOs and aliens again. I don't bang on about it. I just tell you the truth. And it says, even though you're mocking the notion of ETs, I know I'm being told to plant the seed of aliens in people's minds so they'll have a reference point in the future. You are mad. You're a bit crackers, aren't you? Are you drinking? Good Lord above, honestly, you do get them, don't you? I love it. Steve, I was props, says Les and Stortford on Jesus Christ Superstar. Used to check Paul Nicholas's harness as I yanked him onto the cross. He always grunted, not surprised. Very good, though. A very powerful piece. I love powerful pieces. Grimstone's Oak. Grimstone's own in Epping Forest is very famous. Huge girth and centuries. That might have been where they said lots of old trees were in Epping Forest. Worth seeing, says Tony, in Woodford. Random questions on my Google yesterday revealed the oldest female is 118 years old, who is French. The oldest man, says Nathan, was 122, who was also French. Could garlic, cheese and wine be the answer for an extended life? I don't know. I don't know what your quality of life would be at 122. I shouldn't imagine you'd be sort of, like a spring chicken or something like that. There used to be an old people's home. It would be, I think. I will be. Actually, the funny thing is, I don't show any signs of slowing down. Well, not on the programme, put it that way. Off the programme, the moment the light goes off, that's it. I collapse in like a little heap. But there used to be a place up near me. It was an old people's home, and every time I used to go past it on the bus, all I saw was like the sitting room with all these people just sitting in chairs asleep. And I remember thinking, I don't think I'd ever want to get to that stage in my life. I think I'd want to sort of make sure that I was still sort of fairly active. I'm not saying I'm going to do running or anything like that, but I get around, I do all right. How to earn £1,252. How would you like to earn £1,252? Clear the loft out. If, of course, you don't have a loft, build one. And then you can fill it with all sorts of rubbish, because that's where people put all the stuff, isn't it? You know, the kids' toys. So every time you come to Christmas, you put their old toys up in the loft, and then you give them new toys. And so they play with the new toys, then next Christmas it's repeated, and you put them up in the loft, and so it goes on. But if you clear it all out, you've got all sorts of things up there. And people want to buy it. There are all sorts of sites now for selling DVDs and videos and toys and all sorts of different bits and pieces. Dinosaurs had a surprising variations in eating styles. Apparently, researchers reconstructed the jaw muscles of the 5 dinosaurs so they could simulate their bites. Interesting. A lot of them were sort of vegetarian, but some of them weren't vegetarian. And I still think it was quite good, because when they were doing the filming of Jurassic Park and they've got all these raptors running past them and everything else, I remember thinking, what's running past them? And the answer, nothing. They have to pretend. Like when we spoke to Hugh from the Paddington Bear movies, and I said, what were you working with? He said, a stick with a hat on it. They would hold a stick with the hat, and then he said you would direct your conversation to that. Then they would put in Paddington afterwards. Completely ruined it for me, because I thought Paddington was well capable of doing acting, definitely. Steve, I've now booked my theory test and hazard perception for my HGV Class 1. Looking forward to passing. Then I'll have all the licences, says Julie. You go for it. You go for it. Definitely. And Tony in Linton says, by the way, Gary Shearston did have the top 10 hit with I Get a Kick Out of You. There's Paddington. And there's the... It seems a bit disappointing, doesn't it, really, that Paddington's reduced to being a stick. But if you listen closely to the lyrics near the end, he actually sings crispy onion rings and chips. True, says Tony. I'll have to check it out. Our ancient trees are the yew trees. Normally in churchyards, says Barry in North Finchley, they're considered holy. There's one in the churchyard of St Mary's in Totteridge Lane. The yew tree is about 800 years old. Yes, it's like, what's the other thing I saw? I went to a cemetery some years ago out of London, and they had lots of rhododendrons. Rhododendrons seem to thrive in cemeteries, and I remember thinking then, how interesting. Never mind our salary, give us oat milk. I tried oat milk. I didn't like it at all. I've discovered there's so many different sorts of milk out there now. I just want to go for bog standard milk. Nadine Dorris, very upset. She aims a broadside at Rishi. This is because the Channel 4 idea of selling it off has sort of been bypassed, so she wasn't very happy about that. And there's a man here called Pele Johnson, and he was called Pele in 1970. And so the day Pele met Pele, he actually met him. They found somebody called Pele. And imagine if I met somebody called Steve. How exciting that would be. But I don't. All I know is 2 people on the programme this morning, one called Jack, with the slippers and the Citizen's Watch, and the other one called Elliot, with no Citizen Watch and no slippers. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And he's on, again, the yacht, Leo DiCaprio, with a couple of young ladies. Well, there's a surprise, say the newspapers. I totally agree. Always a surprise. And how train drivers' pay has risen by up to 62%. Nick Ferrari will be having a go at this one this morning, and loads of other things as well. If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on Catch Up or listen to the whole show podcast on Global Player, where you'll find all of LBC's shows to catch up on, as well as stay up to date with the latest news from LBC. You can download Global Player for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning from 4 for Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Coming up at 10, it's James O'Brien. But right now, another busy Thursday breakfast with Nick Ferrari. Morning, nice to have your company. Friday, January the 6th, the day that will go down in memory as Harry tells yet more lies, I'm afraid. And then he's admitted, it just drones on and on. And you've never heard so much stuff. You've been hearing about it on LBC. And now it's revealed he's killed 25 Taliban fighters. It reminds me of one of the Carry On films where the little bloke sort of attacks all these people and they go, he's a hero, he killed all these people. Of course, there was no such thing. So Harry did all this by himself, and he admitted to taking cocaine, and apparently he lost his virginity in a field. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a bit dreary, isn't it? What a sort of preppy schoolboy takes drugs. Oh, shock horror. Perhaps he thinks in his strange world that's a bit edgy. I've taken cocaine and puff. Okay, we did it at uni and we did it all over the place. Who cares? Who cares? What he's done to his family, though, I mean, what a sad, pathetic specimen he is. And, as I say, it goes worse. It gets worse. All the... this happened and that happened, and then we were given a lock of my mother's hair in a little blue box and everything else, and me and my brother, apparently, even though he killed 25 men, when his brother pushes him over and broke his necklace, he just got upset. Got very upset about it. So obviously he is, the original grudge-toting man-baby. That's all it comes down to. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really want to hear, because for years... he's wailed on about, privacy and all the rest of it. And now here he is telling you about how he first had sex, who he had it with, and you think, are you really that dim? The answer is yes, he really is that dim. He really thinks that he wants to tell everybody because he's just a spoilt little child. He talks about, the wicked stepmother, Camilla, and he talks about, the rows with his brother. Everybody has rows with their brothers. Brothers or sisters, they all fight. Harry, of course, it's like, how can you speak to me like that? I can't believe it. Why would you talk to me like that? Because you're the younger brother. That's what happens. I was watching that Pawn Shop, P-A-W-N, and the brother and sister in that one fight like cat and dog. I mean, seriously fight like cat and dog. So because Harry and William, why would you think that they wouldn't? Why would you think that they wouldn't fight? They're brothers. One's going to be king and one isn't. And that's all it comes down to. It's like Princess Margaret. What does she do? Drank. Because she was never going to be queen. It was never going to be happening. And so she went out and she kicked her heels off, which is exactly what Harry did. The dressing up bit we know about, the drunkenness out of falling out of nightclubs, the Las Vegas stripping off, start naked in a hotel room. We know all about these sort of things. It's the sign of an immature little child. It's got nothing to do with his mother dying. Nothing to do with it. Because bearing in mind, he was a little boy. And people always say, and I've seen him on the television, arguing about he was just a little boy walking behind his mother's coffin. It was 25 years ago. 25 years ago. I walked behind my mother's coffin. I turned out okay, as far as I know. I don't know. Perhaps I might go round the bend and start talking about drug taking and things like that, because it really isn't of any interest to anybody. If Harry's so weak and feeble that he took drugs, that's his problem. Nothing to do with me. I couldn't care less. I really couldn't. But as I say, nobody seems to believe him. And, that's we should leave it as that. He's sort of done his family immeasurable damage. If he can live with it, good for him. I think he's a lonely little boy. And not because his mother was killed in a car crash in a tunnel in Paris. I don't think it's that at all. I think he was always destined to be, I want to be Harry and I want to be this, and he wanted to win the public over. And at one point he was doing it. When he was his best man at his brother's wedding, he was the best man. If his brother pushed him around and all the rest of it, why did he accept the job of being best man? I just don't quite understand it. So either Harry tells lies, or he's just so immature that he thinks that we're going to buy all this guff. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? But it doesn't enough go on. Pages and pages and pages and pages. In fact, we were hard pushed to find other bits and pieces. But luckily, you'll be delighted to know we found loads of other stories in the papers. Jean says, what will Harry's children think of him when they grow up? I don't know. Well, I mean, put it aside, they won't be living in this country. They'll be living abroad. And I hope he stays there. I mean, there are those who are now saying the marriage to Meghan ain't going to last. It's not going to last. And she will use the excuse of, we've got all this press intrusion and all the rest of it. But then it's their own making. They've encouraged the press intrusion. We haven't encouraged it. They've said 7 different occasions he was invited back by his father and his brother, and he turned them down. And now he won't even tell anybody if he's coming to the Coronation Street. Well, petulant youth. That's what it is. Stamp your little foot, throw your toys out with the bathwater and do what you want to do. But don't drone on about it, Harry. It makes you look like a complete dipstick. Ridiculous. Union fury at the government attempt to block the strikes because they're going to bring in different rules. And so, because yesterday I had a nightmare getting back. I was all right actually getting back from here and then getting to Hammersmith. And then a bus came along and I got it and I got to Richmond, and that's when the trouble started because there were no buses from Abellio going to Twickenham. They were going to Hounslow, but who the hell wants to go to Hounslow? I wanted to go to Twickenham. And eventually there was a lady there and another lady, and they said, why don't we get a taxi? We were all going to exactly the same place. And so we got in a black taxi outside Richmond Station. It cost, I think it was about 11 quid for three of us, which was fine. And to be honest with you, if it happens again today, we'll do the same again. Or failing that, I'll just take it by myself. It doesn't make any difference to me. The chilly day in Rome and the Pope's farewell to another one. Currently, the Pope Francis didn't look at all well. I mean, he really looks though he was on his last legs. He's 86. And it is, you don't expect to have to be working and doing all these things at the age of 86. It's a lot of pomp and circumstance. Oh, there's Jonathan Shallett talking about the royal claims. This is a man who didn't get his cup of tea on the British Airways flight. Bless his heart. Honestly, he looks very well, doesn't he? Very smart indeed. That's a good woman, you see, making him look smart for the television, and he's on Sky News. Selina Scott, question is, will she be taking part in the BBC Breakfast 40th celebrations? Don't know. I don't really care, actually. She complained about Frank Boff and the things that he used to say to her and stuff like that, but everybody says stuff to people. What difference does it make? Why don't people just grow up and do as they say in the church, turn the other cheek? That's all you need to do, actually. It's, it's just the way it goes, I'm afraid. Plus, we've got a bogus cop. He's somebody... I know. We've had cop stories before. I don't like the word cop at all. It's a bogus policeman. He stopped a lone woman motorist. Anyway, they got him into court, and he's been spared jail. He's quite clearly a fantasist. There's something the matter with him. Putin's called for a holiday truce in the war in the Ukraine. I mean, I don't know, why don't we just stop the war? Would it not be nice to do something to make sure you go to heaven as opposed to burn in hell for all eternity? Surely that would make more sense. You've made a point. People have died. You could be blown up any minute now. Somebody, if you're in a cabinet, could poison you. All sorts of things. Why don't you just give it up? Sort of say, I've decided to do this. It's a big decision to make. And then you save face. I mean, to me, it makes perfect sense. War solves nothing. Nothing at all. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Steve says, Liz, the whole Harry thing is actually very painful to listen to. Do we really care about where he lost his virginity? No, we don't. But the trouble is, he's decided to write about it. And I don't know why. She says, my mate lost hers by the bins around the back of Morrison's, but she doesn't go on about it. He seems to be very damaged, and while I really don't wish him any ill, I'm a little weakened by it. I don't think he's damaged. I think he's just a bit simple. He grew up, as I've said before, he doesn't have to do anything. Doesn't have to press a uniform, sew a button on, do anything. Bone idle. All the royal family have to do is turn up for different events. They're a business. They're a family firm. They're not a family as such. They don't like each other. You don't have to like your family. Friends you like, family you don't have to. You just put up with them because they're family. And so I don't think he's damaged. I think it's an excuse. Totally. And poor old Shane in Sydney says, I had to switch the television off this afternoon. Every channel had Harry on, even the ABC, which I very rarely watch. It is. It's almost to the point of boredom. I couldn't care less what they do. Why don't they go and live on a desert island, then they can sort of revel in their own company. But she loves the attention. She loves playing, I'm the big I am, and he likes playing the big I am. Because everywhere they go, they're surrounded by their security. And you think, God, blimey, it's like being Brooklyn dreary old Beckham, who's in all the papers today because he can't cook. He cooks a piece of beef. Well, he doesn't. This thing was some... It doesn't. You could have gone into a field and cut bits off, actually. Little Julie says, just checking in. Morning. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm not bad, actually. Not bad at all. Booked my first musical of the year, Wizard of Oz at the Palladium. And she says, please wish tanker driver Phil and wife Jill well, and love to Neil and Lorraine. Absolutely. Thank you, little Julie, very much indeed. I'd forgotten, actually, that was coming into the London Palladium, the Wizard of Oz. We're off to see the wizard. Because when they made the film, and Judy Garland was playing a lot younger than she really was in age, but she had to deal with the Munchkins, who were drunk. They were drunk most of the time. And some of them, they didn't have enough munchkins, so they dressed children up to look like little adults. And you can see it when they're doing, you know, we want to hear the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz, and all the rest of it. I never liked the film. I must be the only person in living memory who sort of went, oh, not the Wizard of Oz again. It just didn't do anything for me. I love the show Wicked. Wicked is like, you know, first time I saw that, I was so blown away by it. I absolutely loved it, and I got tickets for my brother's daughters, and because they knew more about it than I did. Have you ever seen Wicked? You never seen Wicked? Oh, you'd love it. Oh, it's really... you should definitely go see it, Elliot. And you've got every opportunity now, haven't you? This is Elliot's last time on the programme. Can't wait to get rid of him. It's it's very, very sad to see him go. We always say the same thing with Gate. We must keep up. You know, keep in touch. We go out for lunches and stuff like that. Because otherwise, who else is he going to have to tell his love life to? And the answer is me. It's me. I'm the only person. I'm like the kindly old, you know, agony uncle. People tell me things. And then after, I always say if people ever say to me, Steve, I'm going to tell you a secret. So please don't tell me a secret. I don't want to know a secret. I really don't want to know a secret. But they always say, oh, God, let me tell you. Because they want to unburden themselves. So they tell me. And unfortunately, I feel duty-bound to tell everybody else. Can't help it at all, but he'll have a nice time. He's going to be working on Andrew Castle's show, and he's going to be the producer on that one, which, you know, he's going to revel in it, I can tell. But it just means this week he's got a very long week, because he'll finish today, then he's got to go home and sleep, then he's got to be up in the morning to do the show. There's no rest. There's no rest in this business. You know, you work, and they make you work, and you can either do it or you can't do it. So he'll do it. He'll be very good at it. Wrote me a little card, bog off, you know, usual sort of things. And no, we'll probably go out for lunch, give him a chance to establish himself, because we'll have all this time during the week and things like that. He'll be in the studio doing little bits and pieces, so we will do it. We do it with Corey and a few other people, and it's nice. It's nice just to sort of just to find out what people are doing, you know, and just to see how he's going to age, you know, which will please me greatly. What do we got? We got a break, because it's 4:15.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Just trying to explain about sort of modelling. All the people on television have earpieces. You see them. When they turn their heads, you can see the thing. But did you know that they were all made for their ear? And you go to this place called the National Hearing Centre. It's just off Marble Arch. They're all over the country. And the bloke there makes earpieces for the left ear and the right ear. And you put your head on one side, and he puts this, like, putty in there. And he pushes it in, and you just keep your head on one side for about 5 minutes, and then he takes it out, and then he makes them, and then they send them to you in the post. And it's got left side, right side. It's absolutely unbelievable. I was saying that's what my boys should get. Earpieces. I've still got them, and they still fit, because I don't think the inside of your ear changes. I think it stays the same, unlike other bits of your body that sort of change and drop off. I think the ear stays exactly the same. Steve, I was once at a train station, and there were long delays. A man asked if I wanted to share a taxi, but I was too frightened to say yes, as he was a stranger. Well, I didn't know these two women either. But I take your point. I mean, I wouldn't advise ladies to just get in a cab with a perfect stranger. And somebody says, at least Harry's going to earn his own money. I'll never read his book, but at least he's trying, and we'll get better at the whole reality star lifestyle. No, he won't. No, he won't, because he doesn't want to lose the title that he's got. He doesn't want to lose the Prince Harry at all. And also, earning his own money. He hasn't had to earn anything. They've given him money to turn out a really awful podcast and a book that he never wrote. And a Netflix series, which, to be honest with you, is a bit painful to watch. A little bit painful. So he hasn't had to actually earn anything. He hasn't done a day's work in his life, apart from being in the army. And then he was talking about, you know, I've killed 25 Taliban fighters. The army is saying no, and veterans are going no, because he thinks nobody challenges on him on any of these things. He thinks he can just say something because he's Harry. It's like, if ever they go out to do speeches, people, they'll come up with the lamest joke possible, and people go, ha, 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 ha. Whereas we're all thinking, God, you're just not even funny either. Not even funny either. Harry does drawing with pictures. He sort of moves his hands in an expressive way just to elaborate on the fact that he's telling porcupines. You can't help it. It's just the way that they are. They all do it. Steve, cereal ready, tea ready. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on Harry. He's disgraceful. If you haven't already, please listen to Tom Swarbrick's Last Hour yesterday. I'm far too busy to do things like that. They were talking about Prince Harry, were they? Oh, listen, you're all going to be bored witless by the time you get to the weekend, because all the people over the weekend, including Mr. Castle, will be talking about Prince Harry, because that's the story in the news, because the book's released. I mean, if you want to buy it, you can go and buy it. I wouldn't really care less, actually. But it is one of these situations that it's Prince Harry, and he's ungrateful. He's never going to be king. He obviously doesn't want to work for a living, but he wants to be treated as if he's some sort of celebrity, which he isn't. He's just a very, very ordinary person. Lisa in Dundee says, I agree with you about The Wizard of Oz. I never liked it. It's odd, isn't it? It is odd because, it starts off black and white, and then it goes to colour. And the Munchkin, but she did have a lot of trouble, Judy Garland, with the Munchkins who were drunk when they were recording, because that's all they had. And in fact, the last one died a short while ago. They had all the Munchkins, the little people in it. They all lived in a village in America, and they used to keep their costumes, and the public used to go and see them. And I think the last one died a short while ago. And she was, 90 or something like that, because you tend to find little people don't live as long as other people, in the majority of cases. And I used to think that was so sweet that they all lived in the same place, and they were trading off the fact that they were Munchkins in The Wizard of Oz. I thought that was cool. We welcome you to Lollipop Land, Lollipop Land. It was madness. But people loved it in the days when we didn't have television. And people went to the cinema. You would go, the cinema would be packed. And you know what the one thing was? Smoke everywhere. Smoke, because everybody smoked in the cinema. The whole cinema was like a fog. And I can remember going to a cinema off Shaftesbury Avenue years and years ago, and at the end of the film, they played the national anthem. And people stood up. A lot of people left the cinema because they had buses to catch, but they played. Many of you go, do you know, they did. They played the national anthem, and then they decided to make the smoke on the right-hand side, but not on the left-hand side, owing to the fact they hadn't realised that smoke drifted. But you could sit there smoking in a cinema. Amazing, isn't it? Steve, Meghan will be devastated at the reaction to Harry's book. They'll be ridiculed in America and here. I think she'll call it a day and he'll be totally on his own. He's consumed with anger. It's not very attractive. I think he's just unhappy. I think he's always been unhappy. It's got nothing to do with his mother dying, because lots of you listening will have lost your mothers at an early age. It's got, the fact that she happened to be a public figure, and the fact that his father was having an affair and had been long before he met Diana. Long before. We all thought the person he met in the railway sidings at night, we thought it was Diana. It wasn't. It was Camilla. But Camilla was married to Andrew Parker Bowles. And that's where the thing came in. But, of course, he couldn't marry Camilla, so he had to marry Diana, so it was heir and a spare. And obviously somebody went, what should we call the book? And Harry went, should we just call it Me? It's all about me. And, and now apparently it turns out that Meghan Markle is going to write a book as well. I mean, honestly, there's no end to the delightfulness that goes on, I'm afraid. Big shout out to Kerry Ellis, says Liz. Oh, we loved Kerry Ellis. Can I get a cup of tea? I didn't have a chance to go and get one, Jack, and I thought, you look as though you're in a mood for getting me a cup of tea. I brought him in today. I gave them the choice. I said, you have a choice of either hoisin duck in a wrap or the chicken Caesar, which is particularly good. I think the chicken Caesar is nice. And so he said he'd go for the duck. And he went, it was really good. Now, you see, what I've done now, I've spoiled him. What I've done is I've elevated his taste buds up to a new level. The taste buds now will be, I want these wraps all the time, but they're really expensive, but they're nice, so you don't have them very often. But the chicken Caesar was particular. I'd have eaten either of them, or both, quite easily, actually. So the best Elphaba in Wicked, says Liz. The fact she didn't get to be Elsa in Frozen is a crime. Thanks, Idina Menzel. Oh, no, I loved Idina Menzel. I loved Idina Menzel. Do you know, it was so funny. They were talking about Frozen. Of course, every little girl all of a sudden, let it go, let it go. And when you see it on stage at Disney, and she does that, and all of a sudden, it's just magical to watch. It really is. And the clothes she's wearing are sort of pulled away from her, which you don't see. And so she goes from this black outfit, all of a sudden she's shimmering in silver. It's fabulous. Little girls love it. And her kids were going to school, and one of them was saying, oh, so-and-so, we've actually seen... We've seen Wicked, and we love Elphaba and all the rest of it. And apparently her kids said, thank you, dear, that's my mum. And they went, yeah, whatever. And they went, no, that's my mum who sings, let it go, let it go. They didn't believe her till she came to pick them up from school later. And then they suddenly realised. I thought she was great, absolutely great. But her rendition, this is Kerry Ellis's, will blow you away. I wish I could sing. I seriously do wish I could sing. I do hear bits in musicals. I can't sing. Well, I get by. I'm not going to release an album anytime soon. But you do think to yourself, how lovely it's better to go on stage and start singing. I'd love to be able to do something like that. Steve, I went to the gym yesterday, says Hugh from Acton, but I couldn't use the equipment I wanted because there was a guy with muscles using it. Don't you think he's a shellfish? How did that get through? You can sure sign it's the producer's last day on the programme, isn't it? We're going to let any old dross through. Gilbert says, every year I'm more convinced that Mary and Joseph giving birth to Jesus was a money-making scheme since they only wanted to make a profit. Oh, come on, please. Listen, I'm 68. Go easy on the old man, Just a little bit. Actually, I was totally convinced it was a money-making thing anyway. Totally convinced, absolutely. We saw this star in the east and we followed it. Yeah, whatever. The shepherds were on the hillside, and all of a sudden this stable is full of sheep and camels and horses. And I mean, you imagine Mary going, not near the crib, please. The baby Jesus has been born and everybody's happy. Why she didn't book into the Bethlehem 5-star Hilton, I've got no idea. She had the money, she had the gold, the frankincense and the myrrh. And they could have moved in and had a really nice double ensuite room with full cooking facilities. But no, she wanted to stay in the stable. But it always reminded me of and I've told this story a lot of times, but it always makes me laugh, actually. Victoria Wood was telling the story about they went to the local junior school and they were doing the nativity. And so all the kids get cast, and they get cast as different things nowadays. Some get cast as crustaceans, and where they fit in, I've got no idea. But in this particular case, the boy who was playing the innkeeper, and they're only little, they're only about sort of 6, 7 like that, he didn't want to be the innkeeper. He wanted to be one of the shepherds. And so Mary and Joseph turn up on stage in Bethlehem, and they get to the door of the inn. Nothing. The innkeeper's having a bit of a strop because he wants to be a shepherd. And they said, no, you're going to be the innkeeper. And it's not the biggest job being the innkeeper. So anyway, Mary and Joseph were a little bit fed up by this time as well. Nothing. He's really having a mare of a session behind this door. And everybody knows it. And in the end, he grudgingly opens the door and goes, yes. And Joseph, who's rehearsed his part, he says, hello, I am Joseph, this is Mary, and we would like to stay in your stable. And the innkeeper, who was still seething, went, you can't, it's full, and slams the door shut. So Joseph looks at the audience who are turning a bit violent. He goes, the innkeeper opens the door again, and Joseph looks at him and goes, we booked. Isn't that a good story? I think it's so cute, because I was one of the 3 kings. When we lived in Hong Kong and I was 10, I played one of the 3 kings. But the trouble is, because I had such an angelic face, and I did so. And so by the time they'd actually put this sort of the tea towel on my head with the crown on top of it, I just looked seriously like Jordan in the early days. And so I had to walk down through the hall with all the parents and everybody else singing, we 3 kings of Orient. But because you're little, you don't know about projection, and we didn't have microphones. So, and because the cine film that we had didn't have sound on it, you just saw my mouth moving. We 3 kings of Orient. You could see people going, sing up louder. But I thought I was quite cute. I had a little casket to hold as I walked down with the other 2 kings, whose names I couldn't tell you. I had no idea who they were. But I just thought that was good. I think we should have nativity plays. But they've changed in a lot of schools because parents wanted to take pictures. Well, of course, you can't take pictures in a lot of schools because that's pictures of somebody else's children. And some of the schools have relaxed that and said you can take pictures, but just be mindful, and if sort of some parents didn't want their kids photographed, they would sort of take them out of the nativity scene. But everybody wanted to be in it. Even in Love Actually, the kids are in. One of the kids played a lobster, I think, and so the mother went, a lobster? I don't know where they get a lobster from in the middle of, Bethlehem, but that good. We don't even know what the inn was called. We have no idea what the inn was called. I don't think it had a name. Premier Inn. No, I don't think it had a name like. It wasn't a chain. It wasn't a chain. It was just the fact that it was the inn. And why did they choose Bethlehem? Why didn't they go to? Well, they should have gone to Galilee. Galilee was much, and by the coast. They could have played in the arcades. Mary could have had the Sprog, and everybody would have been really, really happy. Do you think? I thought so. Have you ever read Spike Milligan's version of the Bible? It's hilarious. It's so funny. He talks about the miracles and all the rest of it, but sort of done from a cynical side of it, because you have to laugh. You have to laugh at religion. That's the whole idea of it. The more you laugh, the more you embrace it. Works very well. Nobody was laughing at the funeral yesterday of old Benedict, but it's only because that coffin weighed a ton. It was him in a coffin, inside another coffin. It was like one of those Russian dolls. You took it out and at the end of it, there he was. Look at the time. It's 4:31. Should we get the latest news headlines on LBC with Darryl Jackson?
At E.ON Next, we believe life's better when you know you can get your hands on discounts across a range of home energy solutions, like boilers and solar panels, so you can treat your home to a bit of future-proofing. We think that makes energy a little bit better. And that's why we're always working towards helping you get more out of your energy. So visit eonnext.com today. Discounts available to E.ON Next customers and 31st of December 2023. T's and C's, eligibility criteria and geographical restrictions apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Friday. Aren't you grateful we got to Friday? Aren't you grateful you got a whole weekend of talking about Meghan and Harry and all that? You're going to get to the stage where you're going to go, oh, not Meghan and Harry again, please. Why don't they just disappear? Well, the answer is they will. Very shortly, once he's sort of, done a couple of interviews, a bit dreary, a little bit sort of trying to remember what rubbish has been ghosted in this book, because he didn't write it, it's ghosted. And you'll be going, oh, shut up, for goodness sake. We know what you're feeling, we know what you're going on about, that's it. Doesn't make any difference. The next series of The Traitors kicks off next week, but this is an American version. The American version with American celebrities, so you won't have heard of any of these people on there. I mean, let's face it, even if it was a British celebrity version, you won't have heard of half of them at all. David Hayes, I believe, a boxer, he's in a 3-way relationship. I'm never sure how this works, actually. There was a picture of somebody from some girl group and then his girlfriend as well, and him. And apparently now there's lots of pictures of them together, which is... I don't know. Half of all the mountain glaciers doomed to melt by the end of the century. Don't you think glaciers are fantastic? I love looking at them. It's only when you see it speeded up on the cameras that you suddenly realise that they are moving. These things move. And then when they do some of the cruise ships, they go and they get to the end of the glacier, and then all of a sudden there's a cracks and all the rest of it, and it just drops into the sea. Huge bits of ice. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Violence as the son of El Chapo gets arrested. Druggies. Because Harry's admitted to druggies, like, oh, how rock and roll, dear. I took cocaine when I was 17, ripping yarns, how exciting. What a sad little person you must be. And he did his other drugs, and you're thinking to yourself, why would you want to tell people this? Do you think people are going to be respecting you? I don't. I think people are going to be going, are you really stupid? The answer is, yep. He's really stupid. The Apprentice started the other night. Have you seen what a dreary bunch there is? Oh, come on, Thomas, you must have seen them. You must have looked at them and thought, oh, my Goldfathers. There's the irritant already. He likes cannons. And that's the best you can say about him. Jeremy Clarkson's little farm, which is called Diddley Squat, isn't it, I believe? Well, they've done really well. How many percentage rise in 1 year? Has it gone up? How many percent? How many percent increase? 27%. You are so far out, Jack. 9,300% in 1 year. That's what you call a successful business. Sorry? Did you go? Oh, right. 2. Oh, right. Oh, so, right. Oh, right. Did you eat there or not? Oh, right, they hadn't opened the restaurant. Yeah, I mean, put it this way. I could never understand the local council who go, oh, we don't want this kind of thing, it's traffic and all the rest of you think, oh, go away, you mealy-mouthed little drears. Little dreary people, boring. The local we don't want all these cars round here, we live in the countryside. And you think, no, that's the whole idea. He's running a very successful business. Nobody's interested in you and your boring life. Yeah, that's how it goes. So I'm delighted it's actually up 9,300%. Bad news, Greggs sausage roll's gone up. Beginning of the year, it was £1, £1.20 now. £1.20. It's only a blooming sausage roll, but they are quite nice, actually. But yesterday I didn't have a bacon roll. I didn't have a bacon roll from Pret a Manger. Because what they've got some in the cabinet, and they're hot, well, warm. Well, quite nicely warm. And they've got them with this horrible egg in, which doesn't look like an egg. It looks like it's sort of a reconstituted egg. And I look at them and I go, oh, no, I'm not buying those. Not very nice at all. I don't like it's like I don't like the sausage and egg McMuffin. I like the sausage McMuffin, but not the egg bit, because it doesn't look like an egg to me. I'm sure it is an egg, but it just doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like a sausage. Really? Oh, I thought it looked like it's round. Well, you get round sausages. Never heard of round sausages? Well, you think it has to look like... Yeah, of course you would, wouldn't you? Like a sausage. Yeah, but there's... dreaming. But you do... The trouble is, I mean, why do we think a sausage has to be round? Sorry, not round. It has to be long. Sausage... Yeah, but why do you think that's a sausage shape? Do you not believe that before sausage shapes there were sausage patties? You know, it's man who's made that. That doesn't come out of the farm looking like that. They put the meat into a thing, and then it goes into what looks like a very thin condom, and then make loads of it, and then they sort of twist it round, and then they make it into a sausage, and then you fry it. But I think they should all be round, a bit like beef burgers. I think they should be round. Yeah, why not? Well, I'm not sure about getting rid of hot dogs. No, I like hot dogs, but they don't look like sausages because they're not sausages, they're hot dogs. Well, they might look like it. You see, you're going by the length and the size, aren't you? That's what you're going by. Whereas I'm going by the taste. It's the taste. Because if you go and buy a burger from Wendy's, it's square, isn't it? It's a square patty. And but I can't remember. Are they round in McDonald's? Sausage? They're round. So I think they're quite nice. But that's sausage. So why shouldn't they all be like that? God, you're very pedantic, aren't you? I can just imagine you standing there going, I'm sorry, is it possible to have a proper sausage there? They used to do something in Pret a Manger years ago, which was like a flaky pastry thing with a frankfurter in the middle, drizzled with cheese. It's delicious. It was absolutely delicious. I used to get them. We were working in Stephen Street at the time on Fives Company. And I'd do a cut through and then go to them and I'd buy 3. 2 to eat at work and 1 to eat on the journey back home again. And then they stopped doing them, which I was very disappointed in. Steve. Good morning. I watched the stage version of Les Mis, says Ella. I was wishing I could sing. I was moved to tears. Isn't it great? When I first saw it, I saw it at the Barbican. I was doing a review programme on LBC on a Sunday afternoon, and they said, would you like to go and see this Les Miserables? It was on at the Barbican. And I said, yeah, I can do it. How long does it run? And they said 4 hours. And I went, 4 hours? God. Well, I know. I'll go and see it, and then I can leave in the interval. You know, if I didn't think it was worth 4 hours worth. And I went there, and it starts off where they have the people, you know, which goes into at the end of the day song. At the end of the day, you're another day older. Shirt on your back doesn't keep out the chill. And the righteous hurry past. They don't hear the little ones crying. And it had this gauze, which was projected on Paris, and then it just rose, and then this thing. Well, I was amazed. And this audience were watching it. I didn't know anything about it. I knew it was Victor Hugo, but I didn't know anything else. And so I was quite fascinated when the barricade got a round of applause. The barricade turned round and then sort of sweeps in together. And I remember sitting there thinking, I'm witnessing something really special. Jack Tinker, a TV reviewer at the time, hated it. He called it the Glums. And they made him go back and review it again because it was so good. It really was so good. You might have missed it first time round. And then when they have the shootout on the barricade and the music goes dun, da-dun, 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 and the barricade turns round and on the back of it are all the bodies of the soldiers all spread over it. And it was just mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. And everybody was stunned into silence. It was really brilliant. If you get the chance to see it, go see it. It's as good today as it ever was. They've scaled down the orchestra. Cameron put a smaller orchestra in, but they've been enhanced, and it's brilliant. Amelia says, I'm going to Joe Allen's tomorrow. What starter and main do you recommend? Oh, I couldn't tell you that. I used to have, they don't do it now, they do a fish finger and chip for a starter, which is very nice, actually. All of it's nice. You'll have a nice time. Really, you'll have a nice time. I'm glad you're going. I've not been for a little while, actually. I'm due a preview of it. Perhaps I'll take the producer. Perhaps I could take Elliot. I could make him drive up to town and say, I'll take you to Joe Allen's, and then we could sort of have a couple of sherbets together and probably a cocktail or two, which could be a little bit decadent and pushing the boat out, which is nice. Steve, I was the Angel Gabriel in my school's nativity play. I got to wear a white gown and a tinsel gold halo, and I still remember my line nearly 50 years on. Hush, everybody. Don't be afraid, as I am the Angel Gabriel, and I'm here to bring you great cheer. Riveting. The moment is captured, Kathy. The moment is captured. See, I just remember singing as one of the Three Kings. I don't think I did anything else. I just sang We Three Kings of Orient Are, which was never one of my favourite carols. I liked all of the other ones except that one, really. Steve, my wife works for the ambulance service. I played her the bit of your show yesterday when you told that person off for calling an ambulance as he had a bad knee. She said you were so right. It's for life-threatening emergencies. It is that you have to play the game with this one. You have to play the game. And if they say it's for life-threatening emergencies, just not being able to walk is not life-threatening. It will get better. But anyway, I said it's people like him that are causing the NHS to break down. People think if they call an ambulance, they go straight to the front of A&E, which is not the case. They're checked in or kept in the back of the ambulance. You don't just pull up at A&E in the ambulance and they go, oh, right, you could wait there for hours. But one man told her the other day, I want an ambulance. I'm not waiting in A&E all day. People use them as a taxi service. The sad thing is they have to attend even for a broken fingernail. Believe me, that is all the time. Paul says, I love your show. I'm a new listener. Always play you back when I get up after 7. It's true. I mean, when I went to A&E, because I had huge prostate problems. I mean, where they come from, I've got no idea. But I can remember thinking, I was sitting there and I kid you not, 2 minutes, I needed to go to the toilet. I needed a wee, but I was weeing drops of blood. That was it. Nothing else, because of the blockages and all the rest of it. And I was just in so much pain. It nearly reduced me to tears, but I was thinking there was a woman trying to clean the toilets. I remember saying to her, you have to move out. You really have to move out. It was just awful. And then they went straight through, and they put me through, and this woman said, oh, here's a bit of tubing. And I went, oh, lovely, here we go again. And off we went. But I thought they were excellent. But don't assume if you go in an ambulance that you're going to go to the front of the queue in A&E. And there are certain things, it's got to be a serious emergency. We just don't have the facilities. We really don't. We've got to make it as easy as possible. But I've seen people arguing with NHS staff, which grieves me quite a lot, actually. Steve, thank you for your company. On my way to work, says Julie, the bus driver. And somebody said, I was told the McDonald's egg is cooked in the microwave. I don't know how no, I thought it's steamed. That's what I thought it was. That's how they make it. Or as if you were making a poached egg kind of thing. You get the little bits. I'm going to sneeze. Pathetic, isn't it, honestly? That's probably contagious. What if you could sort of pass things on via a microphone? No, you can't. The best Scottish... the best sausage is a Scottish swear... Scottish, says Marty. Yeah, there's a name for them. There's a name for them, isn't there? And I think they're called lawn sausages. They're square. They do look nice, don't they? See, that's a proper egg. That's what I think is a proper egg. A fried egg. Which I don't do a runny egg. They've got to cook that sunny side up. I have to cook it on the other side. I don't want anything running out of it at all. Over easy. Are you sure? Yeah, thank you. Steve, LBC locked into the spike, says Waj, which is good news. And somebody says, loving that you know the lyrics to Les Mis. You're talking to a West End Wendy here. I know the lyrics to most songs in most shows. Don't ask me how, but even friends of mine will sort of play back things and I go, I know the words to this, I can sing along to them. And why not? Goodness sake, we need more people in the West End. We need more people going to the theatres. We need more people going to the restaurants. There might be strikes on, but we will not be beaten. 14 minutes to 5.
We don't treat ourselves. Oh, we do treat ourselves with a meal out.
The Amex Platinum Card. With £300 global dining credit every year, you can eat at the restaurants you've always wanted to try. Representative 704.6% APR variable. Selected restaurants only. Annual fee. Terms apply. 18 plus. Subject to approval.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Do you recommend Beauty and the Beast, says Shane. Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. We were talking, actually. Liz in Battersea said Herbert Kretzmer wrote the lyrics to Les Miserables. Sadly gone, but a complete genius. Yes, absolutely. I love... There's something about it. We were sort of saying, because the producer's as much a West End Wendy as I am. And on YouTube, there's this school. I think they're in America or Canada or something like that. And they do Les Miserables, but they're kids doing it. Well, I say kids. They're about 18, 19. And they're really good. They're obviously all the girls want to be in on it, lovely ladies, da, 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 and they do all this kind of stuff. But I said that when I went to see Miss Saigon at Theatre Royal Drury Lane, which could have been Jewellery Lane, we weren't too sure, as we were trying to find out the other day, but Peter Polycarpou sang Bouidoy. And in fact, Cameron McIntosh pays into a foundation, the Bouidoy Foundation, to look after the children who were fathered by the American servicemen. And it never failed to make us cry. He would stand there like those survivors who want, when I leave Vietnam, I won't give it, and all this kind of thing. And he said, they're called Bouidoy. And it was just knockout. But the only thing that ever, if you ever went to see it at Theatre Royal Drury Lane, if you sat too far into the front row and you looked up, you could see the helicopter waiting in the flies, and it had a thing that went underneath it. It didn't drop on their heads. But the amount of problems they had with the travelators coming down at the very beginning when they were doing the rehearsals, the travelator kept going. And I remember one person said, Jonathan Price, go, stop, it's still moving. And they had to wait for it to stop before they could do the things. It was quite dangerous when you got all this moving machinery. They had it when they did Sunset Boulevard in the Strand at the Adelphi Theatre, and they couldn't understand why, because the set moved up and down, so they would sort of, the set was on the stage with a big staircase for Norma Desmond. She would start walking down it, and the set would rise off the ground, and then they would play underneath while she was still on the set, on the telephone and all the rest of it. And they couldn't understand why the set kept moving. All of a sudden, the set would start descending. And wait, stop it. Because it was all... And it turned out that the frequency they were using was the same as the telephones. So when somebody used their telephone in the theatre during the rehearsals, it started activating the thing. Still a brilliant show, actually. Steve, I loathed, says Carol, Les Miserables. I went to see it based on all the rave reviews and I hated it. In fact, I decided to stop torturing myself and I left at the interval. I usually love musicals, but that one just didn't do it for me. Isn't it funny? Anne says, what are tatties? Potatoes. Potatoes are tatties. In Spain, says Mike, there are big celebrations for Twelfth Night, or Tres Reyes, the Three Kings. The boyfriend and I used to get the ferry to Santander to spend a few days around this time of year. Lovely. What, you just sort of go and stand at the counter or something, do you? There is actually a place called Santander. I never liked it. Never my sort of thing at all. But he says great memories. Because I remember at one time Santander was going to take over Royal Bank of Scotland. And it's very pretty, Santander. It's got some nice beaches, if you like beaches. And they said at Royal Bank of Scotland, if you don't want to move to Santander, we can move your accounts up to Scotland. I was on the phone immediately. I don't want to be part of a Spanish building society. I'm British, even though it was with Royal Bank of Scotland. I worked for the director of Les Mis in 1987, says Pauline, as a nanny to his child. When we took the show to Washington, pre-New York, I had the cast of Les Mis sing me happy birthday in an after-show party. Francis Raffel and co. What an honour. Oh, how wonderful. How wonderful. That's nice memories. Steve, I'm in a very, very cold New Delhi. I've just heard you say you're 68. Well, that's a sort of showbiz kind of age. And it's not real, not proper, is it? I remember you talking about turning 60, which feels like it was just yesterday. I've been listening to you for over 10 years now, and usually on catch-up, when I'm working from my Delhi office, I can actually listen to you live from 9:30 a.m. my time. And right now I'm sat at my laptop with a cup of Yorkshire tea and a butter croissant overlooking the palm trees with peacocks strutting about doing their thing. Oh, that's unnecessary, so we don't want to watch peacocks doing their thing. But listening to you, my idea of bliss, says Kavita. Thank you very much indeed. How nice. Very healthy and happy new year to you. M&S do a round breakfast patty, at least the store at Kew Retail Park did. For your journey home, the 267 bus from Hammersmith goes up through Chiswick. No, they cancelled it. 2 days running, the 267 has been cancelled, Brian. In fact, as you get off at Hammersmith, there's a sign on the wall that goes 267 cancelled, strike action. So I know where they go. I get buses on a very regular basis. Yesterday there were trains stopping at Kew Bridge as normal all day. Fat lot of use to me. Kew Bridge is nowhere near where I want to go to. But you live in hope. Live in hope. Apparently Molly May, I believe she's an intelligent person. And she's pregnant, so she's got no idea. She's opened up about changes to her body during pregnancy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's almost like, woman gets pregnant, goes, how does that work? And Ranj Singh wants to be a campmate on I'm a Celebrity. He's got the word desperate written all over him. I wouldn't mind being on this, I wouldn't mind being... Yeah, well, you've contributed nothing. What is it about these people who start begging to be on programmes? It's really quite tedious. Quite tedious. Have a word with your agent, love. Jackie in Shrewsbury says, I love West End shows. I've just booked Phantom for the millionth time for myself and my boys. I've also booked Aspects of Love, with Michael Ball. He's playing a different role, of course. And I agree, Les Mis is one of the best. Lovely to wake up and hear your reassuring voice. Thank you. My voice has never been called reassuring, I don't think. But there again, I've known it for all my life. So, whatever people say it is, I just go along with it. So much easier, isn't it? 5 to 5, just in case you were sort of worrying about anything. Yes, they're still in the papers. Harry, Meghan, dreary, boring story. Harry, has sort of talked about losing his virginity, claims to have killed 25 Taliban fighters. I think he's living in cloud cuckoo land myself. But that's my, Army's fury at his 25 dead Taliban boast. Yeah, never mentioned it before, have they? Funny how it should come out when they're doing the book. And Harry on losing his virginity to a horse-loving older woman. A quick ride, then she smacked my rump and sent me off to graze. Oh, God. How tacky. How very, very tacky, Harry. Really. And his jealousy of his brother William is made apparent in the new book. The Duke of Sussex was upset that Will's got a bigger room than him at Balmoral when they were children. Because he's heir to the throne, dear, and you're just the spare bit. And now they've seen what a nasty piece of work you are. Now they've seen it. Also, he insists he thought the P word was harmless when he used it to describe a soldier in 2006. I mean, he's that stupid. He had no idea. No idea at all. He said, our little P friend. And in Spare, the Duke wrote, I didn't know it was a slur. I was 21, awash in isolation and privilege, and I thought anything about this word at all. I thought it was like Aussie, harmless. You see, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with somebody who's terminally stupid, who's got no idea at all. But the joking of Charles on being the father, even if I'm your real father, there was always that story, wasn't there? That in fact he was James Hewitt's love child, and so because James Hewitt was ginger and Harry's ginger and all the rest of it. But Harry is accused, Di rival of wedding plot, and he says he and Wills begged their dad don't marry Camilla. He really is a nasty child, isn't he? I mean, really, why would you write something like this? Arthur Edwards says that Prince Harry's getting a lot off his chest, but much of what he's saying about his father just simply is not true. Well, he's got to tell lies. He's trying to flog a book, remember? He's trying to sell a book. They've invested a lot of money in it. So he's got to try and get it back again. So he'll sit there and lie through his teeth, which is a shame, actually. And Herbert also wrote, this is Herbert Kretzmer, she made famous by She Will Be the First I Can't Forget. Also used in Fawlty Towers. They use the same song, She, sung by Manuel. She may be the face I can't forget. And Boom Diddy Boom by Peter Sellers. Boom Diddy Boom. Is that? I remember that Sophia Loren, my heart goes boom, buddy, boom, buddy, boom, buddy, boom, buddy, boom, buddy, boom, buddy, boom, boom, boom. I remember that one. Goodness gracious me, I think it was called. Could LBC put you on at 4 p.m, says Liz in Battersea? Instead, no. No, I like this at this time. Who is best at Norma Desmond, Elaine Page or Glenn Close? Well, I have a liking for Elaine Page. I thought they were both good. I went to see Glenn in New York as well. We got flown over there to go and see her. But Elaine Page over here, this, it's just Elaine Page, isn't it? And I've sat with her in boxes and I've sat with her at dinner, and she's just, give her a few drinks, she's fabulous. A bit like the producer. He's a bit like that. Steve, Cubridge Station does seem to be miles from any other form of transport to carry on your journey. Yeah, well, yes. You go past it if you're on the 267, because it goes round the back. It's just the way it goes, isn't it? Steve, my son's journey from Egham to Richmond, which is a quick rail journey, is taking him 2.5 hours by bus. He's exhausted, says Anne, before the week starts. I know how he feels. I don't think the buses are on strike today. I think we're okay for the buses today. I think so. The trains are on strike. So just have to get used to it. I'm coping with it. It's just the bit from Richmond which screws everything up, but it doesn't matter. And a fly tipper called Craig McCulloch, what an idiot. He rammed a farmer's gate, was arrested as he was about to go on holiday. These fly tippers, people come around your house. Got any rubbish? And so you give them all the rubbish, they just go into a field. So a lot of farmers around Egham Way have put big blocks of concrete in the entrance to their fields to stop these people dumping. But anyway, Craig had advertised himself as a legal man with a van. He was basically a compulsive liar. Anyway, he was caught on CCTV reversing into the lock gate before dumping rubbish. Finally arrested in December as he tried to board a plane. And he's been ordered to pay. He admitted criminal damage because he's a bit thick. So they've charged him £5,300. Hurrah! Next time, prison, sunshine. Next time, prison. Okay? Best thing. Anybody watch The Apprentice? Anybody sort of got any thoughts on The Apprentice? I haven't seen it as yet. But judging by the ridiculous Gregory, who's a gunner, it'll end in tears. He's another one of these pretentious little pompous people, little Lord Fauntleroy types, who seem to pop up on The Apprentice with amazing regularity. They have no talent, apart from, I can do this, I can do that. And it turns out they can't really do anything. That's why they're on this programme. Should we take the news? Why not?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Welcome to We've Made It to the Weekend. Congratulations, we've made it. And unfortunately, your weekend's going to be ruined because the papers are only going to be full of Harry and Meghan. That's all. Well, it's not really Meghan. We're not really interested in Meghan. They're interested in Harry, unless she features in the book as well. But so far, there haven't been any revelations, Seeing as he told us where he lost his virginity, which I'm thinking is that's a little bit too much information. Perhaps he'd like to tell us when he first took up with her. Perhaps we'll have all the lurid revelations about it, before it gets too bad, which it might do, actually. So The Apprentice, I think they've already fired somebody. I think it was Emma who got fired. The girls all fell out with each other. But they do on these programmes because they're all so desperately, self-achieving, or they think they are, and it all turns out they're just a bit irritating. However, if you really want morons in the bagging area, which is how Ali Ross describes it, celebrity weakest link, Romesh Ranganathan, which foodstuff consisting of pastry filled with a fruit mixture is Cockney rhyming slang for eyes? Tasha Ghouri, Germany. That's how stupid they are. Romesh, in international relations, what E is the official residence of an ambassador and the office where they work? Max George, envelope. I mean, seriously, is there an agency for really stupid people? Romesh, in informal English, what B is an old worn-out car, a music track with a strong beat, and the common term for a sausage? Amy Dowden, Volkswagen Beetle. I mean, what planet are these people from? Is it the planet really dim and stupid? Unbelievable. I do quite like, the terminally stupid people on television, because it makes you wonder, if they've actually made it onto the television, how bad were the people who didn't make it onto the television? Because they do test it. They don't just put somebody on the television. They do have to sort of check them out and make sure they're not completely off kilter. But unfortunately, most of them appear to be, which is a shame. Everywhere you go now, you've got Bradley Walsh and his son Barney. Barney's obviously sort of a trainee celebrity in the making, and so they do things together, which is quite nice actually, because we like Bradley Walsh, and he features in a magazine today. How much did it cost to fly a migrant home? $8,000. No, we wasted millions. We wasted millions, didn't we? We had a plane on standby, there was a hotel, we pumped millions into it, and what have they done? Nothing. Priti Patel, nothing. Sula Braverman, nothing. Nothing at all. They haven't managed to achieve anything at all. Bit dim, aren't they? I did actually watch the Keir Starmer interview the other day, where Mr. Casual, and of course he's been knighted, doesn't know how to stand, so sort of drapes himself over the lectern, and basically comes up with, as far as I can gather, a load of promises which sounded very hollow and empty. We're going to do this. This is the way forward. We're doing this. And I thought, but wait a minute. You've had 12 years, and this is the best you've come up with. I don't think he's the person to lead the Labour Party. I really don't. I think you need somebody an awful lot stronger. Much, much stronger. When you look at, and people keep going, I've heard people on LBC, we heard poor little John the other day who's having to leave the country because it's just got too much for him. He just can't cope with it at all. So he's leaving the country. He's going to disappear to somewhere he thinks is better. But it's a case of people going about, we've got to get rid of this government. I keep thinking, well, somebody voted them in. Who voted them in? If people are so sort of worried about, leave your hair alone. Okay, leave your hair alone. Don't play with it. It's very annoying, very infuriating. Just because I don't have any... Yeah, stop it. We don't need any of this. Just because people are sitting there go, I'll just twist it round my finger. It's really, really infuriating. There's nothing that's annoyed me. No, I tell you, the train strikes annoyed me a little bit, but actually, no, I can cope with things like that. Patsy Kensit has revealed she was rushed to hospital before her EastEnders debut. See, they've got to come up with stories. Because now she's going to EastEnders, they go, is there anything happened to you? Have you sort of, put on weight or anything? She went, I was rushed to hospital. That's the story we'll use. But apparently she's had a ball. She's been wonderful. Zach Hudson will discover he's got HIV. This is apparently a hot news story for EastEnders, even though they did it years and years ago. They've done the HIV story, and the producer says it's a huge storyline. It's just acting, love. It's just acting, okay? You don't actually have to get HIV. You're pretending. And they say it's a huge story and it will be an emotive watch. We had it years ago. You're going backwards. You're supposed to go forward. Can't you come up with somebody who dies of COVID? Make it far more realistic? Doing HIV, because drugs now are so much better than they were in the early days when Mark Fowler got it. Come on, pull yourselves together. That's why the programme's hemorrhaging. No audience. Steve, I've just heard the trailer on LBC. The old stamps become invalid after the 31st of Jan. No, they don't. No, they've been extended. I think they've been extended for 6 months because loads of people... Yeah. And it says, I took my old ones to exchange at the post office. They told me the date had been extended to June. Do you know which is right? I always know which is right. Always know, because we were the ones telling you. Because somebody said to me, I think I find you're wrong. I went, no, we're right, actually. We're right. And I've got stamps. So in other words, all the ones that don't have the barcode on, use up now. And you've got 6 months to do it. And for God's sake, how many letters are you writing? I've got loads of stamps. I seriously have got loads of stamps. I didn't realise just how many I had. I don't like the barcoded ones. I might buy the Iron Maiden ones. Yeah. You get it? No. Bruce Dickinson, isn't it? Who's the lead singer of Iron Maiden, I think. Or Bruce Dixon or somebody like that. Anyway, I'm sure it'll be very entertaining. But I used to like buying the Christmas stamps. I used to like seeing pictures of angels and stuff. How do we know what angels look like? Nobody's ever taken a photograph of an angel, have they? Nobody's ever taken a photograph, and yet they put pictures of angels, and they've always got wings. Always got wings, and I've seen them in all the films. They don't have wings. Well, they did in a couple of the Christmas films. They said, an angel, every time a bell rings, as my friend Ian will tell you, an angel gets its wings, and that means it's good. Strangely enough, Steve, read The Apprentice, the nerdy guy was the only one of them down to earth to do any research ahead of the task, giving a guided tour, unlike the other Instagram wannabes who just tried to blag it and insult each other. I love the way they all fall out with each other. Don't you just love it? I think that's fantastic. But it's the lies that they tell. Yeah, I know about all the... No, they don't know anything at all. They really don't. One of the writers of Les Miserables said he and his co-writer were inspired by Jesus Christ Superstar, says Jill. Both shows are brilliant, and I love the films too. Yes, I've got one of the original posters of Les Miserables, a numbered original poster, before they actually changed... Well, because they had 3 or 4 designs of Les Miserables in the posters. Yeah, original. Yeah, of course original. Excuse me, I'm on the radio. I've got every single West End show in poster form, framed and up on the walls. I've got no more room. They're now stacked up down my hallway. Other posters that I bought over the years, because I like theatre posters, because I thought they were works of art in themselves. I've also got a whole series of posters from the 1950s from the London Palladium for all their shows there, with all the big stars and all the people underneath. Perfect condition. Perfect condition. I've got the most peculiar eclectic mix. Really, even I think it's a bit bizarre. People say, do you have a pic? I remember somebody coming back to my place once, years ago. Don't let them in now. And they were going down the walls going, oh, have you seen this show? And of course, after a while, I said, listen, it's a lot easier to say to me, have you seen all of these shows? And the answer is yes. Okay, it's no good saying, have you seen, did you see that show? Did you see this one? Yeah, I've seen them all. Okay, and loved every minute. Loved every minute. What have we got here? People are far less likely to get their hearing checked than their eyes, teeth and blood pressure. 6% of those who've not already been diagnosed with hearing loss had an ear check in 2022. I've never had an ear check. I think I might go and get one, actually. I don't know if you get those for free. I don't think it's affected by diabetes. I don't think so. But I quite fancy the idea of checking, because I've got different hearing in different ears. Different ears sort of reflect different things. An official Chinaware commemorating the life of the late Queen has gone on sale. It's the Royal Collection Trust. Pieces featuring her personal cipher from her time as Princess Elizabeth and E under a crown. They also feature the King's words, "May flights of angels sing thee to thy rest," from his address to the nation. And there's a £25 mug, a £40 pillbox, a £45 tankard, a £70 teacup and saucer, plus a £10.95 tea towel, and a candle for £65. Isn't that nice? I told you, it's a business. That's what they do in the royal family. They make money. And here he is, good old Brooklyn Beckham. There's a talent. There's a talent and a half. Here he is, aspiring chef, not, serving a slab of roast beef so rare it turned the stomach of fans online. It's raw. It's just not cooked at all. The 23-year-old son of Dave and Victoria was rustling up a Sunday roast with the former Michelin chef Kevin Lee. But their efforts, posted online, prompted one wag to write, "A good vet could bring that back to life." Brooklyn said, "It's just like I have it in England." Yeah, of course you do, love. You live in a dream world, don't you? Do you know Prince Harry? No, of course you don't. But this is raw food. Raw food. Because Brooklyn can't cook. He's not an aspiring chef. He's not anything. He's just sort of one of life's little... because he's got famous parents, that's it. How much are people forking out for a Heinz ketchup lid? They've got a Heinz... £500. No. £110. It's a sterling silver bottle cap that can be engraved with names or personal messages. Quite like that. You can also get one for Nutella, Golden Shred marmalade, and Coleman's mustard and Bovril and Marmite. They do these silver... No, not interested, are you, really? No. Wish I hadn't mentioned it. Seems a bit pointless, isn't it, really? Would you like one of these, Jack? No, you don't want one either. Oh, God, honestly. They're all in that sort of state of, it's the weekend, it's Friday. Not so good. But somebody said brilliant until somebody chucks the bottle in the recycling, including a lid worth £110. That is the danger, isn't it? Oh, look. Here's Gordon Sweary Ramsey. He says, fans beg me to tell them to F off in the street. It's a bit odd as I'm holding the baby. Oh, shame you don't think about that when you swear on the programme. It's just rude. Just really, really rude. It's amazing, actually, that he gets away with it, with that bit of fake hair stuck on the front. I can't quite work it out, actually, but that's all right, matey, isn't it? It's all right to be a bit rude about people. He quite likes that. Prue Leith is making a show about assisted dying. Oh. I'm not sure how I feel about assisted dying, actually. I understand how people get to that stage, you know, they're really, really ill, and they've had enough. Yes, you can help me out. Oh, that's sweet. Honestly, you're so caring. That's what I like about you. Of course, you're telling lies. You won't help me out at all. Push comes to shove. Yeah, I quite like it. Dragon's Den star Deborah Meaden may just have ignited a war of words with Lord Sugar. The multimillionaire entrepreneur has taken a swipe at The Apprentice, saying it's no longer a business show. Well, it's not really. It is a show to laugh at the thick people who believe that they've got talent. That's what it is. It's got nothing else at all. Oh, look, here we go. Christine McGuinness. God, she's still around. I'm amazed, actually. Still around, because Paddy had to deny that he went abroad to have cosmetic surgery. He said, I haven't had cosmetic surgery, which is very good. But Christine is embarking on her first solo TV project. She's fronting her own factual film for the BBC. It's about autism. I thought they'd already done autism. I thought that had already been done with Christine McGuinness and Paddy. But obviously she's doing it again. But they say, away from Paddy, she's been part of the ensemble cast like The Real Housewives of Cheshire, a more boring programme you'd be hard-pushed to find on the television. A bunch of alley cats who all hate each other. Really, one of them turned up on a dinner date programme. And I can't remember which one she is, but and I remember thinking, God, you must be so desperate. 5:15, can you believe it? Let's get the travel for you this morning. Let's find out what's going, what's not going with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, am I right in thinking you've got big posters of shows at your home? Yes, I have. I like theatre posters. I always liked them. I was never a fan of sort of art. The only art I ever wanted, if ever I won a lot of money, I decided that I would get somebody, you know, to look after me, and sort of all the pictures I would want in my place would be of snow. Snow pictures. I love snow pictures. I think they're great. Susie says, I'm not a big fan of musicals, but Les Miserables, wonderful. Recommended by a friend to see it. We were delighted. Whenever I hear one of the songs, memories of that day come flooding back. I'd give anything to see it again. Well, you can. You know, unless you're in another world or something. It is currently playing in Shaftesbury Avenue. You can go and see Les Miserables. It's worth going to see. Well worth going to see. It's still as good today as it ever was. They keep a tight rein on it, which is good. Thank you for confirming the extension of stamps. But I thought everybody knew about that. How does the barcode on stamps work? I've got no idea. I've got no idea at all. Yeah, computers and lasers. Graham in Liverpool says, good luck, Elliot, on your new job. I'm sure you'll do very well. Well, whatever. Also, somebody said 84850. Oh, this is Woody. This is a peculiar person, isn't it? I always love it. Somebody says, it's well known the hatred you have towards Harry and Meghan. It's in all the papers, sweet cheeks. You need to wake up to go and smell the coffee. Smell it. You know, Harry's book, so your opinion on Harry's book is expected. It's the same on everybody. Read the papers, if you can read. I have a sneaking feeling you might not be able to read. I have a sneaking feeling you're just one of those drearies in life who can't actually manage anything like that at all. But no, you should read what the papers are saying about it. But to say you're obviously a bit, blinkers over your eyes. In other words, thick and stupid, I'm afraid. And Steve. Kew Bridge Station, a lot of people... Yeah, the trouble is I can go past Kew Bridge Station. It's of no use to me unless the bus that goes past it is heading in the right direction. And because the 267 wasn't running the other day, you have to get a bus that either does Hounslow or... Where are we going? Hounslow or something? No, it's Hounslow, the 110, or a bus to Richmond, the 290. That was the only way to sort of get there. But then, for some reason, Abellio seemed to... not have any buses running. They were all going to Hounslow. All the things said Hounslow. And I thought, where's the... I mean, perhaps they've got a thing against Twickenham all of a sudden, which I think is a little bit naughty, isn't it? Why shouldn't we count? So, as I say, if you were going the other day from Richmond Station and you were going to Hounslow, you have no trouble at all, because every other bus... Or to Kingston. But, you know, to us in Twickenham, nothing at all, which annoyed me a little bit. Just a teensy-weensy bit. Other stories which are running in the papers, or just for little Woody, the blinkered one, the one who's a bit thick and stupid. Oh, good Lord above, it's spare book Rocks Royals. Oh, what do you think that's about? Oh, I can't imagine. Let's try and guess, shall we? Harry claims Furious William knocked him to the ground. A couple of the commentators have said good. That'll teach him. And Jules Holland, a little bit late to the party. He's got a huge model railway, but it's not as good as Rod Stewart's. Rod Stewart's railway is fantastic, and it's 10 times better than Jules Holland's. In fact, he spends lots of time tinkering with it. He's 45 years in the making, 7 tracks, and it's got 600 miles of Europe and stretches 90 feet around the attic of his Kent mansion. But not as good as Rod Stewart's. Rod Stewart's was really spectacular, really spectacular. There's a picture of the floor in Nottingham Cottage where Harry was shoved, allegedly, by his brother, the future king. Harry, the spare bit, the bit who had sex in a field. Former royal staffer says it's impossible to see how he won't come to bitterly regret his decision to do this. Well, But he claims he killed 25 Taliban. It happened on his second tour of duty. 6 of his 100 missions involved the taking of human lives. He says, and I'm not embarrassed. If, of course, it's true. Most people say that it's fantasy, unfortunately. But, they pleaded with Charles not to marry the other woman, who was Camilla. And Meghan reportedly upset Kate by saying she must be suffering from baby brain. She's obviously not very pleasant, Meghan, is she? Really not very pleasant. Doesn't make any difference what you think of her. It's a case of she's twisted old little Harry around her finger, which is good. Steve, do you know the iron that is added to breakfast cereal is just like the iron that goes into metal screws and nails and is strongly attracted by a magnet, grinding and crushing the cereal into a liquid mixture? I don't eat cereal anymore because none of it's particularly good for diabetics. The only thing that was any good was, I think, might have been bite-sized shredded wheat. But they seem to be a bit difficult to get at the moment. I don't know why. I've had a look around the supermarket, because sometimes you eat a bowl of them and you think, oh, this is quite nice. We like bite-sized shredded wheat. I'm not sure that on the bigger size. I'm not bigger. But years ago, you'd eat things like Cocoa Pops, Frosties, all the little things which were just covered in sugar. So try and eat them without. Shreddies, I think, could be quite good as well. But I haven't had those for a while. Perhaps I might have those today, actually. I might go and get a box of cereal and get some nice ice-cold milk and then just sort of... That's a good idea, isn't it? Some people have it at work. I've never actually managed it to work at all. Harry is said to have visited a medium who passed on a message from his late mother. The Duke of Sussex doesn't specify when or where the meeting took place. In other words, it's a load of old rubbish. He writes, she told him, well, he didn't write, Diana said, you're living the life she couldn't. You're living the life she wanted for you. The rubbish they come up with, honestly. They're amazing, these people. As if that was in any way, shape or form true. Polly Hudson says Diana would have been distraught at the boys' division. Yeah. She'd have basically taken Harry to one side and gone, pull yourself together, stop being a complete idiot. And somebody says here, a wrecking ball to the secrets and lies that prop up the firm. It is the firm. And they've even asked Colleen Nolan her opinion on it. Why that would ever matter to anybody, I can't imagine. The brothers need to draw a line and find a way forward. No chance. No chance. It's not going to happen now, is it? I'd be very surprised. I mean, unless he turns up to the coronation, in which case there might be something, but I think it's a little bit distant, I'm afraid. What else we got? Amazon cutting 18,000 jobs. And we had loads of Amazon parcels. It must have been like 20 delivered yesterday. 20 Amazon parcels, because people like shopping on Amazon. They don't seem to worry about they don't pay as much tax as they maybe should do. They just like the idea that you order something and it can be there in less than 24 hours. And they seem to do everything. And food. Everything. We have a food shop in Richmond, the Amazon one, where you just go round and you just sort of Amazon Fresh. That we were gonna have one in Twickenham, but for some reason it's fallen through a little bit, which is a shame. But anyway, it says more jobs needed to be axed in a review amid falling demand and recession fears. Mind you, they do have 75,000 staff in the UK, so to lose 18,000 is not really that bad. Andy Jassy blamed the cuts on an uncertain economy. This year is going to be an uncertain economy for loads of people. Loads of it. Lots of businesses are going to close. Lots of cafes are going to close. I think restaurants will close as well. And I think you might even see a bit of knock-on effect in the theatre. If they're going to carry on with these train strikes, people can't get into town to go to the theatre and to go to restaurants. If you live in town, then you stand a much better chance than other people. So the sooner it is sorted out, the better. Now the anti-strike laws have been announced by the government to enforce minimum service levels. So what will it mean? It means that workers can't be sacked after 12 weeks anyway. 20% of staff are not allowed to strike. But you've got to... I said before, I don't know why they've not picked up on this. It seems fairly obvious. You just open the barriers, people get on the trains, and they don't get paid. You don't have to pay for it. It's a case of the companies will have to absorb the loss, and that way they might sort of start sorting this out a bit quicker, because at the moment everybody's dragging their heels, which is not particularly very good. The Greeks. A Greek boat crew fired warning shots after a Turkish vessel allegedly tried to ram them. The Greek Coast Guard said its ship was on a mission to identify 3 Turkish fishing boats in Greek waters. After the incident, the Turkish Coast Guard boat turned towards Turkey. Greek authorities said the other vessel carried out dangerous manoeuvres with the intention of ramming their boat. They're both NATO allies, but are regional rivals. Tensions have risen, as you know, over the past few years. Gets worse and worse, doesn't it, really? Also, a British company has developed a tractor powered by cow manure. Cow manure. It's a 270 bhp machine using fuel extracted from farmyard waste, which is quite a good idea, I suppose. I see no reason why we shouldn't be doing things like that. People do all sorts of things now, don't they? And here's an Elvis. They were on the Elvis Express in Sydney, Australia, heading for the 30th annual Parks Elvis Presley, which celebrates the King's music. Even after all these years, after Elvis's death, he is still as popular in death as he was when he was alive. And all the impersonators are there. Actually, I've got a very good Elvis quiz on YouTube. Just type in Steve Allen Fives Company Elvis quiz, and you'll suddenly realise that we've got the Elvis impersonators on there, but they don't know anything about Elvis. Not a clue. Some of the simplest questions. We couldn't quite believe it, actually. The Mirror's Lydia. Oh, this is... I don't know, she is. But, it's another plug for Gordon Ramsay's little sweary show, because he swears on everything. And if you want to see a really, really boring show, there's him and Fred Sirieix, the man who shows you to your table, and Mr. Teeny Tiny called Gino D'Acampo, sort of going round basically swearing and effing and blinding and all the rest of it. It's a bit of a disappointment, really, but no more than we expect. No more than we expect. The world's shyest man has revealed how he was knocked to the floor. This is front page of the Daily Star. And Hugh Jackman has begged the Academy not to honour Ryan Reynolds after he was shortlisted for the original song Oscar. And RuPaul's Drag Race, Michelle Visage, is eyeing up a role on EastEnders. Oh, I do hope not. I do hope not. It's becoming a little bit silly, actually. Edward Norton is a direct descendant of Pocahontas. We thought that was really cool. Really cool. He grew up believing the connection to be part of family folklore, but was proven wrong by Ancestry show Finding Your Roots. And they say you've got a direct paper trail, no doubt about it. Makes you realise what a small piece of the whole human story you are. Very interesting. Let's take the news headline, shall we, at 5:30 with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 27 minutes to 6 is the time. I see Kay Adams is going to be celebrating getting her first tattoo to celebrate her 60th birthday. She says her first inking will be a tribute to her late mother, who passed away. And she says here, over 21, I've done a bit of research of a tattoo artist in Glasgow. I'm just trying to work out where I put it, whether I put it on the inside of my wrist or maybe down the length of my arm. I don't know where to have it. Very indecisive is Kay Adams, unfortunately. Well, just get on with it and do it, dear. It's not such a big deal. Millions of people have tattoos done. You know, if you want it down the inside of your leg, put it on the inside of your leg. If you don't, stick it on your forehead. Makes it much easier. So you've got William and Shy Guy. And it's amazing how many of the experts are sort of siding with Wills. Kate and Wills, so Nazi to me, is the headline. And the publicity shy man talking about the 25, that's the number of people who he claims he killed. He said he flew on missions that resulted in the taking of human lives. So he says. But you can't really be sure that he's telling the truth, can you? He also claimed he and his brother begged their dad not to marry Camilla, and yet there's loads of pictures of him and Camilla together, you know, chatting in earnest conversation. What was he saying? Don't marry my father? I don't think so. But this bombshell revelation about his sex life is just a little bit too much. He was a student at Eton College when the romp happened. It's all going on at Eton College, isn't it? I should imagine they're all sitting there going, don't say anything, don't say anything. We don't want to be dragged into this one. You know, Harry was at Eton, but he was only a little boy when he was there, wasn't he? They all sort of pottered around with their sort of education. It doesn't really matter. We don't have any problem. Classic footwear's back in fashion again, keeping your feet cosy in slippers. We talked about that the other day. And now moccasins. Moccasins are very popular, you know, for people because they're sort of comfy. And they've also got some slippers from Egypt from the 3rd to 7th century. Amazing. At the Oscars in 2018, comedian and actress Tiffany Haddish swapped her high heels for Uggs when she went up to present an award. So that's it. People want comfy things. The trouble is, if you wear comfy shoes, and I've got comfy shoes, you can't necessarily walk in the blooming things all the time. You're sort of in danger because they're quite thin. You're in danger of tripping over them, which I have done on numerous occasions. So at the moment, it's anything else but very, very comfy shoes. The trouble with new stamps is, says Jackie, they don't do the lovely Christmas stamps they used to. The backlog still does not appear to have been cleared. And somebody else, Rogers, says they've got their own airline at Amazon, which has a fleet of 97 cargo planes bringing in goods as ordered online. How lovely. Oh, lovely. I'm a big fan of Amazon. Big fan. But then, so is anybody else who enjoys doing home shopping. I've done Hotel Chocolat. I've done Estee Lauder. I've done loads of different places. And the thrill of waiting, you know, and checking on your phone, and then they go, your parcel's been delivered through your letterbox. You go, whee! And you get really excited, and you go and open, you go, yeah, it's fantastic. I love it. It's then you sit down and go, what did I order? And sometimes I have a guess. I ordered the other day. What did I order the other day? Wait a minute. I felt because they said we've delivered it through your letterbox, and I ordered that. I bet you don't even know what that is, do you? Well, I can't tell you. It's secret. I have to kill you if I tell you. But it's interesting. It's a cream to make you look beautiful and younger. It doesn't make your hair grow back, no. The only thing that would make your hair grow back, I believe, is castration. That's the only thing that will make your hair grow back, and I'm not going to be that dramatic. So instead I thought I'd have something that sort of gives me an air of youthfulness. But like Paddy McGuinness, only I'm not going all the way to Turkey. So I've got this stuff which is going to make me look much younger. Well, that's the theory behind it. I'm personally not relying on it too much. Patsy Kensit thanks the NHS staff who cared for her after she was struck down with pneumonia. I would have thought, actually, Patsy would have had enough money to go private and thus relieve the burden on the NHS. I would have thought so, but I could be wrong. Tony Bellew, a boxing legend, says he nearly lost his car with 3 kids in it after hitting 2 potholes. The potholes all over the place at the moment on the road. I noticed the other day, actually, I was quite sort of taken by it. 'Cause I remember thinking, don't the council see these potholes the same as we do? You know, as your car drops in another one, you think surely they could have a lorry that goes along in the early hours of the morning and they see a pothole and then they just sort of squat over it, squirt in cement or tarmac, and then sort of, you know, run over it and put some stones on the top. But they don't seem to do that. Instead, we've got... Did Domino's do it? Oh, right. What did they do? What, they filled in potholes? Oh, right. And they put their logos on the pot. Well, that's a clever idea, isn't it? Or they wouldn't have thought of that in this country. We're far too stupid for that kind of thing. It just wouldn't work at all. So Domino's filled in the potholes, but then sort of used it as an advert for themselves. That's clever, isn't it? Oh, yes, we did. And that's a good idea. Paving for pizza. And is it real? Is it genuine? How funny. How funny. And it's advertised. Yeah, there's another one here for KFC. I like that as well, actually. I like all of them. At the moment, all round our way, all we've got is 20 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour, which is very, very annoying. But well done to Domino's. It's a good idea. I've never had one of their pizzas, but they were advertising them the other day somewhere. I can't remember where it was, actually. Because a lot of the supermarkets now sell the pizza houses pizzas. You can get dough balls and all sorts of bits like that. Why you can't get ice creams in shops, supposed to, you know, but actually buying an ice cream. So on a hot day you can go, do you know, we'll wait for the bus outside the supermarket and we'll have an ice cream. I know you can get them. I mean, I bought a box of lollies when it was very hot during the summer. because I think you got like 20 for £3. And I was so desperate for a lolly. They were just cheap and cheerful lollies. And I sat at the bus stop just sort of basically eating lollies, which was, good Lord above. Are you too hot now or something? Oh, right. You think that's going to help you stay awake? Just taking your jumper off? It's not. I was telling to him a minute ago because he was he's very tired, but it's a busy week. And I said, if you're really tired, I said, can you imagine, there you are, you're in a pool and you're in a lilo and there's nobody else there and it's so quiet and you're just drifting away and then occasionally your hand drifts into the water by the side of the lilo and you run the hand over you and then you sort of put little water droplets on your legs and then your eyes get tireder and tireder till gradually you just drift away. Go to sleep. And he hated that. I've done that before, actually. But I didn't know Amazon had their own airline. You've told me something new today. Anne says, Sir Keir says what Labour will do if he's elected, but he should remember Boris did the same thing and then got derailed by COVID event. And so, exactly, put it this way, have you discovered with politicians, surely we've discovered this by now, they promise you everything. They promise they will tell you anything. We're going to give you all £1,000. We'll do this. We'll do that for you. You won't have to go to school. You don't need to go to work. We're just going to give you loads of money to stay at home and just drink yourself into oblivion. And people buy into all this kind of thing. They go, oh, let's vote for them. And that's how it works. People just take on board what future governments will bring. Because up until now, you've had 12 years of Conservative rule. And now you've got Rishi in charge. Would it make any difference if they sort of changed the leader of the Conservative Party? I don't know. I used to think they used to say, oh, of course, it's a 3-horse race. And I went, I didn't think so. I thought it was a 2-horse race. Always has been. It's either going to be Labour or Conservatives. It's never going to be Lib Dems, is it? Well, we don't think so. But I like the idea that politicians say things and the papers print it verbatim, knowing damn well that they're not going to adhere to any of these things. They're just saying it to get you to vote for them. What do we do? Pope Francis says goodbye to his friend and predecessor as he bows his head to Benedict's coffin, the late German theologian who made history by resigning. 2013 he resigned. 2013. And he's sort of basically just led a very secluded life. He goes for his walks and everything else. And 50,000 people attended his funeral yesterday. 50,000 people. Who pays for that? They do. Vatican City pay for it. I mean, just the chairs alone must cost a small fortune. And there's all these people, all these bishops and everybody else. And you think, where are they the bishops of? Because I think it's really good. And then watching all these poor people struggling with the coffin, which must have weighed a ton. It's the kind of thing that you do worry about. And here we go. There's a man here he's a wanted man. And they've got a nice picture of him. He was captured after a mugshot. Show him wearing a Greggs jumper, went viral. Officers thank the public. It's always the public who help, isn't it? They'll put up a picture and go, do you know this person? We would like to interview them. I suppose we want to arrest them. They always go, we want to interview them in connection with. And this one got caught pretty quickly, actually. And he was recalled to prison. One joker said, wanted for baking and entering and possession of an offensive jumper. Love it, love it, love it. A pensioner spent £2,500 on a lifelike silicon dummy of his wife to keep him company. Slightly odd, isn't it, really? But apparently he said it was commissioned by Tapas Sandalea, who said it was 59-year-old Indrani's dying wish. And so she now sits on a swing at their house in India. But because she looks lifelike, that must be really freaky. Must be really freaky. Tapas said nothing less than Indrana's actual facial expression would do. After all, I lived with her for 39 years. I've heard of people doing things like that before. You can have your dog freeze done if it dies, and it's sort of put into a pose that you would, and you think to yourself, they do look very real. But there again, I remember going to Madame Tussauds only a few years back, and I thought they were very lifelike. The wax models were unbelievably lifelike. When I was doing a show from down there years and years ago, I remember thinking these things could come to life, and I wouldn't be at all surprised. So when the second bus arrived in, I remember thinking, oh dear, Not so sure. What else we got? Elvis everywhere. It's amazing how Elvis is still so big, isn't it? And these tribute acts. It's a 5-day event in New South Wales, celebrating the 30th year with a Blue Hawaii theme, which is this year. Tributes have been paid to a teacher who died in an avalanche on Ben Nevis. Mark Bessel and a fellow climber plunged nearly 2,000 feet down the north side. It frightens the life out of me. I was talking to somebody, who was it? Was it Ben Fogel, who had been up one of these mountains and said some of these crevasses, they go down like 2 miles. There's no chance if you fall into one of these things, there's no chance they're going to get you back out again. Very, very little chance. Very frightening. And that's why, and you always ask people, if you climb mountains, what are you doing it for? And they go, because I can. And that's what it comes down to. 5:45 is the time. Let's get the latest LBC travel for you this morning with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 12 minutes to 6. Do you know the most popular paranormal beliefs, such as ghosts, aliens, witches and flying saucers, vary across Britain? I mean, there are still people who want to believe in these things. The Northern Irish are most hopeful for a Bigfoot sighting. That's an odd one, isn't it? And those on the Humber are open to mind reading and psychic powers being legitimate. So all the way around the... What does it say about London? Oh, Londoners are the most likely to believe in demons, zombies, or that Elvis is still alive. The reason being they've misspelt his name on his tomb. And also, it's just one of those sort of things. People want to believe that Elvis did not die. But apparently 14% of people have used a Ouija board. We used a Ouija board. We went to Spain. Dale and I had one. And he swears blind the glass moved by itself, because you've got the glass on the Ouija board and you put your fingers on the top of it and it moves. And I thought it was moving quite well, actually. But there are certain people who want to believe all of those sort of things, I think. Londoners also believe most in witches. Come here, I'll show you witches. Goodness sake, honestly. It's funny, isn't it? Because I think around London there were lots of places where witches died. Although Londoners consider themselves the most spiritual. We believe that we are more in touch with it. I suppose we might be. Because there's certainly enough places in London where they say, there's a chance of seeing witches and stuff like that. The paper's still full of these dreary pictures of silly old Brooklyn Beckham pretending that he can cook raw roast beef, putting his spin on the classic. The spin is it's not cooked. That's the spin on it. It just doesn't make any sense. And after the inventor of the chopper died, the bicycle, they've revealed 8 classic toys and how they were devised. Now, there can't be many of you listening who didn't have a hula hoop. Lots of people had hula hoops because they were very good for exercise and for trimming your hips. And the hula hoop dates back to, believe it or not, ancient Greece. Ancient Greece. And were popular in the UK in the 14th century when a craze for wooden and metal hoops left patients suffering dislocated backs. Silly putty. We used to call it potty putty. And it came in a little sort of pack thing, and you took it out and you could do all sorts of things with it. And I think they've sold 300 million little pieces of potty putty. A slinky was that metal spring that used to go down the stairs. You'd put it at the top, and once it started going, it gathered momentum. That was very popular. Went on sale in 1945. Etch-a-Sketch, which I have one actually, and launched in 1960, sold more than 100 million copies, and features in the first 2 Toy Story movies. I quite liked it. The only thing, you could do curves and stuff like that, but to be a real artist, you twiddled the toys' twin dials. One was for vertical lines, the other for horizontal lines, and both together for diagonal. Renamed Etch-a-Sketch because it used to be called something else, actually. It was called Magic Screen. And I believe it's like a powder, the other side, like a sort of a metallic powder. Versions of Connect 4, the game with the making up 4 of your pieces into a line before your opponents, date back to ancient Egypt. Legend has it Captain Cook plays so obsessively it was dubbed Captain's Mistress. Everybody played it. Everybody played Connect 4, which was good. Super Soaker was created by a NASA engineer called Lonnie Johnson, and they used to fill it with water, and this thing, you could knock somebody over with it. It was very popular, actually. He saw the potential for a water pistol, And on sale in 1991, it sold 2 million in the first 12 months. 2 million in the first 12 months. And the other things which I thought were really weird, but they were very popular in Scandinavian countries, was a plastic doll with stuck-up hair created by the Danish woodcutter and fisherman Thomas Dam, who was inspired by the trolls from Scandinavian folk legend. So in 1959, he couldn't afford a Christmas gift for his young daughter Lisa, so carved the doll out of wood, and other kids saw it, and they also wanted one as well. So then there's been a Trolls film franchise, and in 1960 they'd reached America but had a copyright error, which meant replicas were everywhere. It wasn't until 1994 that a trademark was restored to the Dams. So that was it, a troll. We never had that. We used to get them that fitted on the top of pencils. For some, I don't know why, on the top of pencils, all sorts of peculiar things. What did I watch the other day? The Shawshank Redemption on the television. I got confused with which paper it was, with which film it was. Sorry, I couldn't remember. I thought I was watching The Green Mile, and it turned out I was watching Shawshank. Well, because it was set in a prison, and I was waiting for the bloke thinking, I'm sure the other bloke in the film with the ectoplasm comes out of his mouth. I'm sure he was much older, and of course it was, because it was a different film. All a little bit disappointing, really, for me. But I enjoyed Shawshank Redemption as well. You know, the sort of getting comeuppance for everybody at the very end of it. That I quite like. So, filming the reboot of Waterloo Road was moving for the cast. I remember Waterloo Road when it first started. I was surprised they were bringing it back. And the Apprentice person, Emma Brown, has declared she's got no regrets over her blunders on the show. I mean, it's only just started. She's been fired already. So really dismal. And she was arguing with teammates during the first task, but asked if she had any regrets. She said, no, none at all. I absolutely don't regret doing the show. I'm not going to be a sore loser. I put myself forward and someone had to go, and I'm not painful about it. See? No fighting spirit. No fighting. Oh, I'm trying to look humble, but of course we're not buying into that rubbish, aren't we, really, ladies and gentlemen? We know what she's saying. She's basically saying, I shouldn't have been kicked out at all. I'm very popular. I think I saw her washing something out in my mind, and I think I had a dream about her washing something in a river. Whether that cropped up, because I didn't see the programme. I should actually sort of watch on catch up or something like that. Because I quite like The Apprentice, but the people I think might be too irritating for me. I don't think I could cope with something like that. My poor heart, might not work. Here we go. Every single paper, Harry. Every single paper. You can't get away from it. And, the Please Don't Marry Camilla, Meghan teased baby brain Kate. Just not very pleasant. Not very pleasant. And drugs showed me the truth, because Harry did drugs. He did coke and everything else. And you think to yourself, when he smoked weed at Eton, I'm sure Eton would be absolutely delighted to be dragged into this horrible, horrible mess. He also claims he spoke to his dead mother. He didn't. They passed on a message from her. He didn't actually sit there and go, oh, so do we have a hotline? Is it ready now? Can we talk to her? It's not like the film Ghost or something like that. But if Harry hated it so much, he should have got out years and years ago. So now they've opened up all sorts of phone lines with people saying, so what did you think about it? And then fear, as he says he killed 25 Taliban. Because he did 2 tours of Afghanistan, but he's never mentioned it before. You thought, actually, seeing as he was so keen to tell you everything about himself. Christopher Wilson, the royal author, says this new betrayal will be Harry's epitaph. Well, I mean, he's just made a rod for his own back. I shouldn't imagine he's particularly bothered on the front of it, but I think, on reflection, I think he'll be deeply worried that they've got him to say things in this book which really we're not interested in. Where Harry lost his virginity is of no interest to me whatsoever. Unless you're going to go all the way and tell us about when you and Meghan got it together, where you met, how did you meet? We want to know these sort of things, but of course he won't tell you certain things, like he won't tell you whether he's coming to the coronation. I sincerely hope he doesn't. But you don't know. Jackie in North Watford said the old school plimsolls seem to be back. So called because of the plimsoll line, which is on ships, isn't it? But I can't remember what it is. Is that the water line? The plimsoll line. I think it's something to do with that. I think so. I might be wrong. I have been wrong before. So the plimsoll line. That's it. It indicates the maximum depth to which the vessel may be safely immersed when loaded with cargo, because they drop, don't they? They drop, and it's the water densities encountered in port and at sea. Thank you. I had heard of it before, I just didn't know what it was for. Steve, Phil from High Wycombe. I'm totally blind and use Amazon all the time. I don't know what I'd do without it. You get notification when your items have been dispatched and when they're going to be delivered. It's absolutely fantastic. I absolutely hate going shopping. So online is an absolute delight for me over the last few years. It works really well with the iPhone. I've just started using Very as well, just waiting for my new air fryer to come. It becomes addictive. It really becomes addictive buying all these different things. You know, whatever you want. I think the last thing I would do was handkerchiefs. I buy, packets of handkerchiefs because I like using handkerchiefs. I don't know why. It's really odd, isn't it? I used to use tissues, but then I suddenly realised that tissues are not really great. And handkerchiefs are much nicer. So, pretty good. Roger says, those in charge at council offices hate car drivers, but I bet a pothole in a cycle lane and be filled in. Pretty sharpish. Oh, cynicism. Here in Coffs Harbour, says Moffy, our council have a truck with a hose on the front that sprays the tar into the hole and it continues driving. 2 days later, the cars make the pothole appear again. Do you think Domino's filled the holes in so their delivery drivers don't drive their mopeds into the potholder? Into the potholes? Could be, actually, but they're getting worse. And councils going, we can't afford to do that yet. They can afford to put Christmas lights up. If you can afford to put Christmas lights up, fill in the potholes. Because for cyclists, it must be a nightmare. Or on a scooter or something like that. I'm glad that they banned them from loads of trains now. Just want to see that enforced. Thank you very much indeed. Ross Clark, talking in the Express today, says, pledges won't be enough. Prove you can deliver, Rishi. He'll have to make a very good case to remain in power. I don't think he'll be able to deliver any more than Keir Starmer can deliver. Keir Starmer's always, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, looking in on the world and not actually being able to deliver, but saying the right things, they think. Prue Leith, lovely Prue, intends to sign off with a glass of wine surrounded by close friends. She's 82. She advocates assisted dying because she watched her brother David suffer a painful death from bone cancer. In 2012, he was 74. She said, I'm a great campaigner for assisted dying. I want to be able to top myself when I've had enough of this good life, the ultimate happy ending. It's like deciding your final meal, isn't it, really? What would you have? Something to do with chips, I suppose. That's what we want. But no, she wants to die, with the glass of wine. I'm 82, she says. What on earth do I think I'm doing, going around the country with a one-woman show? They're all doing it. Tommy Cannon might be doing a one-man show as well. They're very popular, these one-man shows. You do them in little theatres, anything from 300 to 600 seats, and it's nice to do, and people want to come out and see you. Alan Titchmarsh does loads of these sort of things. Very popular. I myself have done quite a number. And they're always very good, very entertaining, very nice people, and you can do meet and greets and stuff like that, which I think we're doing on the latest Steve Allen meet and greet show, which is in February. Let's take a short break for the news, shall we? And then we've got 1 hour to go before Nick Ferrari is here with your Friday breakfast.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. It's Friday, January the 6th. It's just, when I say it's Friday, I'm trying to get over the excitement of the fact it's Friday. It's Friday, and we've still got a train strike on. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We shall get there eventually, and it's the weekend, so we don't really care. It's like when you go on holiday and you get to the airport and you go sort of, shall I buy it? No, it's too expensive for breakfast. And they go, listen, you're on holiday. Come on, push the boat out a little bit. Have a bit of fun. And, I'm still getting over the fact that all the Christmas stuff is coming down. My tree's coming down today. And I've got my Henry ready to pick up all the little bits and pieces just in case it sheds things. So that'll be done. And that's quite nice, actually. What is it, though, about places that they use for filming? I remember last of the Summer Wine, it became a tourist attraction. When they were filming the show, tourists would line up across the bridges to watch them filming. It was something fascinating. And now the town, Hebden Bridge in West Yorkshire, which is where the BBC make Happy Valley, has made the area a hotspot for tourism because people see it and then they decide, let's go and have a look at it. This is the show starring the multi-award-winning Sarah Lancashire, and loads of other people have filmed there as well. But the leader of Calderdale Council says Calderdale is known for its distinctive landscape architecture. I mean, I keep telling people, I feel as I'm a sort of a tired old gramophone record, that some of the places in this country and I might be as well, I know, I don't care, but they're beautiful places to go to. You know, and if you've never been to Hebden Bridge in West Yorkshire, I mean, I know it's not exactly the kind of thing you go, well, let's do it before lunch, shall we? You know, but sort of do it for a weekend. They must have bed and breakfast places. Just do something on a whim. Do something on just go, look, I tell you what, let's get the car, let's put some petrol in it, let's just head up the motorway and go to West Yorkshire. Why not? Councillor Swift says all of Sally's series filmed in the area have had outstanding impacts, bringing millions of pounds into the local economy. Because Twickenham they use all the time. And Richmond is very popular for filming. You'll always see all the film trucks in the car park in Richmond. And in Twickenham, they've done all sorts of well-known shows there in Church Street. You know where they did that? This is a local shop for local people. That was done in... Thank you, Bobby. That was sort of done in Twickenham. And they sort of blank windows out, and then you see cast members. I think it's quite exciting. I feel like a bit of an anorak. Whenever they film, I sort of try and go and have a little look at and see what they're doing. And I remember one time I was driving back here and they were filming, I think it was Downton Abbey, but they were filming just along Pall Mall, and they had all these horse-drawn carriages and everything else. And I remember thinking, this is so exciting. You don't get this all over the place, do you? It's very nice indeed. Very nice. Steve, did you know the popular children's entertainer, Mr. Tumble, his dad, wrote Just Pretend for Elvis? Oh, right. More drugs in Eton than Afghanistan, Steve, says Jonathan. Do not get. Somebody would have to explain to me, what is the purpose of Harry telling you that he did drugs? What's that got to do with the royal family? Does he think he's being edgy and being clever? Does he think that we're going to look up to him and go, oh, well done, you did cocaine and you did weed and stuff? What a stupid thing to write about. I thought his whole beef was with the royal family and the fact that, he was the dipstick. He was the drunk. He was the one who went out and went, oh, Harry's a bit of a laugh, isn't he? For that, read stupid. We're supposed to look up to royal family members. Not after this. Steve, who could forget Space Hoppers, Spyro Gyro, and Hot Wheels? I remember a Space Hopper. I'd never had one. That was like a giant thing you stuck between your legs. Stop it. And you'd bounce around on it, but only for little children. I always wanted a pair of stilts. Might seem quite a humble thing to have, but I was always promised them and I never got them. And one of my aunties on my dad's side, I was sort of promised, oh, we're going to get you this for Christmas, and I never got it. And I thought, why not? Or failing that, a metal detector. I always fancied a metal detector because people find all sorts of stuff nowadays. There must be loads of stuff buried all over the place. Big Frank says, how about Steve Allen hankies for your next Make Some Noise item? It would make blowing my nose so much more enjoyable. I think hankies are great fun, actually. I'm a big fan of hankies. Big fan. There's always some in the boot of the car. Always. Steve, which film is better, Green Mile or Shawshank Redemption? Green Mile. I liked Green Mile. Shawshank Redemption was good, but as I say, I thought I was watching Green Mile anyway. It didn't really help. I kept thinking, I thought it was Tom Hanks in it, but it turned out not to be in this particular one. And it was a corrupt prison governor. And he got his comeuppance. Well, in fact, he took his own life at the end. Oh, spoiler alert. Sorry. Can't help it. But it was very good, actually. Steve, which film is better? So there we go. So this week, having this debate at work, it's the raising the question, do you like Marmite? Because both films were set in a prison. Yeah, I do like Marmite. Not all the time, and not very thick. Only spread it thinly. On crumpets, mainly. I do like crumpets. Where I live in Oxfordshire, Steve, potholes are a big problem. A couple of nights ago, I hit one in the dark, and a warning light come on in the car. I drive quite a bit in Europe, and our roads are the absolute worst, says Penny, who's in Henley. Oh, I know Remenham Hill very well indeed. I know Henley. I know, because my mother used to work there. And it's lovely. You drive down that hill. And, of course, the strange thing is that when they have the Henley Regatta, it's none of the people local. It's all people coming in from outside, and they go all the way along the banks of the Thames, and they do corporates and stuff like that. It's like you could do corporate at Wimbledon. You can watch the tennis, but you're watching it on a television because you're not near the actual... It's amazing that people pay for these sort of things nowadays, but they do. Steve, when did the era of Z-list celebrities start? Oh, I don't know. I don't know, actually. Z-list. I think Z-list celebrities was when they started putting people up on television programmes, so we didn't know who they were. But I don't know whether it was, I mean, I'm not sure what, 80s or 90s? I think probably 90s, because I don't think in 80s we were aware of Z-list celebrities. And I'm totally convinced yesterday Bobby Davro was shopping in Waitrose in Twickenham. Because I looked at this person, I thought, you look like Bobby Davro. And then I thought, what would he be doing in Twickenham? But, he might live around there, I've got no idea. The Shawshank Redemption, Steve, and The Green Mile, both directed by Frank Darabont, both written by Stephen King. Tom Hanks declined to act in The Shawshank Redemption as Andy Dufresne was starring in Forrest Gump and then later jumped at the chance to do The Green Mile, says Peter. Merci bien, thank you for that. And Lorraine says, does your council collect and recycle Christmas trees? Yes. You just put them by the side of the road, they come along, they take them all away, and then they put them in a shredding machine. And all the bits that come out the other side, they put on the council gardens. They didn't used to, but they've been doing it for quite some time, actually, now, which is good. Steve, hope you're well. I got one of your Christmas tea towels for Christmas and refused to use it. I love it. Love the picture. Looking good. Did Nick Abbott get you a Christmas present? Oh, he's far too mean. He's seriously, he won't spend money on anything. I mean, I said to him the other day, I said, the Satsumas are very good value. £2 for a pack. He went, I'm not spending £2 on a pack of Satsumas. I said, you can get 2 packs for £4. So that's really good value, isn't it? And he went, no. So, anyway, we'll have to wait and see if he eats them over this weekend. Jane says, Steve, we live over the hill from Hebden Bridge and watch Happy Valley to spot all the places we know and drive around each day. How lovely. See, I think that's great. Fancy having somebody listening from Hebden Bridge. I think it's really cool. I'm looking at a picture of it, actually. It does look very nice, but they've got location managers who go round and look at these places and go, can we film here? And they go, yep, and they have to close roads off and stuff like that. They're closing off Trafalgar Square, I think, next week for, I think it's from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. Luckily, me and my driver this morning said, look, thank God it doesn't affect us, because it will affect a lot of people. The last thing you want is worse traffic in London. Tony and Georgina say last breakfast would have to be Cheerios. We're looking to a fantastic Three Kings procession holiday here in Spain. Cheerios. I've never had Cheerios. I haven't had they're those little coloured round things, aren't they? They don't sort of kind of appeal to me. I don't know why. I can remember years ago having on Weetabix butter and peanut butter. Butter and peanut butter on a Weetabix. It was very nice, actually. I wouldn't recommend it. They do loads of filming in Rupel Street around the back of Waterloo. It's a street that can look Victorian, really easy. Well, it looks so it's from the 50s, Graham. I pass it every day when I go to Waterloo Station. It's just as you go under the bridge, when the bus is going to drop you, the 139 on the left-hand side of the 176, and Rupel Street is there, and it's an unchanged. There's no satellite dishes, no nothing. It's a street that is stuck in time. If you buy a place there, you have to adhere to the way that they do it. We were given plant pots with string as stilts when we were kids, says Chris. Go on, blimey, that takes you back, doesn't it? A plant pot, yeah, and then you put your feet on it. Couldn't do it now. It wouldn't hold your weight. Still good stuff. What have we got here? A pensioner forced to buy back his stolen golf clubs after the police told him to look for them on eBay. They were taken from the boot of his car. Must be a big boot in the car if he's got golf clubs in it. From Bournemouth, the retired project manager said, I called the police and had very little response. They called me back saying, keep looking on eBay. He said they basically told me to look after them for myself. And after 2 months, he spotted them, paid 50 quid each for them. Apparently, police said they were aware and they would explore new lines of inquiry. In other words, basically, we haven't got enough time to faff around looking for your golf clubs. Go and look for them yourself. Because they do turn up, but that's not the point, is it? The point is, you want the police to go and look for them. Love a hot cup of tea on a Friday. I always think you can go mad on Friday. I work on the assumption, because it's the start of the weekend, you don't actually have to do anything at all, unless you're getting up for work. And because Elliot's getting up for work for tomorrow morning, it's going to take him he's got 2 days to work, so that will be fine. And then next week he can then sleep in and do absolutely nothing for 2 days, because I think sleeping is God's way of telling you need to rest. It's a case of, have a little sleep, recharge your batteries. Steve, I live in Huddersfield, where Last of the Summer Wine was filmed. Gedden Bridge is 7 miles away. I've seen them filming Last of the Sunlight, but the people do crowd onto the bridges to watch them filming. It's odd, isn't it, really? Steve, just about to go backstage at the Palace Theatre, says Ice Cream Ian. Love it there, the Palace Theatre. That's down at Victoria Palace Theatre. That's lovely. I've been backstage at the Palace. I'm not trying to do one-upmanship with you, but I have been backstage. Quite a number of theatres. I've been backstage at the Palladium. Now, that's a theatre to go backstage on. That really is. I'm very impressed by anything like that. They've got a box for sale in a minute. It's not just any old box. It's a little Royal Mail post box. And the reason it's unusual is it was owned and used by Queen Victoria. I'll tell you about it in a moment, because we've got the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Julie, the bus driver, says, Steve, have you seen Kinky Boots was the best show, loved it so much. Yeah, I loved it as well. I went to see it with my friend Jordan. And there was a song years ago, wasn't there? Everybody talking about your kinky boots, kinky boot. This was the true story of a boot and shoemaker up north, and the factory was failing. And there's a drag queen. It had to be a drag queen in it, didn't there? And wanted boots made. And they made the kinky boots, and then it gave them a complete resurgence. They went to all the sex festivals all around Europe because they were making these thigh-length boots for, people who wanted to wear them, or also drag queens. And it was a very good show, very, very good show. Liked it a lot, actually. But Ice Cream Ian going backstage at the Palace Theatre, pretty cool, actually. Pretty cool. And also Jeanette is doing the first one of the year's, the Chiswick Vintage Antiques on Sunday. I've got a lovely vintage scene with snow. You know me and snow. I love snow. I absolutely love it. Steve, I think fish finger sandwiches make a great snack, says Susie. Do you? Oh, right, okay. And on this day in 1066, Harold II, Harold Godwinson, crowned King of England after the death of his brother-in-law, Edward the Confessor, but not for long, because the French were coming. And the rest, as they say, is history. So here is this Royal Mail postbox. It's very nice. It's a tabletop postbox, and it was used by Queen Victoria to deposit her letters. It's late 19th century, used by the monarch when she stayed at her holiday home, Osborne House on the Isle of Wight. It was recently found with a vintage greetings card inside it in a Surrey cottage that belonged to a late antiques dealer. It's believed to have been bought at a sale on the island in the 1940s, but the wooden box, inscribed with Victoria's royal cipher, is now being sold by his grandchild. It'll go under the hammer at Hanson's Auctioneers in London, the business of the TV antiques expert Charles Hanson. He said it's a first-class find for a queen. I wonder what Queen Victoria would have thought about postal costs rising from a penny in the 1800s to 19.95 pence now for a first-class stamp. Isn't that funny? You could use that as a competition prize and say to somebody, how much is a first-class stamp now? Most people don't have the faintest idea, but it's very nice. It's wooden. I don't know what it will fetch. I have no idea. They say about £6,000, but if somebody really wants it because it was used by Victoria, then they will buy it as a curiosity. It'll balance on your hand. But that'd be quite a nice thing. Sadly, another bad story about a teenage girl who took an ecstasy pill for the first time at a sleepover with pals, even though her mother had warned her about taking drugs. I don't know what more we can do. I really don't know what more you can do. You see, and this particular girl, she was 17. She took it last summer. She collapsed. Her friends administered CPR until the ambulance arrived, and then she died, unfortunately. And the mother and the family are distraught. And it's a case of what more can you do but say to somebody, don't take drugs, because not everybody's body is exactly the same. That's why I still can't understand why Harry, in his incredible naivety, would bother telling you that he took cocaine. Is that impressive for him or something like that? I mean, there's no point in telling people that sort of thing at all, because some people, will be affected by it. And if it makes him feel better about it, well, good for him. But obviously they've run out of ideas. Really run out of ideas. The area around Finsbury Market, Worship Street and Old Street have been used for all manner of films, TVs and pop videos. I believe Islington Council, says Glenn, license the events. Yes, you've got to get licenses, and from the police as well, to make sure if you're using all sorts of different vehicles, and they have to close areas off, and it's still good to watch. Keeps people entertained. You know, if we see a procession, we stand by the side of the road and we clap. You know, we'll be clapping at the coronation. I do hope. A ghost village. A ghost village. I didn't even know such a thing existed. This one was evacuated and closed in 1943 as held its last funeral for a pensioner who lived there as a boy. Imber in Wiltshire was cleared in the war to make way for training exercises for D-Day. Residents were refused permission to return and it remains part of Salisbury Plain training area. Since then, it's only been open to visitors a few times a year. Ministry of Defence permission is needed to be buried there, and they held their last funeral for Ray Nash, 87. He wanted to be buried alongside his father, who died in 1936 when Ray was 1. And it's very, very touching, actually. His family visited his childhood home. There's no doors, there's no windows, but at least there's the bricks. And they said it's a testament to Dad that St Giles's was filled with relatives and friends to fulfil his lifelong wish to be buried, which is really sweet, really sweet. So a forgotten village, a ghost village, a village that, you know, you have to go. I like places like that. I've been to a couple of these secret bunkers which operate, and they're sort of unbelievable. There's the one in Essex. I think it's near Kelvedon Hatch or something like that. Anyway, and it's a house. It's a little farmhouse thing. And you go in the front door and then you go down a long corridor. And when we did it, we took my middle godson. He hated it. He was terrified out of his life because you're going down a long corridor. There's all these doors that clang shut and everything else. And they've got a mortuary in there, and they've got all the bunk beds and everything else. And all the equipment left the day they moved out. They haven't taken anything with them. It's not been cleared or anything. So you've got all the maps that people used to move everything about on. And it was a secret bunker. I can't help feeling, though, you know, it was a secret bunker. Now everybody knows where it is because there's a huge sign on the road going, "This way to the secret bunker." Seriously, absolutely unbelievable. I love it. COVID hits the United Kingdom. It's what we don't want, isn't it? And Claude Littner, you know who Claude is from The Apprentice, well done. He wants to swap The Apprentice boardroom for the Love Island villa. He's a business mogul. He teased that he's a secret fan of the dating show. Yeah, Casa Amor is something I'm looking forward to. They haven't actually decided to do an ancient version of it. You'd watch an ancient version. He's 73. He's not middle-aged. He's in his twilight years, as they put it. Davina McCall, after Harry has droned on about his taking of the drug, she's now told you that she smoked weed with her mum Florence whilst living in France. Within a few years, she took cocaine with her sister Caroline before then doing the drug with her mum. So she was living between France and the UK at the time. She said, "When I say I'm half nun, half wild child, it's because of that life that I've had. Drugs at 12 with my mum, smoking weed at 12, coke at 14, doing coke with my mum at 15. I did it with my sister at 14. And she continued to take drugs as she got older and became addicted to heroin before kicking the habit. And she's just turned herself around completely. It's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. So well done to her. Here's a wanted man who was captured after a mugshot showed him wearing a Greggs jumper, went viral. Officers thanked the public for their help in tracing Sean Ava after Lancashire police released the image. The jumper prompted a string of hilarious messages on social media. One joked, "Wanted for baking and entering and possession of an offensive jumper." He was recalled to prison for breaching release conditions. I mean, fancy being so stupid as to wear a Greggs jumper and then put yourself up on the internet, I ask you. Goodness sake, actually. And Molly May Hague, one of the brightest people, the former Love Island, they call them stars, but they're not stars, they're just media personalities, briefly. And she's having her first baby. She's not married, but having her first baby. She told her YouTube subscribers, "My boobs are unrecognisable from day one." Such a class act. Such a class act. It's what you want to hear, isn't it, really? She said, "I stupidly thought I wasn't going to get stretch marks. I don't know why." No, you'll get them. You'll get them. But there you go. Always a delight, I suppose. And Kelly Osbourne has said it's no one's place to talk about her giving birth after her mum Sharon shared the news. So in other words, you're not allowed to talk about Kelly Osbourne, another foul-mouthed member of the family. The reality TV person welcomed her first child, a son, with Slipknot musician boyfriend Sid Wilson, and appeared to be furious about her nearest and dearest spilling the beans. She said, "I'm not willing to share him already with the world. It's nobody's place but mine to share information on my baby." Oh, get over yourself, love. Get over yourself. Nobody's particularly bothered about you at all. And a high-level row has broken out between two beanpole blokes over who is the tallest man in Europe. Turkish farmer Sultan Kösen, who stands at 8 foot 3 inches, holds the Guinness World Record for being the lankiest human. But he's been rocked by claims that Suleiman Abdul Samed from Ghana has reached an incredible 9 foot 6. That would make him the tallest man that's ever lived and 15 inches higher than his rival. But the small clinic in rural Ghana that measured him didn't have the right equipment. A BBC journalist went to the tiny village of Gambaga to measure him and discovered he was actually 7 feet 4. So the other one, I'm afraid, Sultan Kösen, is 8 foot 3. Sultan says, I hear some news saying Sultan's record is over. There are people taller than Sultan. He said, if there is, let's measure our height. I will not lose my record to anybody. I'm determined about it. And Suleiman says, I'm still growing tall. Maybe one day I might get to that height as well. I feel sorry for these people because, you know, if you are a body abnormal, which is particularly tall or particularly round or particularly this and that, and they've also got the smallest man in the world. His name is Chandra Bahadur, and he's 21.5 inches tall. That's kind of small, actually, 21.5 inches. It's not very big at all, is it, really? But, I mean, compared to champion Sultan Kösen, 8 foot 3, and the challenger, Abdul Samed, who claims he's 9 foot 6, but he's not. This little man, little champ, 21.5 inches, bless his heart, 54 centimetres, half a metre. It's not a lot, is it? It's not a lot. It was like that, though, wasn't it? I mean, I remember sort of when I was younger, I didn't grow, and my godson didn't grow either, and we were all saying perhaps he's going to grow. Then all of a sudden, shot up like a sunflower. Me, I did exactly the same. 1 minute sort of normal height, the next minute, oh my God. Were you smallest in your year? So you were 15, and it seems to change around that time, doesn't it? Wow, amazing. Let's get the latest news headlines for you this morning with Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26 minutes to 7 on a bright Friday morning as they take all the things around Trafalgar Square, all the little booths where they were selling different bits and pieces, and presumably we'll lose the Christmas market. And I'm not sure how much longer Winter Wonderland goes on for. I can't remember. I thought originally it went for about the 19th. I could be wrong, actually. For all those people who didn't sort of make it over Christmas. Perhaps they'll change their sort of ticketing system. Perhaps they'll let people in for free. It's already gone, has it? 2nd of January. Oh, it finished on then, did it? Oh, what a shame. We've got to wait another year for it, but don't worry, it'll be great. Steve, love your show. It's kept me going since the passing of my mum in October. Have you been to Gothland? It's the location for Heartbeat. Just one road, but in a pretty area on the Yorkshire Moors. I think I've seen a little village where you can see the bits where they film Heartbeat, because a lot of the interior shots are obviously done in the studios, but the exterior shots they do. So I think I haven't been there, but I think I've seen it on the internet because we were curious about it. Roger says, on a new Bangers and Cash, they sold a restored kid's tricycle to someone in America with royal connections. Could it be them? Oh, I don't think so. I don't know. There's all sorts of questions in the papers today. And it's basically, Harry reveals the moment he learnt of Diana's death, and his father sat on the end of his bed and said, my dear son, Mum has had a car accident. According to the Sun, the Duke claims his father didn't hug him, and that later, as Harry greeted members of the public, he felt like a politician. He took cocaine, and he said it didn't make me feel particularly happy the way others seemed to. Also, Harry losing his virginity to an unnamed older woman in a humiliating experience. Everything in his life has been a bit dreary, actually, and there's nothing that he's particularly proud of. You'd think that he'd want to, say something positive, but he's so negative in just about everything. Charles pleaded with William and Harry to stop fighting. William is Harry's arch nemesis. Harry says he killed these 25 Taliban fighters. Harry claims William and Kate encouraged him to wear the Nazi uniform. William called Meghan difficult and rude, and then this alleged physical attack. It's just basically all negativity. There's nothing positive that, I had a great time in the royal family. Before I met Meghan, I was having a really nice time, and then it all went pear-shaped. Because that's how it was. He was going out, he was with his brother, he was his best man at his wedding. He didn't exactly have to do anything. He could take his girlfriends back. He could do just about anything. And then along comes Meghan and the whole thing changes. You know, we've moved the goalposts. Charles made a poor taste joke about Harry's paternity, and so it goes on. It's just claim after claim after claim, and he declines to say if he will attend Charles's coronation. Well, don't go to it then, dear. If you want to be silly, don't go. It doesn't make any difference. We'll not be expecting you there. But in fact, the launch was sort of blown apart a bit, because apparently you could get the book in Spain. I never thought they were particularly good in Spain in sort of keeping things a secret. There's also the dissection of Sir Keir's speech, What We've Learnt, which is basically that politicians just tell you any old guff, and you either believe it or you don't believe it, and then we sort of vote, and then, you know, you take your life in your hands, I think. History shows how problems can arise after a long-lived monarch, and they say without the Queen, chaos now reigns. Everybody wearing their uniforms on the day of the Queen's funeral, except Harry. He's wearing just sort of looks like a morning suit, actually. So Harry now calls William his beloved brother and arch nemesis. They just don't seem to sort of like each other, although William has said nothing. William hasn't said anything about this at all. He's been very discreet. I think the message from Buckingham Palace is never explain. You know, just let things go by. Eventually, it will disappear. But you're going to have to get it over the weekend. I'm afraid you're going to get it for quite a few weeks yet. And then if she launches a book tale as well, which I should imagine if they are thinking about that, I should imagine they've already got it done, so that it's there, so that they could just keep up the momentum. For what reason? I've got no idea. Miriam Margolyes is being interviewed in The Guardian today. Luckily, they don't ask her about it. She says, people have this idea I'm a walking cesspit. I don't know why. Probably because she tells very rude stories. And as she gets older, she tells ruder and ruder stories, which is okay. Steve, do you mean Tinham in Dorset, which is the ghost village that was evacuated? No, Madeline, I didn't. And she says, you have to visit this place. Very sad to see the village locked in time. The schoolhouse, little desks, all there. This place will live in your hearts forever. Yeah, there's all sorts of these sort of places. I think down in Cornwall, the one thing they've got on the coast there, tin mines. They've got the tin mines, the buildings that had all the workings in, and everything else. And poor old Valerie says, I'm stuck in Las Palmas because my partner was taken ill on the Queen Victoria after 3 days of our Christmas cruise. No idea when we'll be repatriated. It's a nightmare. Oh gosh, I wish you well with that one. There it is, West Dorset. This is Corfe Cut. That's very pretty, isn't it? So Tinham Village. No, it's not this place at all. This almost looks quite beautiful compared, you know, to some of the places. It's interesting, isn't it? Some of these places. They were showing a place the other day. Where was it? It was in the Cotswolds. Was beautiful, absolutely stunningly beautiful. All the houses and it just looked picture postcard. I like picture postcard. This village got a nice little church, and you can do your West Dorset. In fact, the church looks as though it's just complete and is operating and stuff like that. The school's fully complete as well. It's everything. That was just, oh right, it looks like it's all been done up again, doesn't it, really? I like places where you can wander around by yourself without having somebody going, would you like to come this way? You know, I don't want to be sort of... They what? Abandoned during the war. A lot of places were. But there's all sorts of things that they've got. Isn't that lovely? Not the one we were talking about, though. So there's obviously quite a few of these sort of places where they just sort of... Time has stood still. There's that place where they filmed The Vicar of Dibley. I can never remember what it's called. It's very famous. And you can go there. I keep meaning to go there and... take the car for a spin to this place. Vicar of Dibley was filmed in this village where, again, people live in it, but it does look as though it's gone back into time. It was very famous for Vicar of Dibley and Went the Day Well. And here it is. It's Turville. I believe that the windmill was used in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I believe. And again, people live here, but it's like a living. It's in Buckinghamshire. And it just, you know, places like this look lovely, but I'm sure there's an undercurrent underneath all these different places where you sort of go to them and go, I'm not sure about that. But you look at the sort of houses that are for sale and you think, I could live in that. And you think, I bet it's freezing cold in winter because they're very old places. So Turville Heath, Henley-on-Thames. Look at that, honestly. Beautiful houses. Very nice houses. I like stuff like that. And where's the one that The Prisoner was filmed? The Prisoner, that's another place you can go. Oh, look. Oh, it's for sale in Turville. How much is this? 18 million? Good Lord above. Show me what it's got. 5 bedrooms. Lovely gardens. Beautiful. 18 million. They must have a lot of ground. Yeah, tennis court. Well, that's about as interesting to me as a chocolate fire guard. No chance of a thing. That looks beautiful. Oh, no, they've got little bits of sort of... Oh, look, little sitting room. Oh, the kitchen's very dated. In fact, the whole house looks pretty dated. For 18 million, I'd expect something a little bit better. Oh, that's nice. They obviously play backgammon, and they keep all their clothes all in drawers and all very nicely done. So blooming well should be for 18 million. 18 million. That is a lot of money. A lot of money, but very nice. In Turville, where they filmed Vicar of Dibley and did all these other bits and pieces. It does look a bit like a hotel. Really? You've stayed in hotels that look like that? Not even I've stayed in hotels that look like that, and I'm fairly frou-frou. Oh, it's got a nice big swimming pool. That looks like a big spa swimming pool. It's got, some gym equipment for you, Elliot, so you can use the gym. It's just there. It's painted on. Yeah, gym equipment. No, it's not for you. I'm just saying it's just there. They sort of put it in just to wind you up, I think. But looks lovely, doesn't it? Oh, and they've got a jukebox, so you can listen, and mirrors. You can watch yourself sweating as you. No, not very appealing at all, is it? No, we've done away with that. Oh, what's that bit? That's the swimming pool, is it? The swimming pool is a sort of an extra bit added on the gun. Somebody spent a bit of money on it. Very nice, and there's some nice places round Turville. I like all these different places. Who knows? One day we might win the lottery. I was talking to my driver this morning about London. I said, all you get now is building. And there was a flat that I looked at yesterday on the internet, and it was in, where was it? I can't remember what it was. Whatever it was, I looked at the service charge, and the service charge was £20,680 per quarter. And I remember thinking, I don't think people have got any idea. People go out and buy a flat and they go, that's it. I've just bought the flat. I don't need to worry about anything else now. And you think to yourself, maybe that's not such a good idea. The leader of Britain's nursing union has said she is willing to meet the government halfway over pay and would consider a settlement of about 10%. Well, there's promising news. The union has pushed for a 19% pay rise, but the leader of the nursing union has said she's willing to meet the government halfway, which is exactly what I said. I advocated going for 12 million for the nurses. If they're going to settle for 10 million, for 10 million, that would be nice, wouldn't it? For 10%, I think it's absolutely on the money. If the nurses settle for 10%, that's brilliant, which is only a little bit short of the RMT. So if we can get them to do exactly the same, we might have some results. Wrap it all up by certainly the end of this month, please. So if the nurses' chief says we will settle for 10%, let's hope somebody's listening in the government. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Tony reckons that Harry's been very stupid by revealing he killed 28 Taliban. Well, he's obviously going for sort of shock value. He's got to find something to put in the book, otherwise it's just boring. Another well-brought-up, very rich kid gets privileged lifestyle, throws it back in face of family. You know, quite a normal thing to do. It happens all the time, doesn't it? All the Extinction Rebellion people, they're exactly the same. They come from rich middle-class families, and they go, oh, I don't want to be here, but I'll take the car and the horse box. You know, and then they throw it back. Port Merion is the Welsh village where The Prisoner was filmed. Went there in 1997, says Vivian. It's very interesting, a mock Italian design. It is the most peculiar place, isn't it? Port Merion. Have you seen it before? They filmed the Prisoner. Oh, you won't remember the Prisoner at all. But every week they would show you all these different coloured houses and all the other bits. So I thought it was great. And the bouncing ball on the beach was used by LBC as part of an advertising campaign, and the bouncing ball was bouncing along, and the slogan at the end was, I am not a number, I'm a free man, LBC. Yeah. We've had loads of different campaigns over the years, but that was quite a good one because not everybody knew about Port Merion. Rebecca English, the royal editor. How many royal editors are there? They must be absolutely revelling in it at the moment. Everybody's a royal editor. If in doubt, be a royal editor so you can talk about it. And she says, let this sink in. Harry stooped to revealing a private remark by his grieving father at Prince Philip's funeral. You know, that's about as bad as it gets. You know, if he wants to be like that, that's his business. But it does seem a little bit sad. And then he tells, you know, of the fight at his cottage when his brother pushed him over. But this happens all the time. I don't know why they're making it out as if it's, you know, something completely different. He says, my father didn't hug me after telling me my mother had died. Yeah, but not every parent shows affection like that. Why would he think it was different? Did somebody tell him, oh, didn't anybody hug you after your father told you your mother had died? And he went, no. Because they don't do affection. We've always known that about the royal family. You know, they didn't cry when Diana died because they just stood there. It was part of their sort of duty. And yet lose the corgis and the Royal Yacht Britannia, and they're in floods of tears. And a royal train and stuff like that. And the day the brothers begged Charles not to wed Camilla. Again, there's no evidence of this. You just have to take his word for it. But at the end of the day, you know, the King's poor taste joke upset Harry. He seems to be upset very easily, doesn't he? And yet he's out there being all but shooting Taliban members dead because he cried because his brother pushed him over and it broke his necklace. And he wasn't very happy about that. And the cocaine thing didn't make him feel particularly happy, but it did make me feel different, and that was my main goal. I mean, this word troubled crops up quite a lot nowadays. Liz in Lewisham says, I went down Park Lane on the bus yesterday and they were packing Winter Wonderland up. The wheel was down to a half. It got me thinking of how much work it is to build it up and take it down again. No wonder it's expensive. Oh, yeah, I mean, watching people put up fun fairs. You can go, I tell you what's very interesting. You should do it, because I've done it loads of times. On YouTube, put the fun fair arrives in town and you'll watch it, and they'll do it with speeded up cameras, so you can watch a lot of the rides being put up. But bearing in mind, Winter Wonderland, they're the big European rides. They're much bigger than the rides that we have in this country, but well worth looking at. Steve, most of last summer I was filmed in Holmfirth and not Hebden Bridge. Were you in Wiltshire in Marlborough on Wednesday? Says Simon. No, absolutely not. No, I would never take the car that far out of town. I need to be near civilization, need to be near sort of garages and stuff like that. So didn't happen at all. From Eton to Africa, from Diana to Chelsea, Harry's jaw-breaking claims and revelations. They've all done it. Apparently he was almost eaten alive by a leopard in Botswana. That's what he says. On an Easter holiday, but he thought it was a message from his mother. That's what he thought. The Duke recounts... Well, he says he recounts how he took a step towards the animal until an aide grabbed him by the shoulder. So Harry attacked by leopard, and he said, I thought that leopard was my mother, without a shadow of a doubt. How many times has he taken cocaine? I mean, I'm getting a bit perturbed by some of the things that he's coming up. Perhaps he's doing the mushrooms now. But they have a picture of him at the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral, and they had a blazing row after it, and you just sort of think to yourself, it's just too depressing for words. It really is. It's, you know, and so now I don't know why he's refused to say whether he's going to be at the coronation. Is he been told? Is he being coached in this? You know, because very shortly he's going to go back to America and sit there staring at the walls because he's got nothing else to do. You know, unless there's part 2 of the book. But how can there be part 2? Because Meghan's got to get... I mean, she's going to want the publicity, isn't she? She loves the publicity. But Jan Moyer says, like a drowning sailor clinging to a mast, he can't let go. If Big Willie really did push little Harold over and break his necklace, one can understand why. Because he's obviously very, very irritating. And Ian Wilson says, I've always thought Harry was an amiable chump, but this book is pure malice. Of course it is, because he doesn't know. He's not intelligent enough to know exactly what damage he's done. He's severed all ties now. But red faces in Spain, because they broke the ban on selling the book earlier. But, I mean, does it really matter when you sell the book? They've written it, they've published it. Who cares whether, you know, it gets held on for another week or another few days? I don't think it makes any difference at all. Mind you, I've been wrong before. Starmer branded a hypocrite in all the papers today as he adopts the Brexit slogan after he spent years trying to keep us in the EU. And you've got, as well, the warmest year ever. The mercury hit 10 centigrade on average. I think it's getting colder. I think it's getting much, much colder. I just feel it is as well. Selena Scott, will she take part in BBC Breakfast's 40th birthday celebrations next week after Charlie State? He was cycling through Twickenham the other day, Charlie State. I saw him on his bicycle because he lives around. He does the BBC Breakfast programme on the television. And Naga Manchetti cheerfully promoted footage of her bête noire, Frank Boff. But Selena's complained about Frank Boff's smutty remarks. And birthdays that we're celebrating today. We've got a couple of nights. Oh, there's pictures, by the way, all over the place of poor old Brooklyn, the man who can't really do anything at all. But, you know, he makes an effort, sort of. But it's Nigella Lawson's birthday today. So many happy returns today. She's 63. And Eddie Redmayne, the actor from London, who got the Oscar for playing Stephen Hawking in The Theory of Everything. He attended Eton in the same year as Prince William. Luckily not Prince Harry. But he celebrates today, 41. So many happy returns of the day. And in 1980, on January the 6th, Pink Floyd were at #1 in the UK with Another Brick in the Wall. And in 22, this year, Sidney Poitier, the first black man to win the Best Actor Oscar, died. How old was he? 94. 94, Sidney Poitier. Still remember him. I know he's done loads of films, but To Sir with Love was one of my favourites. And the cricket commentator Brian Johnson died peacefully on this day in 1994 after suffering a heart attack in December. He was 81. He was deemed the personification of the game, and last night, in 7 simple words, John Major summed up our loss. He said, "Summers will not be the same again." It is true, actually. It is true. And what else have we got? So many columnists now all wanting to talk about Harry and Meghan. You're going to get it all over the weekend. It's going to be, because I think although how much more they can say than they've said today, I've got no idea. I'm not sure that there is, in fact, any more to say about it. But Jan Moyer says now the grudge-toting man-baby has really thrown his toys out of the royal pram. He's not exactly got any good publicity out of this at all. I know people are saying it's selling a book, you know, binging at 17, losing his virginity in a pub field. So he says. You know, it's all this, you know, the punch-up with Wills, Army fury at his 25 dead Taliban boast. I mean, it's not the kind of thing you boast about, how many people you've killed. You know, and he said he didn't suffer any embarrassment or anything else like that. So where does it go from here? God knows. I've got no idea. The serialisation, I suppose, in some of the papers.